Hello and welcome back to Elden Ring. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Let's get back into this and figure out where we'll go next. Or rather, I mean, I kind of figured that out yesterday, but um, what awaits us next, right? Lanedale is close. The capital is getting closer and closer within our grasp. And, well, I wonder if there is a chance that we'll reach it today. There might be in, like a small way, since I do want to uncover the map first, possibly, if that's possible. There is obviously a bit of stuff left here as well that I still want to do. But overall, I do feel somewhat confident that I'll at least get close to the outside of it. I mean, it's a somewhat bigger place, I feel like. And judging by these roads, it seems to start about here, I'd wager. So, I don't know. Obviously, there could still be, I don't know, cave systems or other stuff that is inhibiting my progress. You'll never really know about those kinds of things, but let's start off with a bit of a smaller thing, clear up these ruins and the catacombs that the statue is conveniently pointing to, even though you can see the entrance right there. Still not a fan of these statues, but yeah, let's see what this has in store for us. And also, I still want to check out the lake as well. I don't entirely remember where I met these guys last. I mean, obviously I met them yesterday. Perfumer's ruins. Okay, so these are connected to a perfumer or multiples. I don't really know. The perfumers, all in all, I've definitely gotten a little bit of information about them, especially since I found the perfumer flask thing. I should probably just do this. Yet at the same time, I don't necessarily feel like I've got a grasp on who they are, or if I guess if they have some sort of bigger motives or whatever. I mean, not that every faction needs something like that, right? Sometimes maybe it's just they're literally people who worked in the capital at one point, and it's more that they're somewhat, I guess, interesting or potentially dangerous because they can work with these somewhat dangerous substances, and not necessarily because they have some sort of hidden agenda that I don't know about. It's interesting though that that's one of those omen killer guys, right? Does he not see me, or does he just not really care? He's not turning back though, right? Ooh, okay. Never mind. He's attacking a lot quicker than I thought he would. Also, he's got a lot more health than I thought he would. Whoa. Great. Always feels good starting off with being stuck on some sort of weird wall that you didn't think was there. I didn't even realize didn't I? I guess I walked around sort of the outside way more than I thought. Yeah, I don't know why he turned around in the first place. Technically, I think he didn't even really notice me, but... that is yet another thing that is really... Sekiro did the stealth gameplay so well, right? I really wonder why they... Well, I mean, they still could have sort of maybe come up with a different solution. Arguably, the stealth gameplay in Sekiro, while being really good, the fact that you can more or less one-shot everything if you're stealthing does work very well in Sekiro. I think it would become boring very, very quickly in Elden Ring. So, I don't know. That's another thing that I feel like the game... It's not a big deal that stealth isn't really such, you know, not really a big part of Elden Ring. It's fine because the game's so big already, right? I spoke about that yesterday as well, that sometimes you feel kind of a little bit, let's say, you feel bad saying that, you know, oh, Elden Ring needs this or that, because the game's so big already, right? I don't think it needs a more in-depth stealth system. It's not to say that it wouldn't benefit from it, right? And the reason I'm saying this is I think if the stealth system would work a bit more like it does in Sekiro, but additionally also then have, I don't know, I think if you'd actually think about, well, how would it be possible to improve the stealth system, I think that mainly what they should do or should have done, or maybe it doesn't really have that much health. Huh. Ooh, another perfume bottle. And the Omen Killer stuff. Nice. But yeah, if you would actually think about, well, how would it be possible to improve the stealth gameplay of Elden Ring, I think mainly what we're probably looking at is different gear and skills that would work in conjunction with backstabs and sneaking up on enemies, right? So the sort of Sekiro way of giving you a free kill, more or less, if you stealth up on the enemy, as I said, would quickly become boring, I think. And the one thing that Sekiro does to sort of make special enemies more interesting is that they have this multiple health bar system, right? Which I think, if you'd introduce something like that in Elden Ring, wouldn't really work either, because that's something that feels specifically connected to the, well, once first the stealth system in Sekiro, and second of all, it's also connected to the fact that you have these bars. What were they called? I don't remember their name, but the fact that you can be posture broken in Sekiro, right, if your bar fills up, and you can't do the same thing to enemies. Arguably, that specific mechanic should have been implemented in Elden Ring as well, to some degree. I feel like, especially shield gameplay, instead of having these awkward parries, that always felt kind of off to me. Having like a posture break system like it is in Sekiro, at least somewhat similar in Elden Ring, that would be pretty cool. But the multiple health bar system, I think, wouldn't necessarily fit. Hey, and another perfumer's cookbook. The one, okay, interesting. Let me take a look at the stuff that I got. Yeah, that being said, in terms of the stealth gameplay, I think backstabs in general are a really cool idea. Obviously, the problem is if you would then play a sort of Assassin's type character, the biggest issue would be that backstabs if they don't kill the enemy, it puts you in a very, very bad position if you play an assassin-type character, because typically those kinds of characters are probably very... they're very easy to kill, right? You probably receive a lot of damage from your opponents, which is why you basically want to kill them before they even realize what's happening. So I think if we would think about, well, how could we sort of implement that type of gameplay better into Elden Ring, there would have to be a lot more items that are connected to that. Maybe talismans that make you invisible for a short period of time so that you can get back into hiding once you attack an enemy. Obviously, there would have to be a fairly big sort of disadvantage on that, so that you can't, because that would be equally boring, right? If you would backstab, go back into hiding, backstab, back into hiding, backstab, back into hiding, that would become tedious. So there would have to be either some sort of trade-off, or it should only work once for any given enemy, or something like that, right? Equally, I think it would be cool to actually be able to put enemies to sleep, for example, right? Instead of sleep just causing FP loss, it would be great if you could actually put enemies to sleep. That being said, the whole sleeping thing, I wish it would do more in PvE in general. I do think that it has some sort of negative effect on enemies, but being able to actually put enemies to sleep, at least normal enemies, maybe not bosses, but normal enemies, would be a pretty cool option to have. So I wish that would be better. Also, it would be cool if we had maybe some sort of special weapon that doesn't really deal that much damage, but can instantly poison enemies or something like that, right? So that as an assassin, you could go in, backstab the enemy, they'd be immediately poisoned, and then you could sort of get out of the danger zone and just watch them die from their poison or something like that, right? That would also have to come with better movement options, though, which in general is, once again, something that I think Elden Ring would definitely benefit from, to have way, way more stuff. Maybe not something as big as the grappling hook from Sekiro, but certainly things where you can, as an assassin, right, do like a backflip, for example, or something that very, very quickly gets you out of range from the enemy. Or alternatively, I mean, we do have the gravity magic that can pull enemies to you. I don't actually know if there's something that can push them back. So maybe being a more sort of magical assassin could also work. There's definitely a lot of stuff where you could think about, maybe this would work or that would work. Though, well, the problem is with very, very specific builds like that, I think it would probably be... You'd really have to think of how to implement something in an open world game like Elden Ring, where it's... It might be very likely that the player just doesn't find a lot of the stuff that might benefit a build like that, so... But in general, I feel like that's definitely a problem that Elden Ring has to a degree. That there's a lot of very, very interesting stuff strewn all over the place. But if for some reason you just don't happen to find the one specific thing that really, really benefits your build, then tough luck, right? I mean... I don't know. Obviously, that's a thing of, well, Elden Ring definitely seems more designed along the lines of, well, we'll let the player discover whatever they discover, and then I guess you're sort of meant to come up with the build considering the things that you have, right? Which, in a way, you could argue is how it mostly works in RPGs. But I would say that, to a degree, especially with the starting classes being a thing as well, it does feel like you're definitely supposed to, especially with how the leveling system works. Though I said in the past as well, I think the leveling system is definitely one of the worst things that they kept. I think they should have thought about revisiting and changing the leveling system a long time ago. I think there was a couple of things that just don't really work anymore. That might have worked back in like Demon Souls and Dark Souls, but since then just kind of feel like a bit of a wasted system. And yeah, because of the leveling system, you're definitely meant to focus on certain things, right? Yet at the same time, if you do focus on those things, you're also saying, well, you know, if I put a lot of points in intelligence, for example, now you're sort of forced to use stuff that works with intelligence. They definitely try to get around that a little bit with the Ashes of War and stuff. At least you can make weapons basically scale with anything, which then begs the question, well, why can you invest into certain stats at all if you can then change the scaling on any weapon depending on the stats that you leveled, right? So, like, what's the point of leveling the stats in the first place, right? If they don't really end up meaning that much, which again comes back to the thing that I said. I think the leveling system should be very, very different to what it is currently. And, well, to that extent, again, we run into the issue of, well, what if I level intelligence, but for some reason, since it is an open world, there is definitely a chance, it's maybe not a high chance, but there is definitely a chance that I just, for some reason, don't find a lot of the stuff that makes an intelligence-based character good, right? So suddenly I might have a feeling of, well, the game's not really giving me much, right? I don't really have much to play with, either that or it just feels bad, right? If you don't have a lot of options and you're struggling a lot with bosses, that might come down to the fact that you just got unlucky with the things that you found and the things that you decided to level, right? I don't think it's, it's not that big of an issue, all things considered, because there's just so, like, the sheer amount of stuff in Elden Ring basically gives you a lot of options regardless of what you chose to level. But, there's always this, chance left of, and again, I think it sort of comes down to, if we're talking about maybe 0.1% of players, that might not be a big issue. You'll always have these edge cases that are almost impossible to work around, right? With a big open world game like this. But I think we're talking more about like 5 to 10% of players here. Obviously, that's completely, taken out of thin air. I can't actually prove that. I haven't done surveys, or I don't have access to any sort of data, right? But just from my experience, right, just sort of trying to logically think about, well, how do players typically play these kinds of games? What kind of different sort of play styles are there, and how would people maybe traverse this? How many things did I find? How were they sort of distributed across the map? When you think about it, you can at least try to maybe calculate a little bit of a, basic number of, well, how many issues might there be, right? But that's also intertwined with so many other gameplay elements that it becomes really, really hard to gauge what the actual problem is and how to solve it, right? Okay, we have a spark aromatic and an uplifting aromatic. That sounds interesting. And then I felt like I found 3 things. I definitely found the armor, the Omen Killer dude. Let's see. Which one was it? Omen Killer robe. Looks pretty cool. The detail, especially on the body pieces in Elden Ring, is quite stunning. I mean, it helps that it's in 4K as well, but yeah. Butchers of Twisted Conscience. Its thick apron is worn in remembrance of Rollo, the progenitor of the Omen Killers and a perfumer of antiquity. So the Omen Killers are connected to perfumers then. I do feel like there's a much bigger connection that I don't really grasp quite yet. Okay, also we have, so the Spark Aromatic uses FP to scatter sparks in a wide area. Though fire was prohibited to those who served the Earth Tree, this rule was forgotten as the war drew ever on. Yeah, I can imagine. Scatter sparks in a wide arc straight ahead. I think that's what the Omen Killer used against me right there. I don't know if it would be that beneficial to me though. Use FP to raise the attack power of the user and nearby allies while also reducing the damage from one incoming attack by half. From one incoming attack. Ooh, that's a very interesting. It's a more defensive option as well. Raise attack power of the user. This aromatic has an extremely potent moral-raising effect that makes those accustomed to it fearless in the face of death. It was this influence that made the perfumers exceptional commanders. That requires a lot of stuff. Maybe let's try that. I wonder. Typically, I don't really engage with a lot of stuff like that raises my attack or whatever. Which is a little bit of a shame, to be completely honest, because, well, not only do you get a lot of stuff like this, right? I mean, I have 15 of these, and then I could potentially probably craft another 30 or whatever, but... Also these, right? Item discovery is fine, maybe, but then again, you get so much stuff that this seems to be pretty irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Same with the rune acquisition. The balance of what enemies drop how many runes is so weird that using this item seems, I don't know, just kind of strange. Man, I feel like there's so many items where you kind of go, I really, really want to use them, but at the same time it feels, I don't know, more trouble than it's worth. Yet another example where I think they were trying to keep like not only a good PvP balance, but also keep the game challenging to a degree, right? They didn't want to make consumable items and stuff too overpowered. But ultimately, I think that makes it so that most consumables aren't that good at all, right? Especially when you have a fairly powerful weapon or whatever. At that point, it definitely becomes a bit of an issue. Though in this particular case, it's cool to have something like these pots, right? Hey, another one! Very, very cool. Also, interesting to me that it felt like they introduced these perfume bottles very, very late. I don't know. Almost at a point where you already have so much stuff that you'd really struggle to find a purpose for them, right? Maybe enemies in general should have a couple more sort of obvious... I don't know. Once again, very difficult topic. Goes back to what I said about the leveling system, though. I almost wish Elden Ring would be more RPG than action game. Well, not necessarily more RPG than action game, but more RPG than it currently is. Especially in when you think about enemy weaknesses and stuff, I feel like enemies should be more obviously weak to all of the different effects that exist within the game, right? So we have, because think about it, right? You have toxin, you have poison, you have rot, blood loss, holy damage, magical damage in general. Then you have like different incantations and different ways that those work, right? You have ice damage, you have the sleep buildup. And then those also have different items attached to them, different talismans that might make them stronger or whatever, right? You have all the different pots, the holy pots, or the what the other things called? Not holy pots, the ritual pots. You have now these perfume bottles as well. All that stuff. Yet most enemies don't really have these straight up obvious weaknesses. Maybe I just haven't engaged with that enough. Now that I think about it, for example, the magma worm, I wonder how effective it might be to actually throw frozen pots on them, right, and make them freeze. Maybe that is really, really strong against them. But I don't know. It's definitely a bit strange to have so many options, yet at the same time they're not that usable in most cases, I feel like. Perfumer's Talisman. This one. Raises potency of perfume items. Well, that makes sense. Talisman depicting a set of perfume bottles. There are gardens known only to the perfumers. Whether hidden on the fringes of the highlands or obscured by shadows inside caves, the flowers blossom in secret, waiting to impart their scent. I do wonder, would it be possible to make like a perfume bottle build? That would require a lot of crafting materials, so I'd wager. Man, I really don't know. When it comes down to thinking about builds and stuff, right? I feel like most of the actual builds that are really, really builds, right, that have like a very specific theme, I feel like those are mostly connected to PvP, more so than PvE. I don't know, it feels like in PvE you always need to have a much broader access to stuff, right? To offensive and defensive capabilities. Not only because you just get so much, but in general because enemies are... there's just a much bigger variety, right? In PvP you'll always encounter, well, humanoid player characters, right? Whereas in PvE, obviously, there's a much broader range of beasts, so you can't really go I feel like with an overly themed build, I mean, you can, but you'll purposefully limit or challenge yourself, right? Which, yeah, once again, comes back to the unsightly catacombs. Comes back to the whole sort of argument about the leveling system and stuff. Typically, I would say that in RPGs at least, going into a more niche build should be more challenging to execute, right? Because you need to rely on, let's say, certain sorceries or certain weapons or a very, very specific playstyle. So they're definitely more challenging to play. But the trade-off should be that they can be a lot more powerful, right? I'm not saying that that's not the case in Elden Ring at all in certain cases, but overall, I feel like that in Elden Ring, typically, if you limit yourself or if you challenge yourself by playing a very niche build, more often than not, the game actually does become more challenging, and the trade-off isn't really there, right? Of being a lot more powerful if you correctly utilize a certain niche playstyle. I feel like in PvE that's not really something that works all that well. So, yeah. What's going on here? What are these things? Oh, it's beastmen. Or these flying beastmen things. Interesting. Kinda strange and weird that they would choose these catacombs. But, He break something just there? Oh, hello. Ooh, I completely forgot about that. Seriously? How long are you gonna delay that attack? Oh, there's just a staircase here. I guess let's see if there's something up top here. Ghost glove word. These ghost glove words, it's a bit, I don't know. The amount of summonings that you have is kind of insane and pretty pointless overall. I mean, not only are there summons that are just clearly better than other ones, what I like about the summons per se is that they give a lot of additional background lore to places, right? If you find them, they more often than not have a pretty detailed description of what they are, why they exist, what this certain type of enemy is or was. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Can you... Yeah, sure. Although, you know what? Let's just do this. I wonder if I can get the bleed proc. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate it when the AI just does this awkward stuff off. They don't really know how to react to you, but they still react in a very sort of weird way that doesn't really seem to make sense. Like, you'd think that he tried to sort of avoid being targeted or something. Of course, now he runs. Oh, for fuck's sake. Seriously. I should have known. Can you stop walking around so awkwardly? Like, either hide or let me kill you. And then they also sometimes just look at where your arrow hit and are really confused. Honestly, I mean, maybe there are actually, Now that I think about it, maybe I should take a look at whether or not there are crossbows that scale with intelligence, huh? I don't think I've actually checked that, because that would obviously give me a lot more attack power and not be as awkward to do. Also, there are quite a lot of enemies here that have a somewhat larger health pool. Just a bit, just a bit curious about that. Seriously, can you stop doing these awkward runs that don't make any sense? Okay, I see two more. Are the others just dead, or I suppose they are, huh? Heat cloud causing continuous fire damage. Since I have so much volcanic stone, let's just craft these for a change. Can craft another one of these as well. These are the ritual pots, right? I mean, this was pretty effective. Only against the plants though, so I can't craft that many of these. Let's see, still have a couple of the holy pots. Can I reach them from here? I don't think I can actually. The holy pots now are quite a lot better, well, obviously, than they were in the beginning, which comes down to the fact that I now actually leveled intelligence and faith a bit more. No, wait a second, it would be faith, right? Not intelligence, yeah. I leveled it a bit more compared to the beginning, obviously. Though I still think that... Does this not break away? Halfway thought it would maybe break away. I still think that the scaling of the holy pots is a little bit off. They feel weaker than the fire pots, especially considering that they also don't have, or they also additionally cost FP. I guess I probably just have to drop down to them to go back up to the statue. Yeah, I think that's maybe what I have to do. Let's try one of these, although I have a feeling they're gonna run at me and... Yeah, well, not bad. It's a bit better than I thought it would be, to be completely honest. The range is a little bit annoying. Yeah. Against enemies like that, the thing that makes them very, very effective is... Oh, winged misbegotten ashes. The thing that makes them very effective is... Oh, there's another one sleeping. The fact that the enemy sort of gets stunned within them, right? Though, maybe that's not actually the case. I feel like in this particular case it is more about them sort of waking up and therefore being continually standing in the fire stuff. Let's take a look at the summon. This makes me wonder if they maybe did sort of put this many summons into the game because they wanted them to be an additional source of information for the player about enemies. This almost, at this point, since most of these are completely pointless gameplay-wise, it feels like they're more almost a bestiary, right? Some sort of compendium that tells you about the different enemies in the game. Which would be cool if these also talked about maybe specific weaknesses, maybe even sort of type advantages. Yeah. Spirit with the aspect of wings, which takes flight to loose arrows from its bow. The misbegotten are held to be a punishment for making contact with the crucible, and from birth they are treated as slaves or worse. The misbegotten... Made contact with the crucible. Were punished. For it. That's a bit... It's a bit strange. The Crucible, definitely one of those other things that is a hard concept to grasp, since the information that you get about it is very sparse. Hey, a rune arc. Oh. Oh. Apologies. Huh? That's cool. This is where this guy stood. Okay, that makes sense. Well, maybe I'll try using the uplifting aromatic. Don't know if it's really worth it. Don't expect this boss to be overly difficult. Then again, I'll never know, right? Can be multiple different things. Oh, it's a perfumer. Perfumer Tricia. Tricia? And a misbegotten warrior. Oh! Interesting. It did some sort of special effect on it, right? It had like a shield. Yeah. It cast some sort of shield on him. Okay, let's actually try using this. Oh! That's exactly the thing the perfumer's using. Oh, that's nice. And my mimic used one of my pots. Perfumer Trisha. Okay. Usually I'm not a friend of these double battles at all because they feel... Most of the ones that I did so far felt very, very cheap because they always felt as if they were only sort of... Because they sort of ran out of ideas, right? They couldn't design a unique boss, and so they just put two different enemies together. This one, for the first time, actually made sense to be a double battle. Maybe not the first time, but definitely the best. This was the best thematic double battle that I've seen so far. The fact that the perfumer, so you can, especially considering where we are, right, that these catacombs are below that perfumer ruin village thing, or, well, it's not a village, but it's a ruin that is connected to the perfumers, right? And then you go in here and you find these beasts and you're kind of wondering, well, what are these beasts doing here? But now it clearly seems as if the perfumers were maybe experimenting with them or entered like a contract with them or whatever. And the fact that there is this mage that is supporting or using his perfume bottles as a support and strengthening the beast with it, very, very cool thematic encounter. Very neat idea. This probably, fighting this on your own... well, I was dealing quite a lot of damage, but fighting this on your own with maybe not being able to deal as much damage as I was able to deal can be a very, very interesting encounter. And usually if you do this on your own, you probably want to try to somehow kill the perfumer first, right, before you deal with the beast. Yeah, in this particular case, if they do it this way, double battles do make sense, right? It's just that mostly, unfortunately, they kind of don't. I think there are a few that made a bit more sense. I mean, there was, I think at one point, that's been like ages. That might have even been back in Limgrave or something. I think there was a cave that had two beasts as the final boss. But they had very distinctive names to the point where it felt like they were almost... I don't really want to say a couple, but they were sort of the mom and dad of that particular beast tribe or whatever. That's what it felt like. So that made sense as well. But for the most part, most double battles were sort of kind of a cheap knockoff or cheap thing, right? Where they just put two random things, or well, maybe not random, but two things just together to, oh yeah, now there's two of them, so it's more difficult, right? This actually made sense. Very, very neat idea. And once again, we get more information about this Trisha person. Spirit of Trisha the Perfumer. Trisha was once known as a healer who dedicated her efforts to treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. When her efforts failed, she was their companion as they died, watching over them to ensure that they could pass peacefully, free of pain. A tale akin to the origins of the deathbed companions. So now we get maybe a first hint at some connection that I didn't know about previously. Treating misbegotten. Omens. This also explains why there was this omen killer up above, right? I was wondering what their connection was to the perfumers, but now that makes sense. So they hunt down omens, possibly trying to kill them, but with the perfumers, they probably... maybe they hunt them down, right? They deal with them, but they don't necessarily kill them. Then the perfumers come in and try to treat them, and only if that's not successful, then the omen killers just finish them off, right? So when efforts fail, ensure painless death, I guess. And is this, or are these the origins of the deathbed companions? Question mark. I haven't heard of fear in a very, very, very long time now. That has to come up at some point again, right? Okay. Unsightly catacombs. So these are dealt with. I think I kind of looked at this area yesterday while going over here, so now I'm going to take a look at the lake. Also, do I have enough runes to level? By the way, can I actually... I'm still missing a golden seed. And I don't have any sacred tears either. It's been a while since I found one as well. 500 more. Well, that should be possible. Let's see. That would be 3 of these. So what did I say yesterday? I leveled mind. Now we're putting 1 point more into intelligence, and then mind again, and do it that way. One thing that I very much do like is that somehow I've actually gone back and put a lot of points into intelligence. I'm not really role-playing any sort of character anymore, but typically intelligence is a stat that I like to go for in RPGs, so it's just kind of funny to me that, you know, for a while I sort of gave up on that because it felt like it wasn't really worth it to level intelligence. But now I went back on it. Seems like an interesting lake. So there's a bunch of these plants here, but it doesn't necessarily look like there's anything of value here. Like no item or... Wow. A couple of nascent butterflies, a lot of crafting materials, but... I mean, obviously there could be a... I speculated, I think, that there might be a cave or something all the way at the back. A lot of these floating... I want to call them squids, that's not their name, right? We do have an item here. Gold firefly. I mean, clearly this does lead to somewhere. There's a whole lot of these plants, but it really doesn't look like there's anything else here, right? Not missing any sort of item or anything else. They spew a lot of poison. Not really worth dealing with, though. Okay, let's see. Bunch of skulls. Is this a cave? Looks like one, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. Sage's Cave. Interesting. Okay, so this is more below these ruins. From the map, I was thinking that maybe here, with the water sort of flowing into something, that maybe that would be a cave. Maybe I want to go back there, though. I mean, looking at this might just be sort of the, well, not a spring, but some sort of mountain river that emerges from below the rock that's responsible for this lake being here. I mean, I can take another look at it once I clear out this cave. Very obvious hidden wall. At least in this case, it makes sense, right? Yet another thing that I've talked about at length in the past is that here it makes sense. So this is like a sage's cave, apparently. So it's very logical that they would employ magic to make sure that their cave or their world isn't, that they're not found by other people, right? By unwanted visitors. So it makes a lot of sense that they would use fake stone walls like these. The problem is that a lot of the other fake walls that exist within this game don't have a good explanation like this, right? So that's a bit of a shame. Are these actual lost ashes of war? Rejuvenating boluses. It's a very cool cave, I'm not gonna lie. It's a very, you have access to fresh water. Very much seems like a proper hideout, where you can possibly survive for a very, very long time. And definitely can hide effectively as well. Huh. Just very strange that there are mostly these death skeletons here. Also, I thought he was dead already. I wonder what this was about. So, this is actually a pretty awesome detail, I feel like. Because, I mean, think about it. If a person possibly discovered that there are fake stone walls in this cave, this seems to be another very, very obvious fake wall, right? Especially with the fire placed in front of it. So I wonder if whoever lives here purposefully put this wall in, sort of saying, well, if whoever came into my cave already discovered 2 fake stone walls and made it this far, they're probably gonna think, oh, there's another fake wall, I'm just gonna go through there. And then you're immediately attacked by the enemies here, right? Whereas in this particular instance, it actually would have been more beneficial for me to take the path that I took first, to not be immediately attacked by these guys. That's a pretty neat detail, right? Although, well, then they also hide a bunch of stuff here. Maybe I was actually not correct on what I just said. Candle tree wooden shield. A black hood. Okay, so we have the candle tree wooden shield. Tall, medium-sized wooden shield, light for its size and easy to handle. Thought to represent a surreptitious prophecy of cardinal sin, the lit candle tree design was forbidden. What? Surreptitious prophecy of cardinal sin. I guess the imagery of a candle tree would sort of imply that you set fire to the earth tree, maybe? That's why it was a symbol of a cardinal sin? Oh, right, and the black hood, right? Hood of lustreless black fabric that conceals its wearer's identity. In this world, there's very little that must necessarily be known. Huh. Definitely a cool fashion piece. I was incorrect, though. This is actually a different path altogether. What? And you just don't care, or what? So he's purposefully placed here to make the player find this chest. It's also interesting. Once again, they're just giving you back the stone sword key that you're using in order to enter the cave. I don't know. I guess the idea would be that the player has to be somewhat attentive to actually find these stone sword keys and get them back. But honestly... Golden Great Arrow. Wow. I think that's actually the first time that I found them. I found these previously. Carved great arrows made together with the Earth Tree Great Bow. Deals holy damage. Imbued with an Oath-Sworn incantation, which boosts the attack and defense of the archer and their nearby allies. It does make me think, didn't I want to potentially change to something that can deal magic damage and scale with the intelligence? I'm now realizing, okay, so it's not the crossbows or the bows. No, wait, the bows actually do scale. So the difference would be that the crossbows, man, how does that work exactly? So the crossbows don't scale with anything, suggesting that the only thing that's important to them. They do have physical attack power, though. So how's the damage calculated on them? Do they just not scale with anything? Or rather, the bolts are maybe the only thing? No, they don't scale with anything either. That is weird. Oh well. Why is there dragon wound grease here? Raptor talons. Claw comprised of two sharp thin blades, wielded by the assassins of Ravenmount. This weapon allows them to imitate the attacks of deathbirds. Besides excelling at airborne attacks, its charge attack mimics the vicious swoop of a bird of prey. Wielded by the assassins of Ravenmount. Did I say Ravenmount? Ravenmount. Well, that name makes a lot more sense. Huh. Okay. Is this a dead end, or... Oh. This leads to the boss. So I guess this other wall here is just for hiding an additional treasure chest? It is. Raptor's black feathers. That looks awesome. A skeletal mask. Oh, is that the stuff that these skeletons are wearing? It must be, right? Well, maybe not exactly the same thing, but... Robe crafted with the black feathers of a bird of prey, worn by the assassins of Ravenmount. A ritual implement for transforming into a deathbird, if only by imitation. Strengthens jump attacks. We are birds of prey, bringers of death. This strengthens jump attacks? That's pretty cool. Well, for me, personally, I think the stats are probably, yeah, they're definitely worse than what I'm wearing currently, but... That is a very, very cool additional effect. Especially since it's on a body piece, which usually only the headpieces have the special stuff, right? Skeletal mask that tightly grips the face. This ritual implement relentlessly digs into the wearer's face, preserving one's human instincts while dressed in imitation of the deathbirds. Ugh, that sounds concerning. Wait, is this like a secret entrance to the same boss room? Probably, huh? That is an interesting choice. What's the point, though? Necromancer Garrus. This is also something that they should do a lot more, I feel like. Having humanoid enemies in these places. Family heads? What is that? Yeah, having humans, I don't know, this adds so much, right? Because now you realize, okay, this was the guy that was hiding here, he was possibly doing research or whatever, right? Employing necromancy, clearly. I don't know, this adds way, way more to these places rather than just having a random beast as the final boss, right? It was a little bit underwhelming because he didn't really have that much HP at all, but yeah. I do wish there would be more encounters like this. What is this weapon, though? What's it even supposed to be? So it's half sort of staff, and the top is just sort of a branch with heads on it? 3 bludgeoning copper heads attached to a handle by chains. Signature weapon of Necromancer Garrus, the heretical sage. The heads were made to resemble those of his wife and 2 children. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, so he possibly lost his wife and 2 children. I'd assume that's why he became a necromancer, probably, right? Is because he lost his wife and 2 children and said, oh, well, then I'm gonna try and revive them. Unique skill, Familial Rancor. Gently rattled the copper heads to summon vengeful spirits that chased own foes. The anguish of a spouse and children invites accursed wrath. Yeah. I can imagine. Wait a second, though. Okay, so the... What? The actual entrance that I found earlier was the correct one, not this one hidden beneath the wall. Oh, never mind. Maybe there's yet another boss in here. Black Knife Assassin. Oh, right. They are always sort of optional encounters. Really? Did I hit him? I think I did. This is pretty awesome, though, that he sort of hides on or in the water. Concealing Veil. Okay, so we did have two different bosses here. Is this the second Black Knife Assassin that I found as an optional boss somewhere? I definitely found one in some catacombs, in some sort of side chapel room. Makes me wonder if he may be... What's wrong with their... Why are their legs transparent? What the fuck? Are they dissolving, or is there some sort of weird magic going on here that the Black Knife Assassin used to become invisible on the water? But yeah, I wonder if the Necromancer knew about this guy and he just left him alone, or were they sort of in agreement that they could both use this cave? Really curious about that. Or maybe the assassin just took this cave and didn't even know about the Necromancer? Or maybe that's because the Necromancer, or why the Necromancer hid behind fake walls, just to not be attacked by the assassin? Is that a talisman, the veil thing? It is. Concealing Veil. Conceals wearer while crouching away from foes. Talisman put together from dark cloth with a lustrous sheen. Completely conceals the wearer's presence while crouching at a distance from foes. Part of one of the concealing veils used by the assassins on the Night of Black Knives. That sounds pretty awesome. That is definitely a must-have item for an assassin's build, isn't it? Awesome. definitely a very, very cool cave. Not only thematically, but also in who you actually fight at the end. These were two really, really interesting boss fights. Obviously not really all that difficult anymore at this point, but still very interesting, and again, thematically, I think just very, very awesome. Okay. Dealt with this. I do want to take another look, though, at those... at that water edge. But I think it's just... yeah. I think this just might be where the water's coming from, sort of through the rocks. Or at least implied that it's coming from this point. Okay. That was a really awesome cave, though. Let's go back to these black coffin carriage things and see if there's anything else here that might be of interest. That's my site of grace, yeah. Smithing stone. I did fight these guys at some point. I think I fought one of them when I came here for the first time. They were somewhat difficult to deal with, but now probably not so much anymore. This is where I came from, right? This is the elevator leading up from the hidden path. Do I want to take a look at these ruins is the question. Yeah, possibly. Let's try and mostly, you know, do everything that I still have on the map until I go and get a new map piece. That's the lift. What's interesting is that these guys are the ones that have these weird things on their body that look like they've been growing additional limbs that have been cut off. And then remnants of the giants. Which is also interesting, right? Because the Grand Lift itself, the, I guess, quote-unquote proper path to get to this plateau, has two still functioning giants, or living giants, whatever. I don't know if they're actually living creatures. Here, they're clearly not living anymore. So, I don't know if I really thought about this in the past, but these carriages, right? They are meant to be sort of they're meant to be used for transporting coffins, possibly to catacombs, right? To get Earth Tree burials. That's what I think is their purpose. So the fact that they're all lying here, more or less destroyed, or at least sort of out of use, oh, hello. What the hell are you doing here? What is that magic that you have? Ancient Dragon Lanciax. Well, that was more potent than I thought it would be. Where the hell is my Mimic anyways? He looks awesome. He has like a different model. Oh. And then he just nopes out. Ancient Dragon. Well, that's interesting. So he... I wonder if I saw a wing of his when I looked at the capital from further away, because it definitely looked like there was some sort of wing sort of lying on top of the rooftops. Wonder if that's connected to this guy. I'm a little bit sad that he just vanishes. I mean, obviously we're gonna find him again at some point. Also very interesting that he appears here on this more hidden path rather than the actual one. Ancient Dragon. So yeah, he's definitely connected to the capital in some way. I mean, that can mean everything and nothing. No idea why there would be this Ancient Dragon here. Also, I don't know what magic he actually employed. That was some sort of red lightning magic, which is not necessarily something that I've seen before, I think. But yeah, coming back to these carriages, I just wonder why. Well, first of all, why are they lying specifically here, right? What prompted whoever did this to put all these carriages here? Which is kind of out of the way. Second question would be why this happened in the first place. Like, I guess Erdtree burials, once the shattering happened, Erdtree burials were not really able to continue in the same fashion. But yeah, why put these carriages here then? And we do still see some caravans roaming the lands that have these, right? I mean, the big carriages with the trolls that are pulling them, they still exist. Not many, but they do still exist. And then why are these weird creatures with their cut-off limbs, or seemingly cut-off limbs, standing around here? Did they emerge from these? Are they some sort of weird product of these dead people not getting a proper burial? And so they maybe rose again as these malformed creatures? Or were they just attracted by all of these dead people that didn't get buried properly? And now they're sort of searching for additional bodies to attach to themselves or something? Additional limbs? Well, I do want to know where this leads, though. This dragon was quite the surprise. Only issue is I've fought so many dragons by now that it's really not, that special anymore, unfortunately. I wish it was more special than this. At least it had... So the normal dragons, they only have 2 wings, right? I wouldn't even know what that would be called, but... This dragon has, or had 4 wings. Hello. Are you who I think you are? Beautiful vista once again. Just outstandingly beautiful. That is finally the capital. After 190 play hours, finally I can see the capital proper. Hello. Did not necessarily think I would meet you again.
Ah, we meet again.
We do.
It's been smooth sailing for me. The scarlet rot has stilled since last we met. As such, I've been able to continue my journey. Though rather vexingly, I realized that if I still had my sword arm, I could have aided you in battle.
Well, I don't necessarily mind.
Now I'm tracing the path Melania took, after unleashing the power of the Scarlet Rot, during her battle with General Radahn in the Caelid Wilds. I should like to meet her. This vanished woman. I think she's in the north, in the lands that lie beyond the Erd Tree.
In the north? Some more here, maybe? Interesting.
Now, she's passed into...
Oh, wait. No.
She's passed into
She's
the lands
passed
that lie
into
beyond
them.
the Erd Tree.
Why, though? Why are you doing that? Very peculiar choice. And a very dangerous one at that as well, possibly. Hey! I didn't even see this before. Another golden seed. That does mean, I think it does, it means that I can get another flask. It's been quite a while. Not this one. Nope. Had charged the flask. Nice. Not that I necessarily need it, but it's nice to have regardless. Huh. She's still standing here. What does she mean to the north, though? Because when I looked earlier, there isn't that much more beyond those windmills, it didn't seem like. Unless she's maybe talking about sort of those mountains over there. Mountain range behind it. It's not... It's more like northeast of the Erd Tree, but... I don't know. Yeah, now here these paths are converging again. Also, in terms of the music, this place, once again, it has this really awesome, I think those are trombones or something in the background that are creating almost this royal image, right? I just wish that the music would double down on that way, way more. Lux Ruins, instead of having this sort of basic, way more uninteresting music in between. There's definitely some sort of cave over there as well. Couple of beastmen sitting here. I guess the scarab must be on top of the mountain. Oh. Doesn't look like there's anything too interesting here. Innocent. Yeah, before so I'm gonna check out these. Before I go further, though, I'm probably gonna check out these ruins as well. Potentially try to access this cave. There's always still so much, right? So much to do. So I guess the way to get to the top is probably to go by these beastmen. I guess. Hello. Lightning-proof right liver. Again, interesting that they would have something like that. Huh. Okay, so this is blocked off. I guess you have to go the other way around to access the ruins. Do I want to do that? I don't know how far around I would have to go. It definitely looks a bit as if... it's not easily accessible from this point, I don't think. I can take another look. Let's see. Maybe these ruins do continue over here, and I just didn't realize. I don't think they were, but... Nope. That's too far. Let's go the other way first, then. Check out that statue in front of me. I have a feeling it might point to that mine-like thing that's on the map. Kind of a weird place for a swimming pool, but alright. The beast I quit. Oh! Hi! Another one of these lakes. Tibia Marina. Oh, hello! What the fuck? The hell are you? I was gonna say, can I not summon? Where the hell is the boat? This is definitely different. Windham Ruins. Oh. Are you serious? This is pretty cool and something that I didn't really even think about. Oh, wait. It's not the actual boss, is it? Oh, there you are. That's the guy I'm looking for. So he's just summoning this big skeleton then. Honestly, the amount of things that you can give your Mimic that are just plain OP, if used correctly, is pretty crazy to me. Deathroot and Tibia summons. Wait, you can summon that big guy? That big skeleton that I just fought? How the hell does that work? Ooh, this is also going to be interesting to see what the additional Deathroot does to the Beast Clergyman. Because last time I gave him one yesterday, right? He already attacked me, so what's another one going to do to him, I wonder? Is this a legendary summon? Or... doesn't seem to be... Or is it... Wait, is it a summon at all? Am I blind? What the hell? Is it an Ash of War or something? Or something else entirely? Oh, it's this! It's a sorcery! Summons those who live in death. Oh, never mind. These are... I thought, when I looked at it for a second, that the image depicted the big skeleton, but these are just smaller skeletons, I guess. Not necessarily bad. Summons a group of those lost in death. 3 skeletons will appear some distance from the caster and attack foes before disappearing. The dead have long been left to wonder. What they need is leadership. Probably not necessarily the best thing. Oh well. What I was going to say though, it's like one thing that I didn't even really realize before is just the way you can utilize your Mimic is kind of crazy, right? The fact that you can give your Mimic stuff that can support you as well. I mean, obviously it's logical that that would work. I just didn't really, I guess, realize what kind of implications that has. Because that's... Oh, shit, where the hell did you come from? Yeah, because that means that you can... I don't know, that shield, for example, that it just had, right? That's crazy to me, that your Mimic can shield you as well. And how effective that can be as well. Which honestly makes me wonder. Instead of having this Mimic that, at least so far, clearly seems to be the most obvious sort of choice for a summon. Like, not only does it not consume any FP for summoning it, but it's also just, it seems pretty OP, right? Especially since you can just do so much with it, right? It's basically completely up to you what the capabilities of your Mimic end up being. And also, I'm not even really paying attention to that, right? If you... if you're way more specific about the things that you equip, you can probably funnel the Mimic into only utilizing certain sorceries, right? Because currently I have a bunch of sorceries equipped that are just... that I'm not really even using. So if you sort of specifically choose support stuff, right? That would give you a lot more possibilities in terms of what your Mimic can give you as support stuff. But yeah, one thing where it sort of makes me wonder is, I I mentioned a couple of times that I feel like you just get almost too much stuff in Elden Ring, right? With all of the different pots and craftable items that you can use, and all of the different skills as well. I still think that it's a bit of a shame that you can only utilize one skill at a time. I think R2 should utilize the skill of your right armament, and L2 should utilize the skill of your left armament. So that's something that I think would make the game a lot more interesting as well. But then beyond that, I also think that it would honestly it would be pretty awesome if instead of having the summons, because I don't know, the summons are kind of a weird thing to me. I mean, I mentioned that a couple minutes ago as well, that most of them are pretty pointless, all things considered, because they're just... Oh, this just leads back to where it already was, okay. Most of them are pretty pointless, right? Because once you have... You can only ever summon one. So, already, you're just going to choose the best one, right? Makes all the other ones that you find completely pointless. Other than the fact that they do give a little bit of information, a little bit of lore information about certain enemies. But the thing is that when I really look at the Mimic, I honestly wish they would have given you maybe a permanent companion. Maybe even something that you can choose. So instead of having the summons that are, I don't know, they're just a bit weird in my opinion. I think it would have been better to have a permanent companion. Maybe even Torment, your horse, right? What if Torment could turn into... Like, it would be sort of a shape-shifting horse that could also turn into... like something else, right? And the reason why I'm thinking about that is that I think that it would be pretty awesome here in Elden Ring specifically to have a... Oh, he's flying up top there. To have something that is very similar to your Mimic, where you can specifically equip it with certain things, right? I mean, think about, let's say Torment was able to turn into some sort of special humanoid companion during battle. And you had an additional inventory or something specifically for your companion, for Torment, right? And Torment would then, just like the Mimic now, utilize the stuff you equip him with. And that way, it would actually be possible to use and utilize a lot more of the items that you get, right? Especially these more supportive type of items. So you could, you know, equip him with these pots that, or these perfume bottles that give you a shield, those kinds of things, right? Maybe you could even, depending on what kind of character you're playing, I mean, the game, especially with all the summoning pools and stuff, the game seems to be, even though the AI doesn't seem to be ready for it, but the game mostly seems to be set up in a way where they actually want you to fight in a group against enemies, right? Or maybe not in a group per se, but definitely two people, right, fighting together. I think that's actually the way it's purposefully set up for most of this. Right? Obviously, you can choose to still do it solo if you want to, if you really want to have a challenge, I guess. Though, arguably, most encounters aren't even really fun solo, because I don't think they're necessarily meant to be fought solo. I mean, obviously, that's kind of a fruitless argument, because at the end of the day, it just depends on what people want to do, right? So it doesn't matter at the end of the day what they're supposed to be. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters, right? But I'm just saying, instead of having all of these somewhat pointless spirit summons, I think it would have been more interesting and a lot cooler, and honestly would fit the entire game with all the stuff that you're getting a lot more if instead of having the summons, instead of having the mimic tier in the game, it would be much, much better to have an actual companion that you could equip with stuff and turn into whatever you want it to be, right? So you could have your companion be a tank, right? So, I mean, there are even these specific, isn't that a talisman or something? Was it a talisman or a spell or whatever that draws the enemy's attention to it, right? Obviously, if you play online with a friend, you can probably use that to your advantage and do exactly what I'm just saying, right? That one of you can play a tank, more or less, and the other one can play a support class or like a mage that attacks from a distance. And think about how awesome that would be if you could set up your companion exactly like that, right? If you put a lot of effort in, you could probably do exactly that with the Mimic tier, if you do it correctly. But the Mimic tier is limited in that you also need to have those things equipped. So you're kind of at the mercy of its AI doing what you want it to do, which most of the time I think doesn't really work all that well. Yeah, that would be solvable much better with a companion. And to that degree, now that I'm really thinking about it, maybe instead of Torment being your companion, your Finger Maiden could actually be a companion, right? Oh, didn't see you there. Think about that. That would also be really awesome. Because I was complaining about that as well, right? The problem with your Finger Maiden is that the amount of times that you talk to her is way too little. There's just not enough interaction there. You hardly see her at all. She appears a couple of times and then just sort of only appears at very specific points where you can listen to echoes of the past, but that seems sort of very random and arbitrary. It doesn't really have a lot of impact at all. I feel like it almost would have been better if they hadn't done that at all, because it just makes you wish that they had done it more, right? Which ultimately is kind of an awkward position to be in. So yeah, I think something like that, right? Making your Finger Maiden an actual companion that is constantly there supporting you based on the items that you give her, can either be a tank, some sort of paladin, all kinds of things, basically, right? I think that would have been really awesome. And also would have given a lot more reason as to why a lot of the items in the game exist. One thing, arguably, that it does, I mean, if a system like that would exist, I think they probably would have had to redesign boss AI in a way where it actually can properly deal with multiple targets, though. Or maybe not, maybe properly deal with multiple targets isn't really the right way to say this, but rather have attacks against it. So the thing is, if you set up your companion as an actual tank, the AI doesn't actually need to engage with multiple targets, if you will, right? So in that way, you wouldn't even really have to change that much. But I still think, you know, utilizing spirit summons currently and utilizing your mimic and stuff, a Pearl Drake talisman +1, definitely makes you realize that the AI just isn't really capable of handling multiple targets. And even if one of you would be a specific tank, so that the AI would focus on them the entire time, that would give completely free reign to the other person, right? Or your summon, or whatever, your companion. Whatever you will. So I think it would have been a lot better if they would design most enemies with that in mind, at least the bosses, to the point where they have special sort of abilities that give them means to deal with multiple targets, right? Either sorceries that attack both targets at once, or I don't know, special shields or other stuff that is capable of handling two targets, right? Or at least make it so that it's not as easy to just attack over and over again with no repercussions if you are the non-tank, right? If you're the support, then if there was an actual tank sort of setup, then as a support there would be almost no reason to like ever use anything defensive, right? If the boss just completely focused on the other person on the field, basically. I don't know, but yeah, the idea of making the mimic an actual companion feature instead of just the go-to choice for spirit summons, I think would have been a lot better. Also, well, making it mandatory, maybe not, but I don't know. I just really like thinking about stuff that can really take advantage. Oh. Did not realize there was a trap here. But yeah, having more stuff that can really take advantage, that's a long elevator, of all the stuff that exists within the game. I think that's definitely the biggest problem, is that going through Elden Ring really creates this feeling of almost missing big chunks of the game, because... Is there another... Oh, okay. That's what I heard. Because there's just, you know, so much stuff that you're just never going to use, right? In one given playthrough. And I don't know. Obviously it does also add replay value, so in that sense, you know, you could argue, okay, you know, gives you a reason to play the game multiple times, but at the same time, as I said, there's just too much stuff to the point where it really does feel like you're honestly just missing a lot. And I just wish there would be more ways of using that. And again, I'm just talking about expanding things that are already there, right? If the Mimic wasn't a thing, then I think I would have never really thought about something like this, so... Oh, right, it probably makes more sense to use this, now that I think about it, because they're weak to it, right? What? The fuck are you? What the hell was that? Did it spawn in incorrectly or something? That looked very, very funny. He was sort of stuck to a ceiling, but without the ceiling. What? Oh. Doing this does cost a lot of FP, though. The flame attack. It's not even really worth it, I feel like, but... Also, what is this? Nice. It's a neat trap. Oh, hello. What's this knight doing here? So there has to be another way to get over there then, huh? What's the knight looking out for? That's kind of a weird enemy to be in here, I feel like. I wonder if that leads back down, because... Well, I mean, there has to be some way to access that, right? These catacombs are pretty large. Sometimes I'm really surprised by that, right? They do a pretty good job of mixing it up in terms of, like, smaller caves, bigger catacombs. Sometimes they're smaller as well. But at the same time, I would say that sometimes they're going a bit overboard with these. Oh, hello. I was wondering whether there were bloodstains here. Yeah, sometimes I feel like they are... I don't know. They're always running the risk of these being a bit too boring, right? If you... Lightning Scorpion Charm. Because they look so similar. Definitely treading the line again, right? Right on the edge of it being too similar and too boring and too repetitive, yet still sort of really interesting in a lot of ways. Raises lightning attack power, lowers damage negation, okay. That probably means that there's going to be a stone sword key here somewhere. Ah, it's another one of these traps. Is this just gonna activate though, or... Ah, the floor. Oh, right. That's how it worked. So I could either try to run across, or I guess the going this way will probably get me to that other room, right? Behind the bars. Is this it? Oh, I think when I hit them from behind, I'm always a bit confused as to why I sometimes just deal more damage or less, but I think it's when you hit them from behind that they just take more damage. This is another one of these lightning traps, I guess. Whoa. Oh crap! Been a while since I've seen one of you guys. What? I thought I would have already killed you. These crabs are another example of an enemy that is weird to me, because for some reason they seemingly have decided that the crabs don't get larger HP pools. Like, they're always pretty much the exact same enemy from start to finish. Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook. That sounds awesome. Yeah, these crabs seem to be almost always the exact same enemy. I do think there are a couple of ones that had sort of slightly more attack power or slightly different effects. For example, I think there's one in Raya Lucaria that induces sleep, if I remember correctly. But for the most part, they're always more or less the exact same enemy, and they don't change HP values, which is the most important thing, right? Which makes them a very, very scary enemy at the start of the game, and now makes them pretty trivial, all things considered. It's a rather interesting choice, because I feel like with other enemies, they always seem to have like an additional version or something that just has way, way more HP. Though then again, that's also kind of weird, right? I think that probably is still the weirdest part about Caelid, that Caelid just has this, this additional... Oh, hello. Caelid just has this additional part to it where it's it just sort of randomly has way, way stronger opponents, which is especially weird when you when they're the exact same enemy, right? Hello. The fuck? Where the hell were you running? Let's actually throw this. Well, that was really... Oh, for fuck's sake. I always underestimate just how ridiculously long they can hold their attacks. Oh well. Is there another one? I don't actually think so. I do hear something else somewhere, but not entirely sure where that would be. That took longer than I wanted it to, but oh well. Not as elegant as I thought I would kill him, but that's not a big deal. Okay. Well, that's the door opened. Guess the only part that's left is there in the front? Or was there... Wait, what? Why does it go up immediately? That is strange. Wait, so it lifts up as soon as I enter the room? Apparently. Strange. I thought it was activated by you stepping on it. Also, do I just have to move back now, or what's the deal here? I thought this would maybe just lead back to the entrance, but doesn't seem to be the case. Now I actually do wonder how that is activated. Wait, am I missing something here? Is there another way that I could potentially take, but I just didn't see? Or maybe you're meant to jump down and sort of take this as the way back. That could also be the case. I have a feeling there was some sort of other way that I wanted to check out, but maybe I'm actually remembering that wrong? Let's see, wasn't there another path here at the entrance somewhere? Oh, yeah, that one. There's this small additional place you can jump to. I guess it's nothing special though. Just another material. Oh. What? That took a very long time to come back down. Not the most interesting catacombs ever. Let's see what the boss is. Judging by all of these things utilizing lightning magic, I'm wondering if the boss might be doing that as well. Also, wait, didn't I get an item? I completely glossed over that, didn't I? Wait, was that an item? Some ancient dragon stuff? Ah, right, the cookbook, right? This one, the Ancient Dragon Apostles cookbook. Lightning grease, drawstring, lightning grease, lightning bone arrow fletched, lightning bone bolt. Not necessarily something that I want to utilize, but also not bad at all. Lightning grease. Still wish I could utilize the greases way, way more. I know that it would be OP to be able to use them on weapons that already have a bunch of magical attack power. But, man, it would be so cool if I could additionally sort of poison enemies and stuff. Then again... Technically, I have additional slots still open, right? So I could definitely try something like, I don't know, having a small dagger or something, some other really quick or heavy weapon or whatever that I would be able to utilize greases on, right? Though at that point, arguably, you could just go for the poison pots or something, right? That will probably be a more effective strategy than to have to switch to another weapon just to poison the enemy. You have to use the grease as well and then switch back to your other weapon. I don't know. Oh. Okay. It's just a watchdog that has a lightning tail. Makes sense. Whoa. Wait, did that reflect on the wall or something? That was funny. Oh, that dealt insane damage to it. Holy fuck. My mimic and I are annihilating these bosses. Fucking hell. Gloughford Picker's Bell Bearing. Hey, that is something to make you able to buy the ghost Gloughwords, I'd assume, right? Or Gloughwords in general. Well, yeah. Definitely a bit on the more underwhelming side, these catacombs. Though an interesting spin on the burial watchdogs to have it deal lightning damage. Once again, kind of crazy though, right? My mimic throwing this pot that dealt permanent damage while I was shooting at it from the back with this magical sword stuff. Yeah. That's quite OP. Oh well. Let me think. Where the hell are these things? Are they under key items? Oh yeah, there it is. Grave Gloveword 1, 2, and 3. Great. Nice. completely useless to me. Another one of these really, really strange choices, right? Why the hell are they not giving you more of these particular items? These could be really, really cool drops. Instead of getting your 50th spirit summon, right? I mean, what am I supposed to do with it? Grave glove words, that are these ones. I have 9, 13, and 14 of the first 3. And they aren't even really usable, considering that there is no point to upgrading other spirit summons, right? So, like, why? Okay. Let me sort of clear up this side. Yeah, let me quickly go back to the round table hold, turn in the bell bearing, and possibly upgrade something? I don't know, do I have something that needs upgrading, or that I can upgrade? Not really, right? Oh, wait, the twin maidens are on the other side. Offer a bell bearing. Wait, did I already... I must have at some point found a bell bearing that actually gave me access to 4, 5, and 6, huh? Well, that's weird. I guess that can happen when you're designing an open world like that, right? Like this, where the player might find the stronger upgrades first. Still kind of a weird concept though, right? Especially considering that it's just completely useless to the player for the most part. I was just considering to upgrade maybe another bow or crossbow. But honestly, I don't really think there would be a point to that. I could upgrade this one though. It's actually been a while since I upgraded it. And I can upgrade my staff further. Yeah, well, that's definitely worth doing. Holy shit. I didn't realize how much stuff I had to upgrade it. Wow. Well, that certainly makes a big difference, doesn't it? What was it before? Plus 16, and now it's plus 23? Holy shit. Okay. Finger Seal isn't really worth it, because I'm not really using that many incantations at this point. Do I want to use the plus 9? I guess I'm gonna hold off on this for now. Also, it's still really, really weird to me that the staff and the seal that you pretty much... I mean, this is the one that I started with, right? And this is the first staff that I found, and they're both S tier scaling. Oh well. I have 60,000 runes left. I should be able to get to the next level though. 82,000, yeah, that seems reachable. Especially because I can probably just get rid of a bunch of stuff in here, for example. Temporarily boosts focus. Yeah, I don't think that I'm ever going to use this stuff, to be completely honest. I mean, it's not too problematic to just keep it in my inventory, right? But definitely get rid of these ones, though. $77, 80. What did I say? 82 something, right? Let's see, 81. 82, 133. Okay. 82, 133. Let's just sell this one. This one. Okay. Hopefully that has actually strengthened my sorceries quite a bit. Once again, just destroying the fucking furniture in here. Also, I do have another slot here. Wasn't there something that sounded pretty awesome that I potentially wanted to put in here? Not really, maybe, huh? Felt like there was something that I wanted to use. Honestly, I could just put the cure poison stuff in here as well, since I have the slots. This one probably wouldn't. Wouldn't really be that beneficial. Yeah, honestly, let's just equip the cure poison stuff. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Okay, so I leveled intelligence last time. Let's put one more point in mind this time around. Get mine to 25. And then, yeah. So intelligence 37 next, then mind 24, intelligence 38, mind 25, and then intelligence to 40. Okay. I turned in the bell bearing, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. Well then, let's go back to this cave, and I just quickly want to check whether or not I can access this cave from here. I don't think so. Like, technically, this should probably end... Alright, might actually be better to start from here. I think that just ends at that sort of mountain side where the jagged stones are. This start to the music is much more interesting than everything that follows, right? Okay, yeah. As I suspected, this doesn't really lead anywhere. Just a dead end. Let's take a quick peek, though. So this is the path to whatever mine cave thing is on the map, I think. What's that? Somebody running. Weird. Well. That does mean that I've basically dealt with everything that's on the map currently, except for this over here, this short section, but I think I'm going to attempt that once I'm sort of in this general area, or once I want to continue this way. Ah, there is another map point. Huh. Let's go there first. Let's grab this map point, see what it uncovers, and then progress from there, I think. Because if it also uncovers this sort of first part here at the Grand Lift, yeah, that'll be much more, that'll make much more sense. So I'm gonna try to just head straight there, I think, without engaging with anybody. More or less. Let me see. So it should be right this way, I think. So I can see the path. Can't specifically see the map point, but I think I'm just gonna sort of look for it. I don't know, this is a very, very big open space. It almost feels as if there's going to be... I don't know, maybe the dragon comes back or something? So honestly, it seems a bit too big and too open to not have something special attached to it, right? Especially since we're now so close to the capital. There is an item here. Oh, these guys are here as well. Oh. Already pretty close to the map point. Let's sort of go around them, though. What is that? Are those dogs that also have these weird cut-off limb pieces? Maybe they're not cut-off limbs at all, but just actual sort of weird... skin things. Hi. I did not actually expect to find you here, to be completely honest.
Ah, look who we have here.
Likewise.
Delightful to meet a familiar face, even after departing the Round Table Hold. I've been doing some learning of my own since then, actually, and will happily pass it along to you.
About the noble gold mask?
I'm yet to find the noble gold mask.
Oh, that
I suppose
that was his.
to the Erd Tree. The path ahead might be perilous, but tread it I shall. Since departing the Round Table Hold, I've come to understand, in my solitude, how little it is I truly know.
Likewise. That's a feeling you get a lot here. Get used to it. Okay. So that's why he left the Round Table Hold. I had forgotten about his little adventure. Wait, does he actually have anything new? Aren't these the exact same things that he had in when he was still at the Round Table Hold? Okay.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
This map is literally called Altus Plateau, though, so... Aha! It does uncover the entire thing. That is very interesting. So this is literally the capital, then. Ah, that's a very, very cool... Very, very cool way. So this sort of top part, that would be the mountain then, though, right? I'm still... One thing that is just so strange about this whole map is the sheer amount of stuff that they placed on it that is inaccessible but still looks like it's part of the map. First of all, this part is actually smaller than I thought it would be. Also, why is there somebody on the map? What? Oh, that's a finger reader crown. Okay, fair enough. But, I mean, this is inaccessible, right? This is more or less just background. At least that's what it looks like. Very, very similar to sort of these edges around the entire map, right? I'm just curious as to why they decided to make that part of the map, because that's usually not what games do, right? And it's especially weird because Limgrave, as the start of the game, doesn't have that at all. Now, obviously, that's also partly because of the structure of Limgrave, right? Limgrave is sort of the lowest part of the Lands Between, and you're slowly sort of moving further upwards, the closer you get to the Erdtree, right? So, in a way, it would make sense that then these sort of more raised plateaus have big cliffs that are leading towards the ocean. So that definitely makes sense, but it's still... I don't know, I'm just still very, very curious about why they decided to depict it in this particular way. Because at a glance, it just looks to be part of the map, even though it isn't, right? Especially since then, a couple of parts like these are still... they're sort of lower again, and they look very similar, yet are part of the map. But, well. This is very interesting, though, because there is this slight line here, suggesting that there might be something else up here. So these floating ruins, I think they have to be somewhere over here, right? It's also very, very interesting, but that's, I mean, obviously a specific choice that they made is how these map pieces uncover the map, right? Because I think that this Divine Tower, for example, that looks as if it's very, very close to Caelid, is in fact actually connected to this sort of mountain range behind the Erdtree, I suspect, at least. It would make sense, right? So that's why it's still not uncovered on the map. Also, the fact that there is this sort of part here of this weird middle lake that is still not uncovered makes me think that maybe there's going to be something there. Or maybe it's just how it looks on the map. Now that I really think about it, the Erdtree is sort of in this area, right? So whenever you uncover the part of the map that also has the Erdtree on it, it'll probably have like the big crown of the Erdtree, right? The big tree crown also be, at least somewhat be part of the map as well. So maybe that's why this isn't really uncovered yet. Also, it just sort of makes sense because this is sort of the first thing that you uncover, right? And it's definitely very cool. The map does extend a lot further north than you originally think it would. Also, wait a second. This is the edge, right? This continues all the way up here. And there are even what looks to be structures here as well. Are you telling me that the map extends all this way still? But how though? I mean, this looks like it's not part of the map really, or at least not part of the play space. So maybe there's just this sort of empty place that you can't really access, and then there's maybe a little bit behind the capital as well. Well, that's certainly going to be interesting. Okay. Because this is inaccessible as well, right? It's a large portion of the map, but it's still inaccessible. And this is not the Divine Tower, correct? I'm pretty sure this is just some sort of random island on the lake. I do have to remember to go back to Caelid at some point, though. Riley. That's in front of whatever this is, so. I think that's also, looking at the map, this is sort of the direct path to the capital, obviously, right? So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to teleport back here, take a look at sort of this area, and also go up to these ruins, because now, you know, I have the sort of access point. And then I'm probably going to go through this ravine, check out this cave, possibly kill this guy. Not entirely sure if I want to, but we'll see, I guess. And then clear out this place. And then I'm sort of going to slowly make my way more eastward. Probably going to check out this foresty looking area. It's interesting to me that this path also connects back here. That seems to be an optional route that you can take. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I want to approach this whole area yet. I definitely, sort of this big bridge, I'm gonna keep for last, though, I think. Because that's the actual access point to the capital, right? Still feels weird that I'm getting close to it, to be honest, at this point. Okay, let's go back here. Oh, oops. Right. I completely forgot about the fact that this is down below. Never mind. Maybe I'm going to take this one then. Yeah, that doesn't really make any sense to start back down. I mean, it probably wouldn't be too difficult to go back up, but it's also quite unnecessary in a way. So these are normal, what I assume to be capital soldiers, though. This whole section in front of the capital must have been a huge battlefield during the Shattering as well, right? Oh, hello. Oh, that's... I was wondering if there was one of these giants here, but... just these little soldier dudes. Oh, they have some sort of holy enchantment for the weapons, though, which is interesting. Not fast enough. Huh. Quite a big camp. Let's take care of these guys first, though. Wait, what? What? How much damage did I deal to him? Like 390 and 397 or something was his HP bar? Ah, there's one of the ogres here as well. So, I can't quite wrap my head around these huge translucent banners. They must be some sort of special magic, right? The thing is, or the thing that I find curious about them is that they were part of the battle against Radahn, weren't they? And in that battle, they actually indicated where I could summon my allies. So that it makes me think that maybe they were somehow utilized by the capital to summon their allies? Troll's Golden Sword. Sword given to the lesser giants who fought for the Erdtree during the war against the giants long ago. Though they have lost their minds, they stay inseparable from their swords that are in sad shape, such that the gold plating had flaked away. I wonder why the lesser trolls sided with the capital. Or the lesser giants, rather. I've always been calling them trolls to differentiate them better from the actual giants. Great Shield Talisman. Boosts guarding ability. Talisman depicting a knight holding a great shield. The Knights of Leyndell once modeled themselves after the Tree Sentinels. Their purpose is to protect that which deserves protection, and thus the shield always comes before the sword. They modeled themselves after the Tree Sentinels? So the Tree Sentinels were first then, huh? Oh, okay. This actually leads down this ravine. Well, hello. It's an interesting looking... It's not a cave at all, is it? Oh, so this just leads to this sort of lower section here. Okay. These small guys. So they suddenly work together with these other ones that are conjuring up these magical heads. I don't know. Sometimes I'm really struggling to make sense of the allegiances of some of these creatures. Oh, there is an Everjail here. Okay. An Everjail that for some reason needs to be unlocked with a Stone Sword key? Getting ever closer to the Erdtree. Still looks somewhat far away though, right? Okay, I don't think there is much else here, to be honest. This is probably just, well, the Everjail. Can we go back up to the lift from here? Probably not. Maybe. Oh, we can. Okay. Weird. Okay. So now we're back at the lift. Well, I mean, that doesn't really make that much sense to be here. Okay, I don't think there's much here, to be honest. Probably just a bunch of materials. It also doesn't look like there are any kind of ruins or caves on the map, so... Let's go back to this thing. There should be... America statue somewhere nearby, though? Usually there is. There is, yeah. I have the buff, I just... no idea where it is, but... oh well. Let's check it out then. Golden Lineage Everjail. Suggesting that whatever we fight in here might be somehow connected to the capital? Let's see. God of Troy the Grafted? Wait, what? Wait, this is... Is that just him again, though? But, like, the version without the dragon head attached to his hand? Weird. Ah, that was bad timing. Oh, fuck. He still has his insane combo attacks. How did I dodge that? Oh, I completely forgot that that made wind. Ah. That is... The weirdest part about this is that it feels as if enemies sort of... Oh, that curves? It feels as if enemies suddenly, like, later in the game are actually doing less combo attacks than what they did at the beginning. Feels like Margit and Godfrey specifically were actually enemies that did a lot of these chain attacks, like a lot. Completely underestimating his... range. Timing on his stuff is really annoying. Ah! For fuck's sake, I knew that would happen! I knew it! I should have healed! Fuck! Godefroy the Grafted. The fuck's that name even supposed to be? That does make me wonder what these Everjails are supposed to represent in the first place, though. I mean, what does this suggest, right? Does it mean that these enemies are sort of... I don't know, is there some sort of magical being or sorcerer or whatever that maybe wants to keep these twisted versions of former demigods or something as this jailed spirit? And that's why they exist? The Everjails... Some of them can be really, really fun. Obviously, they're kind of a simple yet interesting way of providing the player with an interesting sort of boss fight that is sort of randomly placed within the world, right? It's just that, in my opinion, they feel a little bit too gimmicky, right? They feel like they're just this pure gameplay element that's there for the player, rather than actually making sense within the world. I'm not saying that they can't still make sense. I mean, obviously, they also have these weird stone worms placed next to them, so clearly, I think there is some sort of lore reason as to why they exist. I maybe just haven't found the explanation to them or something. But that being said, I don't know. I wish they would have a little bit more sort of reasonable integration into the world. They feel a bit too detached and too random compared to a lot of other things that you encounter in Elden Ring. Also, yeah, this choice of enemy is strange. To find a Godfrey version in here that is just his first face, basically. Maybe I should try the uplifting aromatic as well. I think I definitely made this fight harder on myself than it needed to be. Maybe I shouldn't focus so much on my magical thingy. Ah, of course. I completely forgot about that as well. Okay, the weird part is if you actually do engage in sort of close combat with him, he does change up his moves quite a bit. That is such a weird move, right? If you mess up that particular thing once, it just completely messes with you for the entire time. How did that hit me so many times? What? What was that hitbox? Okay, this is exactly why he was so annoying at the start of the game. Because he has so much just bullshit stuff that only really comes out if you're engaging in close range combat, right? Once you're actually capable of dealing with him from further away for the most part. Also, his weapon just constantly switches the range that he has, right? Why does that hit me? Let's just do this, honestly. I pressed circle. I don't know why it didn't go off. What the fuck was that? What is that bullshit with his hand still hitting you even though you perfectly dodge his attack? Oh, for fuck's sake, this guy is annoying. I pressed circle. I don't know why it didn't activate. This is exactly why he was such an annoying fight at the start of the game. Because he has, I don't know. He's very, very weirdly designed. I don't know, he has the only things that really make him threatening at all are his weird gotcha moments. It's not even the fact that he has these insane, like, 7-8 attack combo things, but just that he... I don't know. It's just weird. He's just weird. I don't know what else to tell you. Oh, for fuck's sake. Now he starts this bullshit. I didn't even know he could do that. Oh, he has... Great. He has a second follow-up to that. That is so much bullshit. The stuff that he's doing is the dumbest shit I've ever seen a boss do in these games. It's like... It's not even challenging or anything. It's just weird. That is impossible to predict when that actually happens. But yeah, he has some sort of awkward stuff with his arm that he's doing. That basically means that you... Oh, oops. Definitely forgot about that. He's doing some awkward stuff with his arm that basically means that you can't... That you can't completely dodge roll his attacks. Because he's sort of grabbing or trying to grab you in a weird way. Well, if you're doing bullshit, then I'm doing bullshit, my dude. Also, the fact that those attacks then also stun you, right? They not only have this weird, sort of really awkwardly delayed animation to it, they additionally also just stun you. Much easier to deal with ranged attacks, though. Godfrey Icon. What a weird fight. And honestly, well, then again, compared to other Everjails that I tried, this one wasn't particularly difficult at all, right? But that's why I was very, very sort of on the fence about this type of boss early in the game, especially because the game pushes you so much towards the castle at the beginning, right? And towards fighting Margit and Godfrey. Because, well, now I obviously have a bunch of stuff to deal with him, right? I have, like, shields, things that strengthen me in a very particular way. I have a bunch of ranged attacks. My sword has a really powerful attack that I can utilize if there's an opening. You don't have access to this kind of stuff at the start of the game, right? Which makes his encounter just strange, because he has so much stuff that where he's very, very relentless in attacking. He has a lot of stuff that is just these gotcha moments. And also think about it, your healing is extremely limited as well at the start of the game, right? Not only do I have upgraded versions where I heal more per flask, but also I just have way more flasks. So I can deal with his bullshit now a lot better, right? And the only reason why I didn't one-shot him was because I sort of got cocky and thought, oh wait, you know, I don't need to heal, I can just dodge his attacks, which subsequently wasn't really possible. But yeah, now he isn't really threatening at all anymore. But and also this was without his second phase, right? And then you also need to think about that now I'm dealing good damage to him, or at least adequate damage. Whereas at the start of the game, the amount of damage that you're dealing, both to Margit and Godfrey, is laughably low, right? So for some reason they're specifically designed to... Well, I mean, that in and of itself wouldn't be too bad, right? If they just had a fairly big HP pool to where you're, like, where the game basically tells you, okay, you're not ready for these bosses yet, please go back and check out the Weeping Peninsula, check out Limgrave, right? And try to get stronger first before going back and fighting these bosses. That in and of itself would be fine, but it's just the combination of all of that, right, that makes them strange. And honestly, arguably, these very, very long-chained combo attacks and very cheap gotcha moments, they do appear again with other bosses as well, but not nearly sort of on the nose as they do with those first two big bosses of the game. And it's... I really want to know what led them to choose to design them like this. It's not even that it's bad design per se, but it is... I don't know. It just... The thing is, they're not particularly fun to fight at the end of the day, I think. That's basically what it comes down to, because the way their attacks are done, even if you're a really, really good player, right? That's the thing here. So, arguably, the way to deal with them, obviously, is to learn all of their different combos, to learn how their moves look. You can definitely do that, right? Theoretically, if you try this for a couple of hours, really, really get into the nitty-gritty of how his moves work and what he can do, what kind of attacks are delayed and how they're delayed. Also the fact that he has this gotcha with his hand, for example, right? If you know that, you can just dodge into a different direction. It would still be pretty difficult to pull that off, right? To basically do a perfect run of where you dodge almost everything correctly. But it's definitely possible, right? I'm not saying that they're bad designed in that regard. The problem is that kind of encounter, at least depending on the gear that you're using, can be very boring at the end of the day, because large portions of the fight will consist of you just dodging through his combos, right? And then you get one hit off, and then you dodge again, and then you get another hit off, and then you dodge like 3 more times until you get the next hit off. There are definitely openings that he leaves once you know where they are. But it does feel as if it's just this sort of endless array of dodge moves until you can properly hit him again. And that's... Also, they do a bunch of stuff that I'm not a big fan of in this fight in general. The fact that his weapon, well, obviously his weapon is sort of enchanted with these wind moves that he's doing, right? Which means, and that's also visually indicated, so it's not bad design in that regard, right? You do see, okay, the weapon has sort of extended range during certain combos, and there is a visual indicator for that as well. So it's easy to understand from a player perspective to a degree. But the fact that he can vary his range so much that his weapon just sometimes hits further because of this wind stuff is a bit... It's a bit finicky. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a bad boss design. It's just not a particular fun one. At least for me personally, I think. Oh well. We dealt with it. What to do next? Well, now I'm already in the ravine, right? I could just sort of continue this way. Oh no, I do want to go back to these ruins first, though. because I've basically already been there at some point. It's kind of funny that they throw their smoke bombs in the wrong direction when you approach them from the back. Ah, for fuck's sake, that also means that everybody else has respawned as well in this camp over here, right? Didn't think about that. Oh well, I don't necessarily have to kill them again, right? Unless there is... I think there is... okay, there is a guy on the horse back there. I'll come back to this. I'll come back to it. I want to go to those ruins first. I wonder if these two giants will attack me, because technically they're looking the wrong way, right? There is an encampment there. No, let's actually go this way first. This must have been an incredibly impressive way to go to the capital, right? The way it's set up, the sheer sort of size of this entire path is quite ridiculous, to be honest. Also, these two guys seem passive. I wonder if they probably don't attack you unless you get either really, really close or maybe to a specific point or something. It is somewhat interesting that they're turned around this way, right? So they're protecting the Grand Lift? But isn't this the wrong way? Well, hey. Didn't actually know there was another one up here as well. Makes sense. Altus Plateau. Yeah. Well, that makes a lot more sense, though. Now... For some awkward reason, this doesn't have the Guidance of Grace, right? This one has, that one has, but this one doesn't. I really, really like these golden trees. That is such a cool... Oh, hello. Such a cool aesthetic to this entire place. Should have probably attacked me a lot quicker than just screaming at me. Also, the choice of enemies is just really curious to me on this Altus Plateau. A lot of these basic beastmen and basic soldiers. I mean, obviously there are also stronger enemies here, right? It's not just them, but there's quite a lot of easier enemies here as well. Lux ruins. Once again, kind of a cool spin on this whole ruin take, right? They're basically the same ruins that we've seen a million different times now, but have the neat little difference that they're split in two, right? One being up above here, the other one's being down below. Not a big altercation at all, but just something to keep it interesting. Oh. Can you stop running around? He didn't even attack me, he was just running around me in circles. I can still hear the scarab. Where the hell is that? Oh, there it is. Oh no! Fucking hell. Is there a way to make it visible again? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh! I accidentally burnt the guy in here. Well, that's unfortunate. Ugh. Okay, so that means if I want to get whatever item he has, I probably would have to go back all the way to the site of grace, and then come back here again. Oh, there's a statue of Marika here. Maybe I can purposefully die to the boss or something? Nah. That would also be pretty annoying. What the... If there is a boss here. I mean, I assume there is. There's a way to respawn as well. Yeah, there is. Hello. Hi. Another one. Holy shit, you have even less HP than the last one I fought. Gillica. What the heck? What? Really? I mean, in theory, right? It definitely makes sense that this sort of beast, sorcerer, sorceress, whatever, in theory it makes sense that it's definitely easier than the Godfrey from the Everjail. But the difference in strength, and especially in HP, is very, very weird, considering how close these two are together, right? Ritual Sword Talisman. At this point, it's really not even worth it to summon my Mimic anymore, even. Raises attack power when HP is at maximum. Okay. Talisman patterned after swords used in ritual combat held to honor the Earth Tree. Raises attack power when HP is at maximum. The practice had died out by the age of King Consort Radagon, but remains of the arenas where ritual combat took place can still be found in every land. Not necessarily a very bad talisman. Typically you want to be at maximum HP anyways, right? Not necessarily a good one for roaming the open world, because I feel like in that particular instance, you very often have... no, let's use this one. You very often have the case where you are just, like I am now, running around with not maxed out HP. But against boss fights, you typically want to be at max HP, right? Because they also deal quite a bit of damage with their attacks, usually. Okay, well... I'm gonna keep this in mind for later. I really can't be bothered to run back to it right now. I think I'm gonna rest at the Site of Grace and then we'll tackle this ravine and do whatever that is. Seems to be sort of the, well, not necessarily obvious first choice, but definitely, why am I not just teleporting? Definitely somewhat of a good first choice. Being so close to the capital, though, it really, really... You really kind of want to continue that way, right? Really want to check out what the hell that whole thing is about. Can I jump down here, or is that too high? Should be fine. Yes. Okay, I've been to this camp as well. Oh, there are explosive barrels. I didn't even realize. Okay. We'll be back here anyways, but... Once again, this just looks like a very, very big open space, doesn't it? A lot of big open spaces here. Which I like very much, although this looks like there probably is some sort of bigger monster that'll appear here. But I like it very much that they specifically chose this this place to have these big open areas, because in this case, Ash of War Bloodblade. Ah, that's the cool one where you can sort of attack from a distance, okay. Well, never mind, maybe there isn't actually anything here. Oh, it's just a big crab, okay. Bye-bye. But because of these golden orange trees, big open areas in this this place particularly look very, very stunning. What is... Ah, that's the thing that I saw from up above. This weird Ghost Rider thing. Whatever it might be. Is he trying to run away from me? Oh, for fuck. Why does that stop you? What a weird choice, right? That's not really thought all the way through. I mean, obviously it should hit you, right? I'm not saying that it shouldn't hit you, but it just doesn't make sense that it would completely stop you in your tracks while you're on the horse. Also, it just kind of feels bad, as if it's almost like a buggy physics interaction, more so than, you know, an actual proper feature. Oh, he fell down. These guys have the swords stuck in their back, though, suggesting that they pulled a carriage at some point. And there is a gust of wind there. And suddenly they're also... I wonder if they specifically placed so many caves with these stone sword keys here that are locked behind them because they maybe didn't necessarily want players that came here sort of right away to be able to easily access all this stuff. Right? Like maybe they wanted the players to still have mysteries left here, even if you come here early. Because I think the Stone Sword keys can definitely be a limiting factor at the start of the game. Well, I'm saying the start. Getting here would still, unless you know what you're doing on the first playthrough, would probably, you know, still require quite a bit of, well, skill, not necessarily, but definitely dedication, I think. I mean, in theory, you would be able to go around most of the stuff. Okay. I really don't like that these mines have a very, very similar design every time. Let's unlock the Site of Grace first and then go back and deal with the, with all the stuff up top. So this is the old Altus tunnel. I wonder if this leads somewhere specific. I didn't really expect it to be this gust of wind here, to be honest. So this leads further up again, it feels like. But I don't think this place is connected to anything in particular. Okay, I think you can just walk down. Yes. Okay. And then, if they're leaving these caves empty, I don't know. Doing some slight alterations to the layout of these places, in my opinion, you know, probably wouldn't have been the worst idea. This way, that was just kind of unnecessary, right? Just, like, leave the caves out. Just don't implement them in this version of the cave and that'll be fine. The fact that you can always jump down the exact same way every time is just a bit unnecessary, I think. There's a lot of explosive barrels here. Oh, hi. How did that not connect? I thought I specifically sort of attacked at the right moment, but seems like I misjudged my timing. Okay, these guys are usually very, very weak to fire, right? I do have the flame sling still, so in this particular case I might want to utilize that more. I could go with the fire pots as well, because I don't really have that many fire blossoms left. Well, then again. Also, I do have to say that I very much like the uplifting aromatic. The fact that it gives you a shield makes it a lot more usable compared to other sort of support items that only have one effect. Almost makes it similar to the flask, right? Okay, bunch of ways to move down, one way to move up. Honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed by the items in here so far. Considering where this cave is. Definitely expected a bit more, rarer stuff, I guess. Okay, maybe that's actually not that good. Ah. This time it worked, just not for the one that I was actually trying to attack. Okay, never mind. I don't necessarily think that the fire is overly useful. Oh, hello. Somber Smithing Stone 6. Well, that's not too bad, I guess. Yeah. At this point, my magic is just straight up better. So... I think this just seems to be a dead end. Yes. It's just weird that the normal smithing stones in here, I expected them to be at least like 6 or something. I mean, maybe there are a couple of that in here as well. Bolt Drake Talisman, +1. Okay. I wonder if the +1 or +2 is random. Or if that's still specifically placed. I wonder if the game just assigns a random sort of plus number to it if you already possess one of them. Might be the case, right? Oh, there's the ladder. Never mind. I was slightly confused as to how you're supposed to get back up, but there is, in fact, a ladder. Hello. Wait. Do we not have the other one? Oh, these were, I completely forgot about that. Those were the other ones. Kind of wish I had... I mean, maybe it still works. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Bye-bye. The other one didn't really care about that at all, huh? Bye. Wait? What's up with these guys not caring about, like, their fellow soldiers? They just let them die and don't even realize that somebody died behind their back. Oh. Oopsie. Didn't even realize there was an enemy still left here. I thought that was just a blue crate. The dogs as well, right? Aren't they usually pretty aggressive? Oh, a troll's hammer. I think I had that weapon at some point in the past. Aren't the dogs usually very aggressive enemies that pretty much run out the instant they hear or see something? On the smithing stone 6. Yeah. I mean, it's okay that they that they've gone with like 2 different upgrade items, one for the more sort of magical or unique weapons and one for the normal ones. I don't necessarily have a problem with them being 2 different types of upgrade items. I just think that the upgrade path for magical items just makes way more sense. I think it's just kind of weird that the normal weapons go to plus 30, the magical ones go to plus 15. I think the normal ones should just also go to plus 15 and require 1 upgrade material per upgrade. I don't really see any reason why that should be different. I don't know. Just... Obviously, you know, saying that it overcomplicates things, no, that's not actually what it is, right? Obviously, it's not particularly complicated. But I don't know. It's once again yet another weird difference that it's just straight up unnecessary, right? It fills up your inventory more. Well, not really, but I don't know. It's just somewhat of an unnecessary difference, I feel like. Okay, I think I had this Troll's Hammer in the past at some point and just sold it. Or maybe had a different version of it. Mining tool of stone digger trolls used to crack bedrock. Trolls are descended from the giants, and these were supposedly once used as ceremonial smithing tools. In the distant past, smithing was considered divine. Which is also why Ranni's smith is a troll, right? The only nice one, unfortunately. Oh, right, and then I also got the... where is it? This one. The Erdtree Surcoat. Bears the majestic likeness of the Erdtree. Its golden backing is an honor bestowed on no other soldiers. With that as well, seeing the detail on all of the soldiers and what they're wearing and everything really makes you wish that these were actual RPG factions, right? Factions that you could engage with instead of them just being the exact same zombie-like state everywhere, right? Because now, like, yes, there is a visual difference. Yes, there is a lore difference. And if you're interested in that kind of stuff, it's still very interesting to look at their crests and everything, right? But at the same time, it feels like a lot of wasted potential, to be completely honest, right? Where usually I would say, you know, in a game that's leaning more towards the RPG side rather than the action side, there would probably be a lot more interaction with these different kinds of factions, and seeing actual soldiers doing actual soldier things and interacting with them in a non-lethal way, I don't know, to me that would be a lot more interesting. A stone digger troll. Well, I did expect as much, seeing that we found the weapon. He looks interesting because he seems sort of golden, mostly probably from whatever this stuff is. A great club. Well, that's pretty cool that they also give you a bunch of these exploding barrels in here as well. Overall, though, I have to say, considering that this is like a specific mine that is also marked on the map on the Altus Plateau, somewhat of a disappointing outcome, not gonna lie. Kind of expected a bit more from this. Where's the club? This one, the Great Club. An enormous club of hard wood. Wildly hammering foes with this striking weapon requires no dexterity, only brute force. While it may seem sacrilegious, this weapon is said to be a withered branch of the Earth Tree. Imbued with holy power, this weapon will never snap. Skill golden land. Thrust armament into the ground, then gather strength to unleash a blast of sacred energy that coalesces into golden darts. Follow up with a strong attack to swing the armament in a sweeping strike. Isn't this also what sometimes the tree spirits that you find next to minor earth trees use as a weapon? I think it is, isn't it? Because they also sort of thrust their weapon in the ground when they create these arrows that are flying towards you, I think. Or it might be some sort of variant on it. At least the mine wasn't too big. That's also sort of, right, if these things are sort of very big places, then it's almost a touch more disappointing, right, when you, let me actually heal real quick. In those instances, it always feels a bit more disappointing when you, go through all the trouble of clearing out a very, very big cave or whatever, big mine, and then it's, you know, kind of unsatisfactory. So far, the game has managed to mostly avoid that, right? Either it was a pretty big cave or pretty big catacombs or whatever, and then usually they also had somewhat of a more unique or stronger foe at the end, or some sort of more interesting loot. And every time it's been a bit more on the easy side, or you know, not as interesting loot as in this case. You know, it's just okay, this troll weapon, cool. Yeah, in those instances, they also sort of mostly place smaller caves or something in front of it. Where was the gust of wind? Okay, that is there. So that's not actually to progress this way. That is to access this sort of upper portion. Okay. Well, that's fine. And that's where the summon is. Do I wanna... I know that the mana doesn't exist anymore, but... I don't know. Do I still want to kill this guy? Riley the Idol. I don't even know who that is. Let's just do it. Maybe we'll get some cool loot from it. Also, I wonder if this will lead to us... I wonder if this will lead to us getting more... Well, that didn't properly hit him, huh? What? Why am I stuck on the fucking... Ugh, I hate that. Also, why doesn't that properly damage him? And why do they always attempt to heal even though they've already used up their one heal? Didn't even give me anything. No idea who this guy is. Oh, now it gives me something. Crapus's Vial and Black Key Bolts. What the hell is that vial? Is that a key item? Wait, didn't we get some key item the last time I invaded the world? I don't actually remember. Wait, is it a key item? I don't think it is. Yeah, this makes me wonder if now I... Oh, actually I only have one stone circle left, but I can still buy a bunch, I think. Can I? Maybe? Maybe it's a talisman? Yeah, I am wondering whether or not it is. I'll still get new tasks at the manor, or if you have to do them all before defeating Rykard. Which would be kind of a weird thing, right? Considering that you enter the manor, and then the sort of natural progression path for most players would probably be that you go through the entire manor and through that entire level in the volcano, and ultimately encounter Rykard. Whether or not you manage to defeat him might be another argument, but eliminates all sound made by the wearer during movement. Holy shit. Small mysterious bottle with a dark mist sealed within. Absolutely stunning design, by the way. The detail on that? Very awesome. A ritual implement used by Round Table Hold assassins. There was a time when Tarnished, who had strayed from guidance, feared nothing more than utter silence. Okay, so I think I found something about these assassins in the past as well, right? I completely forgot about the fact that they were sent out by the Round Table Hold and basically dealt with Tarnished that, strayed from their path. Which also makes sense that the manor would want them killed because, if they're doing blasphemous things, right, and going against the Two Fingers and the Greater Will, then obviously they would want these assassins to be dealt with. These two items could make an absolutely awesome combination though, right? Holy shit, you can actually be a proper assassin. At least in PvP. I don't know how well that will work for PvE, but... What is interesting is that Tanith still seems to be in Rykard's boss chamber, so... Yeah, does make me wonder if somehow magically there'll still be a new letter waiting for me at the manor. Also, from down here, this place looks a lot bigger. Holy shit. What the hell is this castle? Or destroyed castle, rather. This looks a lot more intriguing and special than I thought it would be at first. Once again, beautiful vista, beautiful establishing shot. I would like to have a Site of Grace here, though. Okay, so we have toxin slug things, we have plants, we have these weird skeletons that emanate toxic stuff. A whole bunch of them, in fact. Yeah, this honestly looks like a very, very big place, doesn't it? Oh, there's the Site of Grace, okay. So... I guess the proper entrance would be over there. The other thing that I just remembered as well is that I actually acquired another death root, right? So I actually wanted to go back to the Beast Clergyman and see if he's going to attack me again. Which would be the perfect opportunity to also go back to the manor and see if there might be something there as well that I might want to take a look at. I don't know, it feels weird, especially considering sort of the reaction that I got from Tanith as well, where she wasn't all that concerned about Rykard dying in the first place. For fuck's sake. Oh wait, I have the, didn't I equip? Yeah, I did. Already forgot about the fact that I had this equipped. Yeah, somehow the... Oh, seriously. Somehow the fact that Tanith remains in the boss chamber makes me think that maybe you'll still get the kill orders. I don't know. I just, you know, completely honest here. It would be very, very weird if you can sort of completely lock yourself out of being able to do them simply because you just straight up go to Rykard and kill him. And it's not even like I say straight up go to Rykard. That's not, in fact, what I did, right? It's still quite the journey to get there. It's quite a big level, and I even did a lot of other stuff sort of around Volcano Manor as well. So it's not like I just sort of rushed in there and immediately killed him, right? The Shaded Castle. Oh, there's the Site of Grace. I was slightly confused for a second. I thought that this entry point would pretty much lead you to the Site of Grace right away, and yeah, it does. This is a pretty cool castle. I also like sort of the approach that they took, because with a lot of the other castles, be it Volcano Manor, Stormwind Castle, what have you, they feel sort of a lot more like they funnel you into a very certain opening, right? They feel way more like a level, whereas this feels like an open place. Obviously, it still has a very obvious entrance point, right? And does create a level like through that. But the way it's sort of laid out in the open, it's this big valley as well, where you can overlook the entire castle, makes it feel like, I don't know, it just creates this very interesting feeling of you actually going in and sort of head-on dealing with this castle, instead of it just being, instead of it being an awesome sort of self-contained level, it's this big open place, essentially. Shaded Castle. Also, it seems to have a unique, or somewhat unique, picture here on the map, right? Okay, let's take a look at Volcano Manor. I do want to see if there's another letter lying there for me. If there isn't, then that's fine as well. I mean, technically, I probably would have received rewards from Tanith. Ah, there is. Okay, so that still continues for some reason. So whoever's giving these kill orders, Serpent Bone Blade. Never mind, maybe not. Either this was the last kill order, or maybe there's something else to this. Sounds like a very awesome weapon, though. Or maybe Raya is doing this? I mean, we haven't seen her again after I dealt with Rykard. No, that's the Godskin Stitcher. This one, Serpent Bone Blade, requires 22 dex, causes poison buildup. Wow! That looks awesome. Sinister Katana, modeled after a serpent bone. Oh, it's a katana. Right. The densely packed row of spines that jut away from the cutting edge are coated in a lethal poison. Okay. I would say that was definitely worth it. Let's rest at the site of grace real quick. I do want to see if there's maybe another item that appears there. Then again, we also still have Patch's thing that he was tasked with, right? So maybe that would lead to us getting a new task? Nothing there at the moment. This also still looks the exact same.
Oh, you allow me, our lords.
I mean, maybe she'll give us more tasks after she consumes Rykard? Not that I really want her to do that, but I don't know. Is he in his attack pose again? No. Let's see if he's going to attack again. Probably. Maybe he's even going to turn into something complete. Or maybe not. Still more.
I must consume more.
Beast Claw. Or maybe he's aware of the fact that he attacked us last time. The problem was that because of that weird bugging out with the pillar, I wasn't able to talk to him when he surrendered. So
Feed. More feed me.
Beast Claw. Creates beast claws that tear through the land. This incantation represents the fury of Gorang. His bestial nature returned, as much as it does his restless agitation. Yeah, maybe him sort of remembering that he attacked us means that he won't attack again? Let's see what happens if I rest. Okay, yeah, he seems to be peaceful for now. Okay. Oh well. I do want to try to fight this thing again, though. I don't exactly remember when I last attempted this. So let's see. Oh yeah, it's definitely not as strong anymore, I think. When did I actually last attempt this? Because now I'm definitely a lot stronger. I remember that attack almost one-shotting me last time. Also, the damage that I'm dealing is just a lot more feasible now. Can you please stop doing awkward away jumps? That went the wrong direction. Well, let's just do this. Bye-bye. 88,000. Gargoyle's Black Blade and Black Halberd. Well, That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Well, now I'm really... Wait. I'm level 115 currently. I thought the last time I attempted this that it was something like 89, 92, something of that nature. Because I think, I don't remember completely, but I think when I killed that big dragon over there, right? In front of me. He dropped like 260,000 runes or something. And I think that brought me over level 90, if I remember correctly. So that seems to be quite the insane difference. I mean, I also upgraded my stuff, obviously, but not as much as I thought. Or not as much as this would suggest. Also, again, I was pretty much straight up hit by his like biggest sort of swing that he did, this magical thing that hit from a distance. And it only took away about maybe 55% of my HP, something like that. And I distinctly remember the last time I tried this. I mean, maybe he hit me during like an attack stance or something, but I'm pretty sure that it took off like 90% of my HP. So, yeah. Kind of didn't expect this to be as easy as it was now. Then again, I think I also didn't have the Mimic the last time, which does make somewhat of a difference as well. Especially because the Mimic is a lot tankier than... What did I use before? The Spirit Summon that I used before was like Oleg, the Knight, I think. So... Let's take a look at the weapons. Bit of an underwhelming loot, possibly, for this thing. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, obviously the weapons are very, very cool, don't get me wrong, but... I don't know. I thought that this guy would drop something more special. Bronze greatsword wielded by valiant gargoyles, mended with blackened corpse wax. Such is the mark of those who serve Malekith, the Black Blade. Malekith, isn't that the death god? Unique skill corpse of wax cutter. Lost skill of ancient heroes. Lift the sword up high to release the power of corpse wax and launch it forwards as a blade-like projectile. So the corpse wax is this weird magenta-looking magic then. Okay. So valiant gargoyles. Gargoyles are the serve Malekith the Black Blade. I feel like I should actually know more about Malekith. I definitely heard a bunch about him, I think. At one point, it's just been a while. So I don't entirely remember. Just gonna write down magenta magic. It's called corpse wax. Wonder where it got that name from. And then where's the other thing? This one, the Gargoyle's Black Halberd. Bronze halberd wielded by valiant gargoyles. Such as the mark of the... Oh, it's just the same description, okay. And it doesn't even have a unique skill. Okay. This doesn't change anything though, right? I mean, he doesn't care, I don't think. That I killed his pet monster? No. Well, It just makes me think, if this guy was somewhat easy to deal with, maybe I should try going back, dealing with the other stuff here that I still have open. These are just the summons, right? This was really annoying to get to, though. Let's see. Let's go to the basement here and see if I can deal with this guy a lot easier. I probably can. Though before I do that, I should probably level. Intelligence, right? 85? Can I get to 85,000? Possibly? $85. Should be possible. Yeah. 83.1, and I need 85.3. So, wait, 5 is 1,000, right? So that would be 11. $81, 85,305 probably isn't enough. Nope. So one more. Okay. So I just leveled intelligence. Let's go with mind then. Oh, I do remember why I was so annoyed and why I didn't continue with this boss is because there is this weird enemy in front of it, this guy, and if you run past him and enter the boss room and then summon your spirit, whatever, it'll try attacking this guy through the boss fog instead of actually engaging with the boss. That's what annoyed the fuck out of me the first time I tried this. Maybe I'm... Let's see. The thing is, he just has kind of an insane HP pool, to be completely honest. For some reason. I don't know, I could go with, let's just do this. Go in and summon the Mimic. Let's see. Still has quite the insane HP pool, I feel like. He also has stuff like that. But yeah, this makes it a lot easier to deal with. Oh. Oh, I thought he was kind of doing like a second phase or something. The hell was that? Okay, this seems to be a second phase. What the fuck is going on with him? Also, I just realized that he's also called Godskin something. So he's connected to the Godskin nobles, just... I don't know, with... He's not big and fat, but instead Godskin apostlehood. To get his stuff. Interesting. Why does he suddenly... that was like the serpents in Mount Gelmir, wasn't it? Maybe that's just a coincidence that they're somehow... I mean, could be that they just used a similar sort of animation for them or something. Doesn't necessarily have to be the case that they're lore connected. What the hell is this thing doing down here, though? Godskin Noble. So I guess this would be sort of a higher version of the Godskin Nobles, considering that they have this really, really big magenta talisman in front of it, or not magenta, purple, rather. The apostles, once set to serve destined death, are wielders of the god-slaying Black Flame. But after their defeat by Malekith, the Black Blade, the source of their power was sealed away. Okay. So the Godskin serve destined death. Do we know what that is? There's so many things associated with death, but I don't necessarily think that I've ever heard of destined death. Wielders of Black Flame. Sealed away by Malekith. Which makes me wonder, so did Malekith come to this Divine Tower and sealed him away down here? Godskin Apostle Robe. Okay, that's the same description. And then we get additional loot, apparently. Oh, and they even give us a return point down here? That's weird. Ooh, what is this? Godslayer Greatsword? What the hell is this? "20 strength, 22 dex, and faith." Ooh, wow, what the fuck? Sacred Sword of the Dusk-Eyed Queen, who controlled the Godskin Apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. The black flames wielded by the Apostles are channeled from this sword. So the Dusk-Eyed Queen. I don't know if I've heard that name before. Possibly? The Queen's Black Flame. Set the blade ablaze with the god-slaying Black Flame before delivering a sweeping slash. Additional input allows for a follow-up attack. The Black Flames will continue to wear down HP for a while. I wonder... This honestly seems to be something that could be very useful. I mean, I kind of don't really want to level up my stats just to be able to use it, but... Well, then again, wait, what does it... It requires 20 strength and 22 dex. I just realized with my, with the talisman, Radagon's Eye, I think, is it, right? With it equipped, I would only need to level strength and dexterity once each to be able to use it. I mean, it's very, very heavy. Yeah, I'd probably have to level up endurance as well. Well, then again, if I unequip my crossbow, maybe it would work out. The thing why I'm thinking about it is that maybe, possibly, I mean, this is called the Godslayer's Greatsword. I wonder if this Black Flame skill actually deals bonus damage or something to gods, or demigods, or whatever. This will put me outside the Divine Tower, right? Oh, puts you all the way out here, okay. Means I can remove that as well. Let's go here next. I think, didn't I also clear this place out all the way to the... Wait, did I? Oh, no, wait a second. This is the weird place that has the million different knights all attacking each other, right? I'm not entirely sure if I cleared this out, to be completely honest. And let's go with 38 intelligence first, then bring mine to 25. Just debating a bit with myself because I also possibly want to take a lunch break here in a couple of minutes. Maybe this will take a bit longer. Maybe let's try and deal with this guy. I don't know if there was anything too special. I think I just wanted to kill this guy, right? Because it's basically just a big giant. Nothing more. So it was pretty annoying to get to, though, if I remember correctly. Where the hell did I go down there? I think, well, the reason why I wanted to defeat it, or why I kept it on the map, was mainly because I thought that he might drop something special. Honestly, seeing this kind of wind thing again, there he lies, the bluish shine, just makes me wonder, maybe it would have been cool to have sort of an additional effect, or an additional thing. Of course. Of course. That is so dumb, right? That's why I also kind of didn't really go back to this guy. But I kind of wish that the game would have, instead of only having these like whirlpools that can, where you can jump upwards and fall down, I wish there would also be these wind pools where you could only fall down without being killed. I think if they had implemented something like that, that might have made a lot of the areas a lot less annoying, to be honest. I think there are quite a few instances where having this wind pool to jump down to would have probably been somewhat of a cool thing, right? Or something that just made it less annoying to go around. And like, obviously, it maybe would take away a little bit from sort of these platforming sections. I don't really know, but well, then again, to be completely honest, the only reason why these platforming sections are as bad as they are is because of the weird fall damage that they integrated in Elden Ring, right? Especially considering the verticality of the world, I just think that they made some, oh, for fuck's sake, they made some wrong decisions in terms of the height that you die from. I don't know. I mean, implementing a glider like a Breath of the Wild obviously wouldn't fit the aesthetics of the game at all, but yeah. I mean, that is a little bit of a problem when you design your open world. I mean, the open world and its design, right? The idea that you have this verticality to then be able to implement what essentially amount to proper levels within an open world. That's a pretty cool way of doing things, right? But yeah, it also creates this awkwardness of, well, you're kind of forced to then implement these mechanics where you need to make sure that the player can't accidentally get to places they're not really supposed to get to, right? Is this even a possible jump? Is that the right way? It is. Ugh. God, this is an awkward place. I think I already grabbed the item that was down here. I think the only reason why I still marked it on my map was because I thought that the giant still had some potential loot to drop. Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck? Ooh. Okay, calm down. What the fuck? Okay, I definitely forgot about this being a thing. Ooh. Okay. That can't be right, huh? Ooh. Can you please... Okay, he does feel a bit crazy in terms of his HP, doesn't he? Oh, for fuck's sake, really? I feel like I'm maybe missing something here? This range is also kind of strange. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, this is still... I don't know. This definitely feels like I'm still missing something. Oh, that was cheap. I don't know, are you not meant to kill this guy? Huh. That is weird, isn't it? I feel like I missed... Maybe he's got some sort of weak spot? Okay, so judging by the sheer amount of his HP, I do think that he has something special to drop, probably. But at the same time... That was way too much HP, right? I mean... Sure, the attacks that he uses aren't maybe that dangerous, and they definitely give you cover as well, at least from those laser beams. So you can definitely defeat him. That's not necessarily the problem, but yeah, that seems a bit over the top, to be honest. Oh well. Let's try to deal with this guy then. Oh, it's starting to rain. I don't know if the microphone picks that up. Can I turn this to nighttime and immediately fight the guy that appears here, or does that not work? Do I have to reload it or something? Okay, now the merchant's gone. Let's see, there you are. Ah, I hate the ranges on these guys. Cool. Okay. So he does still deal quite a bit of damage. Oh well. Let's, since I have the giant to defeat still anyways, let's maybe turn our back on Caelid once more. Because I have this as well, right? There's definitely a little bit of things. This also, this is probably the easiest to deal with out of the things that is still left here, but, it's also somewhat annoying because there are just these, like, countless night spirits that are constantly fighting with each other. So yeah. I honestly, and also, these things are clearly more difficult than things up here, right? So I've already gotten 2 more levels from the Dark Angel in front of the Beast Clergyman and that Godskin Apostle. So, you know, doing even more stuff in Caelid obviously would probably mean that I'd have to, or that everything else that follows would be even easier than it already is. So, yeah. I'm just... My god, it's really raining quite a lot. That being said, this might be a good chance to maybe think about whether or not there is anything else that I might want to go back to or try. Then again, I don't really think there is. Isolated merchant. Is this Renala? Do I want to do this? Tragoth helped me in the past, so I'm a little bit disinclined to kill him. Especially since I don't really know if it's going to benefit me at all, considering that the mana doesn't really exist anymore. Okay, let's go back to the Shaded Castle and do this as the next course of action. And yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Deal with this, take a look at the surroundings as well, if there might be anything else of interest, and then afterwards I'm going to probably go back here or something. Take a look at this first area. I think there was like another golden seed here that I didn't pick up, so that might be something worth considering. And then potentially going to the minor tree, maybe? I don't really know if I want to, since I also need to still clear out this site, sort of. Not entirely sure if I maybe should take that path first. It's a bit hard to discern, really. mean, at the end of the day, you know, I think there are quite a bit of really large open areas here. I wonder what this is. So it looks like a small sort of mountain village or something. That being said, I am debating with myself if I want to take like a lunch break. It might be a bit of a longer break than usual though, so I do want to continue with Elden Ring as well. Shit. Oh well, you know what? Let's take the break. Maybe it'll take a bit longer than usual. I don't really know. Unfortunately, you know, it's always a bit. Lunch break, you know, can be between like 20 to 45 minutes. I don't really want to leave the stream on pause for like 45 minutes, though. You know what? Let me check something real quick, and then I'll come back and we'll see. Be right back. All right. Well, just taking a look at what I have and everything. I do think that I will take the lunch break now, though, and I do want to keep the stream running. I know, you know, having like a very, very long break within the stream itself might be a bit weird, but then again, I know if I stop now, then I, you know, probably would take an even longer break. And I do want to get back into Elden Ring and continue playing it. So this is going to be a bit of a longer lunch break, probably about 40 minutes. I apologize for that, but I'll be back afterwards and continue the stream. So I'll see you. All right. Let's continue with this. I am definitely filled up. Filled a lot better. My stomach is filled. So hopefully it gives me the energy to continue a lot and long with Elden Ring. Okay, let's see. We were at the Shaded Castle, or the Shaded Castle Ramparts in this particular case, because we're on the sort of this outside wall. Sorry about that. Let's see where we can go from here, shall we? So I can just go towards the inside. I did want to check out the rest of this. So this is where I originally came from, right? This is where I entered this whole thing. Isn't there another one? Oh, never mind. They stand back up. Maybe? Do they? Or no, maybe that was another one that I just didn't see that stood up. Okay. So this is where I came from, this is where I entered from. And then you can either drop down... Is there a reason to drop down here? I don't think so. They have an actual ladder leading down. I did want to check out if there was anything else on the side over here, though. There were definitely a couple of enemies that I saw. Who's that guy? This takes too long. Interesting dude. Huh. Almost looks like an assassin as well of some kind, doesn't he? Can you actually jump up that cliffside? I don't think you're meant to, though. This seems to be like a small optional area? Another one of these guys. Have I encountered them before? They do seem somewhat different. Aha. I knew it. Can I maybe still approach him quickly enough? Oh, okay. He's just swinging into the completely wrong direction. Oh. Well, that killed me a lot quicker than I thought. Whatever they're doing, the small snap or whatever, that deals damage almost before the actual animation comes out, it seems like. I don't know, I had a feeling that sort of killed me quicker than it should have. Oh yeah, this dude's sitting behind the crates. That's why I didn't see him before. Huh, that was interesting though. I did not expect him to just kill me like that. That back jump is really annoying though. Once again, I'm slightly intrigued by the fact that this guy to the right is just running straight in front. He isn't reacting to where you are at all, right? He's just running to the front and that's it. Of course I hit the other one. The fuck is that even supposed to be in the first place? What is this mist? Oh. They do seem to be somewhat capable, don't they? Definitely interesting to deal with. Especially since they seem very nimble. But it does look as if this is just sort of an optional area for a couple of items, potentially. Oh, there's a bunch of slugs on the wall. So far, no real information about who they could be, though. It seems. Well, hello. Where? Am I still in combat? Did the slugs notice me, or what? Something must have. Let's craft a couple of these for a change. Fire pots are definitely going to be a fairly well usable item in here. Fairly well usable? Fairly usable. Oh, never mind. They just dropped down. Oh, that's even better. I was gonna deal with them like on the wall and just throw fire pots at them, but this is much better. Also, I wonder what this toxic stuff is even supposed to be. Clearly there's still sort of... I mean, this is lava or magma turned to stone, it seems like, right? This toxic stuff definitely also has a slowdown effect. Oh, another painting. It's been a while since we discovered one. Seems to be a rather random place for one, but okay. Okay, that's looking at Volcano Manor, right? That looks sort of the perspective from the capital looking towards Volcano Manor. Champion Song. This one, right? Whatever that depicts. I still don't really know. So these two, right, have like a very clear location in front, and if you go there, there's just literally a dude giving you an item, right, or like a ghost or whatever. This one I think I'm not sure about at all. Absolutely no idea what this is meant to symbolize. Maybe it's actually pointing towards the giant that I fought earlier with the massive HP bar? I don't really think so, though. I'm not entirely sure what this is even supposed to be. And then we also have this, which I'm... like, that's at the very start of the game, right? I originally thought that that golden ray in the back, that would be where this is supposed to be pointing, but I don't think it actually is. I have no idea. Maybe I should go back to this point and just sort of try and take the same perspective, and maybe that's... I don't know, maybe that'll lead me somewhere. Maybe that's the whole point. You're sort of trying to take the same perspective, and maybe there's a ghost there, and I just didn't really encounter it before or something. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's not a big deal. I don't think that I necessarily missed anything too interesting, but yeah. Just kind of curious that two paintings are very specifically pointing towards these certain stones or gravestones in the front of the picture, and the other ones are a lot harder to discern what they're meant to be or meant to symbolize. Well, the good thing is I can actually heal, right? There's no real reason for me to go back there. Now, let's check out what this castle really is about. I'm never quite sure who these guys are even supposed to be, right? Are these the Albinorics? Are they something else? Oh no, maybe I shouldn't have rested. I guess you are actually meant to jump onto the stones then. Well, I guess I can just go back. Might be a bit annoying dealing with that assassin-looking dude again. I even looked at that item previously. I didn't really connect the dots again, apparently. Oh well. They're very interesting looking dudes, aren't they? Okay, so I think this is how you're meant to do this, right? Ooh. Oh, that's weird. Almost as if they've designed these stones specifically to be jumpable. Wait. Am I supposed to jump? Or maybe you're supposed to come from that side? This doesn't actually look like the right approach for this. Or maybe it is, never mind. That's a weird jumping section. And I guess I finally got my stone sword key back. Or a stone sword key back, rather. That was a weirdly specific jumping section. Okay, there's a couple more of these dudes over here. I do like how they start the castle off by being this, like I mentioned as well, being this very open place, but then when you go in, it's a fairly linear structure to follow, which I like. That's a pretty cool way of giving you access to this whole place, right? Because just making it open would probably be more annoying than anything else, because you probably would have to keep way too many options in mind. So I think this is definitely a more favorable approach. And you still have these very open areas, right, that you can deal with. So I guess the ladder is probably the way to continue, I'd imagine. I need to remind myself not to roll. These sometimes have weird hitboxes. I don't know. Oh, hello. He doesn't even really hit me with that, right? I wonder why he throws it the entire time. Wait, he gets slowed down by that as well? How many healing items does he have? Oh, seriously. There's just poison mist though, right? It just looks a lot more fancy because it's sort of glittering in the air. Oh, let's just heal up. Very, very curious about these dudes because they have they just, compared to everything else that I fight here, right? They do seem to be somewhat on my level in terms of strength, I guess. Right? Because they're sort of oh, that was interesting. The way he jumped towards me. Oh, I definitely need to... Sometimes you just kind of forget about the Dark Blight, and it builds up and you don't even really realize. But yeah, it's just a combination of, I mean, being able to heal in and of itself is a very unusual ability. And then they have like 2 different kinds of mist or whatever that they can create. And they're very, very fast and nimble. Do need to pay attention. Somehow, I don't know. Maybe it's because you're so used to encountering stuff, right? So poison, for example, or madness, or whatever. Everything. Of course, you need to pay attention for it in terms of how it builds up. And, well, most of the stuff actually takes quite a long while to build up, so I think that's sort of the first difference to the Deathblight, is that it feels like Deathblight is actually building up a bit faster than everything else, though that might also be due to, I don't know, a specific combination of immunities or whatever that I have, or resistances, where it sort of builds up maybe faster because I just don't really have good resistances against it. But at the same time, I also kind of think... That was weird. That was a misplaced alpha effect. Okay. But I also kind of think that, you know, usually most of the effects are somewhat easy to deal with. I mean, obviously there are more difficult ones like blood loss or the frenzy of madness, right? That can immediately take away a lot of your hit points. But even then, right, it's very, very rarely actually a problem unless you fight like very strong enemies or a lot of enemies at once or something. With the Deathblight, though, I think you're sort of subconsciously, you don't really take it that seriously, right? Because visually it's pretty similar to all the other effects, so you're just sort of kind of, oh well, you know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day if it builds up, right? Which, of course, is not true, because you just instantly die if it reaches the maximum threshold, right? So, I don't know, it's just kind of curious that I think you, by all of the other stuff, you get sort of trained to not really bother thinking about these effects too much, but then, you know, it actually does become quite important in the grand scheme of things. Is he gonna walk over here, or he actually is? Oh. Well, this way they're clearly fairly easy to deal with. Thankfully. Which is still... It's crazy to me that the Magic Blast can be very, very powerful in and of itself, but the fact that it can also completely knock over enemies, that is honestly pretty crazy. Whoa, hello, what the fuck? Well, this was one of them that actually surprised me. The fuck? This time they have angled him really, really well. There was, I wanted to talk about that earlier as well. I think I mentioned that in the past at some point. Oh, this leads down to where I got the item, I think. But I find it curious that they set up a lot of these guys to run to specific points rather than react to what the player is doing, right? I mean, in a way, it's kind of funny because that means that they also... I mean, it can lead to some hilarious situations, right? Where you don't even really expect something to happen, and then because you approach the situation very slowly or something, they sometimes just run into the completely wrong direction, and it looks hilarious, and it's kind of cool. Just makes me wonder why they opted to go that route instead of making them sort of dynamically chase you down, right? Which would have been another option. Especially this way, they sort of had to guess, right, when they developed. I mean, obviously, with the way that levels are set up, I guess it's not that hard to figure out where the player would go. So it does work out in a way, but I don't know. I just find it, once again, such a strange decision, right? Most developers probably would have opted to make them sort of specifically target the player, and unless you as the player actually react to it appropriately or react to it at all, they'll hit you, right? But that's not actually how it works. They're way more forgiving than that, right? Because they don't just attack you or hit you. It is a pretty open area. With a lot of stuff in it. Oh, seriously. I hate these things so much. For fuck's sake. Oh, they are so unnecessarily crazy. Oh. Oh, oops. I guess he can't actually come in here, funnily enough. Can I hit you, though? I can. Well... Well, hopefully I can pick up that item. God, I hate these things. They are so crazy in how fast they attack. No idea how they thought that this enemy was... like, good. I don't know. As always, you can just argue, oh yeah, it's very, very challenging, but I don't think it fits the pacing of the game at all. What is this sound? Did it leave behind like a wrongly placed sound because it died in such an awkward place? Maybe, huh? Or maybe it's something completely different, I don't know. No, it's definitely a bugged sound. Well, at least they do give you something against the poison. I don't know, maybe it's just that I haven't really found a way to properly deal with them, but... yeah, honestly, they just seem... pretty over the top. Thankfully, they don't deal nearly as much damage as you might think they would. But it's still... a lot. Huh. I halfway expected there to be one of these assassin guys appear as well. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is that thing gonna attack me? I wonder what the purpose of this is, especially that you can fall down here as well. I guess you could maybe potentially access this place from here as well, which would be quite interesting. What? Oh, he had already vomited. Didn't see that. Okay, let's do this. What? A bit too slow. Let's just do this. I'm running low on FP, but this is just a way easier time. Also, yet another interesting thing is that they tend to combine poison and rot a lot in the later areas. I guess it's very closely connected, so in that regard it does make sense. And it's not like it's particularly difficult to deal with. Just an interesting decision, I guess. Also, what was the point of this entire area? Not much, apparently. Let me go and take a look. I probably want to craft a couple more of the fire pots then, huh? Or these. The volcano pod. These are also pretty cool. In this particular case, though, I think I want to go with the normal fire pot for now. Let's unequip the holy stuff. Okay. Well, that's this part dealt with. I went down there as well. I think it's time to go up the ladder. Also, I wonder how that sound got stuck up there, because I mean, if items or other things are stuck somewhere, that makes sense, but a sound? I mean, that would mean that whatever tells sounds to disappear after something died. I mean, I guess it wasn't. Maybe it was like an interactive sound or something that didn't properly fade away after it died. It's a very curious edge case, though, it seems, right? Ooh. That was quicker than I thought. I always underestimate how fast they can suddenly run if they start their running animation. Also, what makes them somewhat unpredictable is that they actually very rarely use this grab animation, right? And not only that, they can also additionally sort of dynamically snap out of it. So as most enemies in the game, they can hold their attack, but they can also decide not to use it at all, right? So if you get out of range of their grab, they're going to start running, and when they realize that you're out of range, they're just going to stop again. I mean, it's pretty cool that it works that way. But it is very unpredictable. What the fuck is that guy doing? Is he trying to get the item? Oh, hi. Can I just kill you? Oh, he's even a bigger dude. Didn't realize there were like bigger variants of these guys. Well, guess I have to go around some other way though. This is quite a big castle, isn't it? Once again, I really like sort of the openness of it. The fact that you can very clearly see what exists here. It's pretty awesome design. And it's still not sort of unnatural or weird or any of that stuff. It still looks very much like it makes sense in terms of its structure. Like, obviously, the inner parts are destroyed, but I mean, in that way, that definitely adds to the whole thing, right? Whoa! Hello. Another one. That was a weird interaction, okay. Who the hell are you? That's one of Radahn's knights, isn't it? Oh no, no, Radahn or Radagon? No, Radagon is the one with the red stuff, right? Hmm. Bye-bye. Okay, there's definitely something behind the castle as well. I'm gonna check that out once I've dealt with the castle itself. This is a rather interesting side room. What did they do here? Wolf? Do I have my... Okay. Is this like a storeroom for their statues? What the hell is going on here? Or did they move them here for some reason? Valkyries? Prosthesis? The fuck is that? That's a key item? I have a lot of key items that I don't really know what to do with. I mean, some of them I might know, but... And some of them I already used, I think. Golden prosthesis, used by the one-armed Valkyrie. A masterwork of craftsmanship. With practice and skill, it can be used as proficiently as a real arm. When Murray, Lord of the Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his personal goddess. Wait, I found it now, so he doesn't have it anymore? Huh. Maybe I can give it back to him or something? I mean, I don't know the guy. What a strange find. And then in a room with these weirdly placed statues as well. Is this a point of no return, or is there a way to get back up? Okay, that ladder over there will lead back and loop back around, I think. I mean, I'm definitely running low on FP, which is a little bit concerning. It's a pretty giant place. Okay, how do I want to do this? I mean, it doesn't necessarily look like these enemies would be too difficult to deal with. get over here for the time being. Oh! Can go around this way. Ah! Very, very cool. So they let you get the safe spot first, or the safe point rather. A lot more of these statues. These statues seem so at odds with the state the castle is in currently, aren't they? What's this spot called? Inner Gate, okay. Which would mean that this is the access point to the... to everything within the castle, more or less? Okay, how do I want to do this? Maybe approach it from this side. Oh, there's a couple of these horse dudes here. I just remember that they're a little bit annoying to fight on foot. It can be annoying to fight. I can't summon my own horse, though. Especially since I'd imagine this will slow me down quite a bit here. Oh. Do I wanna... Okay. Well, never mind. That wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. Maybe even a bit overkill, to be completely honest. Doesn't seem to be too much back here, just a couple of enemies, a couple of items, potentially. Now please get out of the poison, thank you. I should probably equip the anti-poison stuff as well, since I don't really want to waste my FP quite yet. I mean, technically I could, I guess, rest if I wanted to. I mean, I have the Site of Grace ready, right? So... I mean, since I still have them, I think it makes sense to just equip them as well. No downside to it. What? Aren't there more of these guys? Maybe I actually... Maybe all of them went towards me or something. Okay, this was weirdly pointless. There is that one other dude up there, who's sort of protecting that one item. Let me deal with you first, though. Now I kind of wish I kept the my flask for a little bit longer. I don't know how much longer my shield will hold. Although then again... Oh, for real. Oh, of course. Worked better than expected. Hey, another perfume bottle. Completely forgot I have those. Oh no, never mind. They also require FP, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense that these perfume bottles would be placed here specifically, right? Or more of them, rather. That looks weird. You see that blue sort of weird effect on the stone in the back? Almost as if the effect doesn't go all the way around. Okay, this is where it came up. Wait, there is another way I can go from here? What the hell are you guys doing? Okay, this is... This might be a bad idea. Bye-bye. Or maybe not. They're just kind of crazy in how often they can do their effects, right? Ugh. That went further than I thought. Depraved perfumer headscarf. Oh, okay, so they're also meant to be perfumers then. Let's see if we can find out more about them. I actually really like their clothing, to be completely honest. There's a really, really awesome look to it. This one maybe not so much, but the robe that they're wearing looks really cool. Headscarf worn by depraved perfumers. These heresy-inclined perfumers imbibe their own spices to alter body and mind. Their slow descent into self-destruction is what earned them their name. Okay. So they're basically junkies then, I guess. Okay, I don't think I'd actually be able to jump over this thing. I mean, there's definitely going to be another way to access that platform, right? Well, then again, I could just do this. Doesn't really help me in any sort of capacity, though. Still won't be able to access the place in and of itself. Okay. Well, that's everything here more or less dealt with. There's one other rider back there. Oh, that's a shortcut. Okay. I was slightly confused because I saw the ladder earlier, but I didn't realize it was only going halfway down. So this is a shortcut for later then. That's pretty cool. I still have the fire pots. I wonder if there's anything more back here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? I hate these things so much. You know what? I don't want to have to deal with killing everything else again, so I'm going to try and deal with this thing without having to re-summon enemies. Can I maybe, if I lure you to me first? The fuck was that about? Okay. That was easy to deal with. Now comes the hard part, the annoying part, whatever you want to call it. That is so crazy to me. Okay, well, in this case it definitely worked out way, way better than I thought. Sacrificial twig. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, as I expected, there isn't really anything more here. seems. Which is cool. That looks interesting. Something's glowing behind that wall. It's really hard to tell what it is. Might just be an item of sorts or something. So the point of this whole thing was just to get the sacrificial twig then? Well, that's pretty cool though. The Starlight Shard was a bit of a... didn't really actually use it that much. The FP, I mean. Well, then again. Since I have them, why not use them, right? But that means that I think I'm pretty much done with everything here, which is good. It means I can go to the inside of the castle. So the shortcut's going to be over there. I got that item as well. Right, that was the perfume bottle. Okay. Let's replenish stuff then. And can I... Let's just craft a couple more fire pots and the uplifting aromatic as well. I wonder what's up with these statues. Ah, hello. It's a source of light. Oh, that's one. I was wondering, what does he have a horn or something? It is a horn, but not something on his body. It's one of those horns to call friends over, right? House Murray is ruined. Yeah, everything is ruined. Just deserts for falling for that severed harpy. No surprise the guilty cretin took the castle and our storied sword. Falling for that severed harpy. Guilty cretin took the castle and our storied sword. So, someone, presumably a woman, took hold of the castle and turned it into the state it is in now? What is up with all these statues? Why are they placed specifically here? As if they tried to sort of stow them away, but didn't really do a good job with that? Or maybe there were so many that they didn't really know what to do with them? Yet more statues. Also, what are the dogs doing here? Seems somewhat random. Unfortunately, it doesn't really tell me too much. Why the fuck would you just attack? Completely gave away his position. That's a lot of books. And a lot more statues. Okay, maybe they didn't stow them away or anything, or tried to get them out of the way. Maybe they just had a bunch of them? But why place them like this? Oop. That attack came out faster than I expected. Hi. You should have maybe joined in on the battle, to be honest. Oh, for fuck's sake. I assume this would be the way to continue, or do you think that it continues up top? I really, really like the statues, though. I think a couple of them we've definitely seen in other places as well, right? They're not necessarily unique props for this level. I don't know, but the arrangement of them and how clear they are, they're also not destroyed or anything, right? Which I find especially interesting. Gives off quite the cool look. Especially the fact that they are pretty in pretty good condition still. That really makes you think about, you know, whatever happened here might have really happened recently. I mean, the castle itself... Hey, another perfumer's cookbook. The castle itself also looks pretty intact still, except for the inner courtyard, obviously, which seems to have sunken into the toxic mess. And that does make sense, obviously, because that would be the first thing to go, more or less. But, poison spray mist and blood boil aromatic. What does the blood boil stuff do? Use FP to release poison mist from the mouth. Enter a temporary state of fervor. Forbidden art of depraved perfumers. Raising maximum attack power and stamina while also increasing damage received. Even upon the battlefield, do you fear being wounded? Take a good look. Your limbs are frozen stiff. Perfume powder is held in the mouth to dissolve before being expelled. It was once a restorative art, or so it is said. These perfumer guys do seem to have quite a bit of backstory to them, don't they? Just kind of wish that we could experience that more. Ooh. Wait. Oh, hello. I was wondering where the sound came from. Ooh. Hello. Oh, wrong skill. Did one-shot him though, so maybe not necessarily the wrong one. The statue's even growing. Looks quite beautiful, doesn't it? Whatever this castle once was, must have been quite a fairly beautiful sight, right? Or must have been a fairly beautiful castle at one point. Also, these are Radagon soldiers, right? So whoever potentially took hold of this castle might be connected to Radagon, which seems to be somewhat unusual, because that, I don't know, somehow I thought that this castle would be like a side area, right? Not necessarily anything main story, I guess. Not that this game has a particular main story to follow other than go to the Erdtree. But I don't know, maybe there's something else that could lead you here if you're not going here by yourself? Certainly feels as if this place has more meaning than I thought it would. What am I hearing? Definitely a couple of strange sounds. I do see something moving. Oh, hello. Oh yeah, these assassin type guys are here. Stop that. Well, that was pretty dumb on my part, to be honest. I got hit way more often than I should have been. Oh well. Half I expected there to be somebody behind me when you run to that. So many statues. At this point, maybe it's even too many, right? I mean, again, although, well, I was gonna say they don't make any logical sense. Maybe they have some sort of magical statue copy tool or something, right? Where they can just sort of magically copy a statue without having to carve it again. These soldiers, I don't know, maybe it's just their stance or something. They seem somewhat depraved as well. I mean, what is he doing? Look at how weirdly he's sort of hanging onto the doorframe. Oh, not the doorframe, rather, his whatever that is that he's holding. Whoa! Holy shit, that still hit me? I did not expect that effect to linger so long. And I didn't expect the dogs to be here. Holy shit. I did not expect that effect to just still come out like that, even though I killed the guy. That was quite something. Pretty cool attack as well. It's interesting, these all of these leaves and stuff. They seem to be the exact opposite, just like the statues themselves, right? They pretty much seem to be the exact opposite of what you would expect out of a place like this. Maybe though I don't know, it feels as if they are sort of turned something that might have once been really, really beautiful, right? With the statues and the leaves and stuff. Maybe it's actually some sort of poisoned flower or plant or whatever that they surrounded the castle with, and whoever this person is that they talked about, right, in terms of or that the ghost talked about that has taken hold of this castle, whoever that is might have used this as sort of a trick, right, to get hold of the castle. Almost like Isn't there one of the sort of fairy tales where what's she called again? It's something. It's also something to. It's also got something to do with like roses on a castle, right? And the castle sort of falls into a deep 100-year-old sleep. For some reason, I just don't remember the name of it, but it's also been like a Disney thing, right, and stuff. I know the German name. I don't remember the English one right now. Well, the point of the whole thing is, I think they sort of make a deal also with some evil witch or whatever, and the castle falls into a 100-year-old sleep and gets surrounded by roses so that nobody can access it, right? Obviously, this is very different, but I do think that maybe... The fuck are you doing here? I do think that maybe something to that effect might have happened here, where they also might have made a deal with this person. Might have also been a bad witch or whatever that then surrounded the castle, or maybe even before that, surround the castle with these beautiful leaves and stuff, and sort of made it seem as if they were, well, something beautiful, something that they wanted, right? But sort of deep within, this poison already corrupted their minds, and then maybe she had an easier time taking the castle over or something. What the fuck are you doing here?
Oh, you again. A shame you had to see me like this.
The fuck are you doing?
I had a bit of a slip up, that's all.
Isn't that all you do?
I should have stuck I can trust you. Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this.
Dances, castanets.
Oh, it's nothing. It's just makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape. Come on, Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong.
I did not expect to find Patches here, and for him to then also give me an item that is connected back to Tanith? So is this place in some form connected to Volcano Manor? Because it felt very, very distinct from that, to be honest.
You're able then I can rest easy, my friend.
Wait, Patches is still breathing, though. Is this where he dies? Is that a key item that he gave me? Castanets used by dancers from distant lands. Oh, that's the... for a second there, I completely... I didn't remember what castanets were, but they're these musical instruments, right? Received from Patches. The passionate dance comprises no seductiveness, but merely a dignified beauty. The hell is that about? Why would he even come here specifically? Do you think this is the end boss already? I have a feeling it isn't, but maybe it is. Or maybe it is. Elamir of the Briar. Oh! Hey, it's one of these guys that look exactly like the guy that I fought in Caelid as well. I hate their range. Okay, I wonder what he's doing. So, is this place connected to the guys that sort of sought me out specifically? Oh, for fuck's sake. God, I hate the range on that! That is very, very difficult to deal with, to be completely honest. Because it's also like 3 attacks back to back, right? Okay, so Patches is gone now. I don't think that he died, so he must have... Are you fucking kidding me? He has a 4th attack? Okay. I need to make sure to be full health for these guys. Did he do some sort of shield attack? Okay, well now he's concentrating on my mimic the entire time. Murray, Executioner's Sword, and Briar Great Shield. Executioner's Sword, hinting at the fact that these guys hunted me down as well, right? I mean, the one in Caelid, I still haven't killed, right? There was one other one as well at the cathedral, or the church where the giant turtle is. So somehow they hunted me down, or potentially hunt Tarnish down? I'm not entirely sure. Who's that picture of, though? Is that Melania? I don't really get this place, to be completely honest. I'm really not sure what this place is about. Also, this does seem to be the end of it, right? Let me see. Where is the thing that I've gotten? Where? I must have scrolled over it already, right? What the hell? Is it? Ah, there it is. Murray Executioner's Sword. Great Sword. Elamir of the Briar. So, the most interesting bit being that the other 2 times you sort of fight him, right, is, he's basically invading you, which theoretically means that now I killed the original in a way? So this is the sword that the ghost was talking about, the storied sword of House Murray, the family of executioners who presided over the Shaded Castle, one of the legendary armaments. Elamir of the Briar, the bell-bearing hunter, yeah, that's what he's called, or referred to usually when you fight him, snatched the sword from the side of his looming execution and furnished it with battle skills from his home of Eocade. The unique skill is Eocade's Dancing Blade. Infuse the sword with energy, then fling it forwards in a corkscrew attack. The sword continuously deals damage while violently spinning. Charge the attack to increase reach and duration of the spin. Honestly, seems to be a pretty cool greatsword. Oh, also requires Arcane. That's interesting. The one thing that I find weird about a lot of these things is that somehow a lot of the stuff always seems to be very disconnected, yet the imagery is always very similar, right? So these briars, they've been in Stormvale Castle. They're the same things that the curse stuff does to you, right? They've been all over the place, basically, yet like a really, really sort of solid thread between all these smaller things hasn't really appeared yet, I feel like. And I got the shield. Great shield from a foreign land used by Elamir of the Briar. Attacks with this armament utilize the iron thorns that have been wound around its frame. Oh, in this case they're iron though. Okay. Originates from Eocade, a land of proudly solitary ascetics. Huh. Whatever that means. I still have a feeling that I haven't really found the reason for why the castle was in this state, though. I have a feeling it might be connected more to, if that is Melania, to her. More so than anything else. Castellan's Hall. Okay. I don't know, somehow definitely feels a bit unsatisfying. I don't really know. Why the hell was Patches here? Who? I mean, we got some information about what this Elamir guy is supposed to be or where he came from, but I don't necessarily feel like we got enough information to really make anything out of it. To the point where you can really understand, okay, what was the purpose of him? Why was he here? Especially the connection of why does he attack you at specific sites of grace during the night, right? That is such a, well, I don't know, somewhat random thing, I feel like. It's a very cool castle, though. I must admit, the entire level, and also Elamir as the final boss, they're all very, very awesome. I like the interior of the castle. I like how it's designed and laid out, how you approach it at first, right, where you can sort of see the entire castle. The structure itself is also pretty cool, where it has a lot of these lower areas, and then you go into this one giant tower in the middle. There's a lot to like here. And the aesthetics of it as well, right? This whole idea of it sort of being this cursed castle that was once very, very beautiful and has all these very beautiful flowers next to it and stuff, but then turned into this poisonous, toxic thing. Definitely really, really like the setup of this. I just wish, I mean, then again, maybe I just really missed some sort of introductory quest to it. I mean, I don't know. It was also just really, really interesting that Patches was here, of all things. I mean, it is somewhat close to Volcano Manor, so maybe it's due to that, but like on the surface, this place doesn't necessarily seem to be connected to it in any sort of way, right? I mean, obviously I don't know at this point, but does seem like a somewhat weird connection, to be honest. Where is that? It has to be somewhere here, maybe this? Is that another, like, broken minor earth tree? One that's maybe not fully formed yet? That looks... There are some interesting shapes there. I really like the golden sky as well. So many really, really awesome colors. And that over there once again looks like, oh, there is a giant lying there. Okay, never mind. I was wondering what's going on there because it clearly looked like a boss arena. And yes, it is. A lot more statues, but this time broken. What does this mean specifically? Why would these all be broken? Ugh. Marley Murray. Hello. Shaded Castle Castellan. What are you doing here? Bye-bye. Anspear, Rapier, Murray Mask, and Rope. Okay. Need to check that out after I dealt with the giant here. Whoa. I wonder if that can actually hit you. To make sure not to... Ooh, that was a lot more delayed than I thought. That was a cool sound effect. Okay, huh? What? What is this random NPC suddenly doing here? I wonder if she's maybe I wonder what happens when you come here first. So clearly this is somehow connected to the castle, right? The imagery of all these broken up statues does have to mean something. I wonder if... Because it was not an invasion, right? So I wonder if maybe there is like a quest line that you can do that makes her friendly towards you or something? Or you can actually talk to her? This was very random, especially since there's this giant at the back, right? This giant at the back, and I just expected to fight the giant, and I also expected him to actually have a boss HP bar, which he didn't have, interestingly enough. Yeah, and then there's just this woman, I assume, running up to you and fighting you for some reason. Anspear Rapier. Ooh, that looks interesting. Spur of a giant ant, which has been fashioned into a rapier. The blade drips with scarlet rot. Scarlet rot is an old legend of which Malay Murray of the Shaded Castle was a private believer, and indeed, it's not a she. He eventually found his own personal goddess. Yet another reference to possibly Melania? Was she the one that maybe sort of seduced him or something? Well, this just felt really, really random. Murray Mask. Mask in the image of a white-haired young noble. Customarily worn by the head of House Murray. Increases arcane. The Murray family has a dual history spanning generations, serving as both executioners and castellans of the Shaded Castle. This mask bears the likeness of the first of their line. And then we also have... if I can find it. Didn't I get the rope as well? Oh, it's this one. Murray rope. Ooh. Rope with a black mantle across the shoulders. Customarily worn by the head of House Murray. Sons of House Murray are all sickly born. Little wonder that Malay Murray would be so beguiled by the beautiful and fierce goddess who was born into rot. Yeah, okay, so that's pretty much a direct reference to Melania. Okay, so he was somehow, I don't know, seduced or something by Melania, who's connected to rot, and that basically rotted him as well. And this entire castle and everything connected to it. Still doesn't really... I mean, I guess it explains the state of the castle and everything, but it doesn't really elaborate on anything, does it? It's just sort of, okay, yeah, Melania apparently... I mean, we don't even know. Did she seduce him? Or maybe they want to become allies or something? Maybe she promised something? It's very, very hard to tell, right? There isn't really much to go on, to be completely honest. And this seemed very random as well, right? To have this NPC just sort of run up to you and try to kill you for whatever reason. Not even really quite sure why you would want to kill me. Although, yeah, again, maybe that's a little bit different when you approach this thing first, before dealing with the boss in the castle, but... Okay, I guess. Well, that does mean that I've pretty much finished with this, right? Let's go back to Tanith and show her that item that Patches gave us. See if that does anything. Hello. Give the dancers castanets.
I have no need of that. I must continue devouring my beloved lord.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you. Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass.
And now she just goes back to what she said earlier. What?
Oh, you. Allow me some. Our lord's.
Well, I mean, technically, there's a pretty big chance that Patches, I don't know, didn't really want to help me at all, right? I mean, following Patches' advice, probably not that intelligent. Though, that being said, she didn't really react to it at all. She just said, oh, you know, don't care about it, go away. Okay. I wonder if maybe... But no, the only reason why Patches even goes here is because I defeated Rykard, right? So Patches wouldn't have gone here if... Or at least I don't assume he would have if I wouldn't have killed Rykard. Let's maybe quickly check the manor again. I don't know if there would be anything in there. No item, no letter, nothing. Well, okay. That was pretty uninteresting. Well. So I guess at this point I've dealt with everything here. I guess I'm gonna go back to the plateau sort of entrance and just go all the way basically to here. I expect there to be another site of grace around these parts, so I probably want to unlock that and then take this path, grab the golden seed that I saw there, and then sort of, I don't know, try to get into this general area. I don't know, the shaded castle, the whole setup of it, and how it looks and everything, really, really awesome. But at the same time, it does leave a lot of questions very, very open. Where I don't know, absolutely no idea what that means or what it's connected to. Other than just Malenia in general, maybe, but you know, that's somewhat of a, like, uninteresting connection, almost. Is it even worth it to summon my, Mimic? It's pretty cool how you can sort of knock them out of the air, right? Why can't I even summon the Mimic here? I saw that guy in the back. Hey, a stone soul key. That it? That is like... Sometimes they let you summon your Mimic, or rather, like summon in general, at very, very weird places. I mean, I kind of expected there to not really be any sort of challenge here, but still weird to really not have anything at all. Just, just kind of hope that I won't miss any items that are lying somewhere around these parts. I don't think I necessarily am, but... There is a patroller in the middle. I definitely expect there to be a site of grace somewhere in front of the capital, right? Also, it's really interesting, these giant translucent banners, right? I think once you get close, they pretty much disappear from view. You can't really approach them, right? They're only really visible when you're further away. Which is yet another sort of quite curious detail. I don't really want to start sort of exploring this area too much. I had hoped to find a site of grace here somewhere, though. Doesn't necessarily look like there is one, at least not right in front of it. I had hoped that there would be one, like, to the side, off here somewhere. Looks like there isn't. Something saw me. Oh. He's firing with the arrows from... I don't even know if it's worth it to really deal with these soldiers here. I mean, it's interesting that they're patrolling, but... They're really confused what they're supposed to do with the horse riding up to them. Lanedale Soldier Greaves. I think this is more or less the camp that I've already been to, correct? I'm not entirely sure if I got everything. For example, I don't think I fought this guy. Yeah. Looks as if there's another item here. A couple of fan daggers. Pretty sure that I've been to this part, though. I think it was only this one in the back that I hadn't been to. Maybe this other one. This one. Since there is a horse dude here as well. Okay. Well, that was easy. the knight armor. Oh! Wait, I didn't see the knight. Can you... I'm stuck on something that I can't see. I was hoping that they were both sort of standing back to back. Oh, sometimes the magic attack just doesn't happen for some awkward reason. Stop annoying me. Well, that was unnecessarily complicated. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes you press L2, and I don't know if it's like if you press L2, release it, and then press it again. Maybe there's some slight delay, but sometimes the game's just literally eating the R1 input, and the magic attack just doesn't come out, even though I pressed the R1 button, right? Don't know what that's about. As always, the game's just kind of weird with what kind of inputs it stores and which ones it just doesn't care about. Because that has happened a couple of times now, where you press L2 or you press R1 and you expect the magic beam to happen and it just doesn't happen. I don't know. Is there really no other side of Grace close to this place? Wait, oh. I think I already grabbed this item, huh? I have these guys here as well. How strong are you? Oh, stronger than I thought you would be. Or maybe not. Another perfume bottle. What have these guys to do with that? Is that just random? I don't know what's up with that. That they, like, for the longest time I didn't even know that something like a perfume bottle existed at all. And then now suddenly they're constantly giving you these things? I do have to say, though, that at least this beginning of the Altus Plateau probably is one of the biggest sort of empty areas that I've seen so far. Not in a bad way at all. I actually like it a lot. Also, there's the side of Grace that I was looking for. I actually like it a lot that this is somewhat... Because it's not entirely empty, right? There is still sort of small camps strewn about. There are a couple of enemies here and there. So it's still quite interesting to go through, but at the same time, it's still a pretty big, more or less empty area, but in a very good way, right? Because it puts the focus on where it matters, which is the Erdtree and the capital in the distance, right? Or not that much of a distance anymore. Yeah, I really, really like that concept. We have the Guidance of Grace once more. So it's definitely pointing me towards the capital, obviously. I mean, I could go this way first and unlock the next map. Just for fun. I don't know, I don't really want to... Don't really want to do too much with that yet, though. But yeah, it's in terms of design, it's pretty cool that they, because that takes, you know, something as well, like just sort of creating these spaces. Seriously. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? How can you draw arrows that are that huge so quickly? Let's just do this. Seriously? That's a bit, I don't know, a bit too much in my opinion in terms of knockback from one single bolt. Needle Knight Helm. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to return to this place. Now that I have the Sight of Grace, right, this is a good starting off point to then go further into this direction. But yeah, what I was going to say is I really, really like that they are... Oh, see, I'm very, very close. I guess they don't disappear, but they're sort of high up and very intransparent at the bottom. So you don't really notice when you're running past, right? Very, very interesting. But yeah, what I was going to say is I really, really like... Once again, funnily enough, that is somewhat similar to Breath of the Wild, in where they... One of the biggest achievements of Breath of the Wild, in my opinion, was that they tried out a bunch of stuff, right? And especially stuff that previously you maybe would have looked at and, you know, felt that it might have been somewhat things that, you know, developers maybe wouldn't have really dared to touch or to try, right? Especially a lot of stuff in terms of, again, these sort of really, really open areas, where typically, especially with Ubisoft games and stuff, right, they always felt the need to fill it up to the brim for fear of players losing interest or something. I don't even really know why they did that, because they definitely could very easily overwhelm you with a bunch of really, really uninteresting and unimportant crap as well, right? But somehow they felt the need to do that, and they felt that, you know, their games needed that for some reason. Are you commenting on anything else?
Well then.
No.
May the golden...
And yeah, Breath of the Wild was sort of the first game to really break that trend, right? Where they didn't feel the need to fill every single point of the map with something supposedly interesting, yet not really interesting at all, right? So that was one thing that they did really well. But then, and they also tried stuff with the weapon durability, right? So clearly they had some really, really cool and unique ideas. In terms of the weapon durability, obviously we now know not everybody liked that, and there are definitely maybe better approaches to how they could have done that or solved that, but it was still really, really interesting that they did it in the first place, right? It was a really big gamble, a really big experiment almost. And it's really cool that they took that chance. And when I see areas like this, I mean, look at how far away the Grand Lift of Dactus is now already, right? And there really isn't that much, quote unquote, interesting stuff between the lift and where I'm standing right now. But still, the entire area feels interesting and feels like it makes sense within the world as well, right? I think that's probably the biggest and most important part, is that it really just makes sense within the world that it's placed in, and that just, I don't know, it really, really elevates the game for me, that they weren't afraid to do that, right? And really put the attention of the player where it belonged. The first defense of Lanedale. A sovereign alliance rots from within. Traces yet remain of bloody conspiracy. Sovereign alliance rots from within. It's actually quite hard to tell what that's in reference to, but... Okay, yeah. The big question is, do I want to follow this path? Do I want to go this way? I do need to remember to clear out this path as well, which is probably going to take a while. Can I jump down here, or is that too high? Should be able to, right? Those are weirdly rotten dogs that I see there. For a change, a quite beautiful graveyard. Right, this is sort of the like small in-between plateau that other wind current leads to. Second Church of Marika. Hello, who the hell are you? Well, he died very quickly. Secretaire. Honestly, at this point, well, first of all, I do very much need these secretaires because my health is actually at a point where I don't really heal that much per flask, but also I don't even know if one secretaire is enough to do an upgrade. It's weird, right? Suddenly there are like rotten dogs. What is that about? Blood roses. A randomly dark wood path. That tower looks strange, doesn't it? Sort of magically sealed away or something? Oh, hello. And that looks like the seal. Or whatever. At least looks like something. Oh wait, what? Ooh, interesting. It looks like the tower sort of isn't always seen. Looks like it's invisible or something. Who's making these street? Oh. Something's making strange sounds. That's just a wolf, though. What is making these strange sounds? Oh, that thing! What is that? I mean, I could come back up, right? Can the wolves please not attack me? I won't have to deal with them. Okay, so that's the other bridge that it could also come from. I don't know if I want to necessarily go down there yet. a couple of ways to approach that valley-looking place. Since I'm already here, I kind of want to go back, clear out this area, and sort of come back over here, and then just sort of deal with this first up until this point, probably, depending on where the sites of grace are, and then go back down and deal with this. Though theoretically, it would actually make more sense to come up here first, maybe with the finger reading crone. Oh, then again, not really. The question being, I probably actually want to go back here all the way and jump down that bridge, because if I just go down the if I just go down the ladder that was next to one of those sites of grace, I feel like I'm going to be attacked by like 3 or 4 iron virgins at once. Might not necessarily be so so good as a starting point. So let's see if I can jump off this place without being without dying, essentially. Okay. Hey, a stone sword key. Not dead yet? Corpse Stench Shack. Oh, hello. Golden Vow? I feel like, did I fight her in the past at some point? Bye-bye. I just felt like I recognized the recusant vanquished. Sacred butchering knife. Wait. What? Why the hell did she attack me because I dealt with Rika, possibly? What's that thing that I got from her? Butchering knife something? This one. Huge carving knife made to cleanly butcher the human body. Signature weapon of the Ogress Anastasia. Known to have eaten countless tarnish while distinguished as a finger maiden. Okay. Restores a very small amount of HP when it squarely strikes an enemy. Why would she attack me though? Well, I mean, I am a tarnish, but... And the other thing that I got here was just, I think this one, right? I thought I already had this. Or is it... No, it's this one. Never mind. An incantation of Erdtree worship. It's really weird that you get Ashes of War and incantations with the same name. Increases attack power and defense for the caster and nearby allies. Hold to continue praying and delay activation. This incantation has been taught to knights of the royal capital for generations, and knights sent on distant expeditions lean on it as a source of courage. Okay. I don't know. I no idea what to make of this invasion. I don't know if this is supposed to be maybe like a test while you're approaching Volcano Mana, or if it's something else. It's really, really hard to tell. And by the items that you get from it, right, that doesn't really tell you much either. I mean, I know who it was, theoretically, just... what was their motive, right? Why were they a recusant? Why attack me even though I'm technically aligned with Volcano Mana, for example, right? That's sort of my biggest question. Or am I anymore, right? That's another question. Am I technically still aligned with the mana, or does that not count anymore, really? Or and you could also argue that in this particular case, maybe whoever she was hunted me because I was a tarnished. Maybe she didn't even know about the fact that I'm also aligned with the mana. I mean, it is really quite hard to tell, isn't it? No, it's gonna hit me. Can you see? Once again, it just didn't do it. I don't know if it's because of a delay or something, that maybe, like, if you press R1 too quickly after pressing L2, it just doesn't go off. I'm really not quite sure about that. Is there even a point in fighting all of these? I don't necessarily feel like there's any sort of... You know... Let's maybe quickly go through this area. Doesn't necessarily look... This is the ladder that just leads up to that other place, right? Holy shit, there's a bunch of these guys. Or girls, rather. Machines. Hello. What the hell are you doing here? Just... The only... I don't know, sometimes I really dislike sort of riding through areas like this, because it feels like it's very, very easy to miss certain items, right? But honestly, looking at this, it really doesn't necessarily feel like it's worth it to engage with all the enemies here, simply because, you know, I fought them a bunch of times already, and it doesn't necessarily look like there are any sort of special items here or special enemies that might drop something that I don't have yet. A couple of throwing daggers. Yeah. It is funny, though, that there are a couple of soldiers that are sort of, why aren't you guys helping your friends over there? They could really use your help, I feel like. That's not what I wanted to activate. Oh, there is another side of grace here. Huh. It's really quite a weird sensation to go through these areas in what feels like a very backwards motion, right? Clearly this is the path that you're sort of supposed to take towards the manor. Which is just... I mean, the reason why it's sort of weird in this particular case is because it's so difficult to get here, right? Or, well, not necessarily difficult, but certainly... I mean, this is the very top end of the world, at least the top end of what I now currently know. I don't know what's going on here, to be completely honest. And so, I don't know. I mean, if I hadn't met Raya, I guess I would have just gone to Volcano Manor the quote-unquote normal way. And even though it looks as if you would be able to access it from this direction, you really can't, right? Everything here is sort of on top of the mountain, so the only way that you can really take to get to the manor proper would be this path, right? Which is really quite interesting when you think about it. And yeah, sort of going the path backwards is also quite interesting. One thing that I find is yet another curious design decision is that they don't remove the guidance of grace once you've dealt with whatever it pointed towards, right? So in this particular case, it points towards the mana, but even though I've already dealt with all of that, it still activates if I activate the Site of Grace. Which is also interesting because these smaller statues that point towards catacombs, if you activate them, they also appear on the map with like a blue arrow pointing towards where they're pointing in the actual world. But that disappears once you deal with the catacombs they're pointing towards, right? Whereas the Guidance of Grace always stays. Now, in a way, you could argue that maybe they did that on purpose so that you can sort of go back and look at it and figure out, oh, you know, this is sort of the path that I took through the game, and this is the path that, I don't know, they want you to take. But it is quite curious, isn't it? When you really look at it, there's a whole bunch of this guidance on the map now, right? All the way, like, down here, there's a lot in Caelid, actually. In Limgrave, obviously, there is a lot that points towards the Academy of Raya Lucaria, and then to the Carrier Manor, and then towards the Volcano Manor, and towards the capital. And all of that is still there, even though I've already dealt with most of those threats, right? So, I mean, pretty much from the start of the game, I wasn't really quite sure about the Guidance of Grace. Ultimately, I think at this point, I can be pretty confident in saying that it doesn't really do that much at all, right? I mean, it neither adds nor detracts from the game in any sort of meaningful way. It's just sort of there. Yeah. Which makes it even weirder to think about, right? Because in a way, it could have maybe been sort of a quite innovative, indirect way of keeping track of your quests, right? Or not necessarily all the quest lines, but certainly what could very well be described as the main quest of the game, right? Giving you the opportunity to know that if you, like, if the Guidance of Grace is no longer there, then you've pretty much dealt with the main threat in that particular area, right? If it would work like that, I think that would be quite the interesting solution, and definitely way more preferable compared to your typical just standard boring quest log in games, right? Hey, somebody took the treasure. The hell? So in that sense, it's kind of a good idea, but at the same time, the fact that it stays around doesn't really allow for that, right? Because you wouldn't really know, let's say, I put the game down for a very long time, or I just don't really remember for whatever reason where it was on. Maybe I accidentally follow a Guidance of Grace thread, so to speak, that I already cleaned out, right? Simply because it's just still showing on the map. So, well, you can't really use it for that then. It is just sort of, I don't know. I also said multiple times, it's this weird thing, right, where it almost feels a bit backwards to FromSoft's approach, right, where you'd think that they would not necessarily give you so many so many ways to be guided throughout the world. I mean, arguably, I know it's not necessarily similar, but there is definitely, you know, you can definitely make the argument that the Guidance of Grace is pretty much your obnoxious quest marker pointing you in the right direction, right? It's a lot more elegantly designed. It's a lot less in your face compared to, well, what is up with him? Is he just randomly training his moves or what? Yeah, again, it's a lot more elegantly designed than your typical Ubisoft quest marker bullshit, right? But that being said, it's still somewhat strange, isn't it? It's still a lot more in your face than what you would expect, and yeah, having gone through the game now, or through a vast portion of the game, it just feels so unnecessary, right? Especially because the world is so expertly designed. You don't need the Guidance of Grace, because if you just follow the path that it points towards anyways, it'll automatically lead to where you want to go. Like, there's no reason to implement it in the first place, because you can just literally follow the road or the path and you will end up where you want to go. Or rather, not necessarily where you want to go specifically, but certainly where there is an interesting boss or whatever to be found, right? So, yeah, it's just this weird decision that is really quite strange. Maybe there's a point to it at the end. I mean, maybe there's some sort of really, really cool payoff at the end. I don't really know. It certainly does add to the atmosphere in a way, because it's also, well, it definitely has an explanation lore-wise, right? Which is very cool as well. There is a reason why it exists, and why it's shown to you, right? Oh, that was a cool move. I guess he definitely trained effectively. But yeah, there is an explanation to why it exists, which is pretty cool. I don't know, I just feel like they could have done either more with it, or they maybe could have designed it slightly differently, where it would have been actually more part of the lore, right? Rather than, I feel like it's something that could be rice blood ruins. What the fuck is that? I feel like it's something that could be more interesting when it would actually just be this part of the lore and nothing else, right? Not necessarily also a quest marker at the same time. What is that? Are you kidding me? How did I hit the two on the side? Oh, that's the follow-up. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's why it sometimes doesn't work? Nah, that can't really be it, right? I'm not necessarily doing follow-ups. Where's this weird sound coming from? Oh, hello. I wonder what happened to this place. It's also quite strange. I mean, these docks clearly fit almost more to Caelid. I mean, clearly there's a purpose to them here as well, but you'd think they'd be more part of Caelid rather than appearing here. Huh. A statue of Marika has fallen down, but it still works. Interesting. These ruins are quite more expansive than I thought. Oh, hello. What's doing these weird sounds, though? Because it doesn't really sound like the docks, to be completely honest. Maybe they are. Wait, was the dog eating from that weird slime thing? Yeah, it's definitely not the sound. It's still this weird things down there. Those are more of that, whatever that other weird thing was that I saw a little bit more over there, that was sitting in front of one of the gravestones. The more I look at this place, the more I think that maybe I should actually access the capital from the front. Like, going too far up this path, I don't know, it feels as if I'm sort of entering it from the backside, and I don't really want to do that. There's a caravan approaching. That could be interesting. But first, let's see. I mean, the caravan technically should stay here. Oh, that was a spirit. That looked weird. Hello. Sanguine Noble. They really don't have much HP at all, right? Bye-bye. Oh, it's starting to rain again. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes there are boss fights, sometimes they're not. Let's see what we get in here. Bloody Hellas. I think isn't that the weapon that they're using? Pretty sure it is, right? Why do I have 3 daggers? Bloody Hellas. Heavy thrusting sword. It looks awesome, doesn't it? Ominous piercing sword with a winding blade, carried by the noble servants of the Lord of Blood. Designed to bore into flesh, causing severe blood loss at the wound. The extracted blood trickles gracefully down the length of the blade. It has a unique skill, Dynast's Finesse. Nimbly avoid an attack, securing some distance from foes. Follow up with Strong Attack to perform a sudden lunge, and press Strong Attack again to perform a sweeping slice. That actually sounds pretty awesome, especially with like a more heavy weapon. Getting that much movement. Might be a very, very cool build. Okay, that means that I've basically dealt with these ruins. No, whatever. Let's just follow the path and see where it takes us. If there is like a cool sort of point where I might be able to turn back because there is a site of grace there and it makes sense to do so. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be cool as well. Is that the carriage down there? Did it just move there and... Oh, can you... What the fuck? Oh, hello. No, that's the carriage. Can you... Are you fucking kidding me? Why can they suddenly stunlock me so well? Where the fuck are they moving, by the way? Also, is there nobody around? Great stars. The other caravans were usually a long sort of parade of soldiers and whatnot. Maybe they've just sort of scattered? Because it looks like that guy over there also might just belong to this, right? Possibly? Maybe they've just sort of awkwardly scattered around for some reason? Yeah, he very much looks like he actually belongs to the carriage, doesn't he? He doesn't... What? Okay, yeah, Something must have gone wrong with loading in the whole procession. Possibly because I went down and killed the boss? Maybe that's why they all sort of scattered around? Oh well. Definitely to my benefit, so I won't complain. It's another empty one. What does that mean? Give me a second. What kind of entrance was that? What is up with these guys? I don't know, this all feels very, very random, doesn't it? This looks very beautiful. Very, very beautiful flower field. Cobblestone, sanctuary stone. Oh, he saw me. That's cute. Just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything here. Yeah, these guys, they look like they might belong to them, right? I mean, maybe they don't, I'm not sure. This just falls down. That's the wood section that I definitely want to take a look at later. Definitely expected there to be a site of grace up here somewhere. And there might be one close. Sometimes they're like, oh, they're annoying. Sometimes their stuff and guard break is a lot quicker than other times. And obviously it also depends on what kind of weapon they're using, I think. Yeah. Just takes me by surprise sometimes. This definitely looks like it would be a perfect spot for a Site of Grace, doesn't it? Couple more soldier dudes here. A very, very big broken bridge. Their dying sounds are actually pretty cool. That's not who I wanted to hit. How many of these guys exist down there? Why do they all make... If they're more or less a normal enemy in these parts, then it's very, very strange to me that they make such specific sounds that can also be heard from quite a distance away. Also, now I realize what that, like, village is, right? It's the windmills that I've seen from quite some distance away. Okay, I need to remember that there's an item here. I don't want to jump over to it, though, because... maybe I could... maybe I could just jump back up with my horse, but I really kind of don't want to. It honestly feels like... I think I might have missed a Site of Grace. Usually they're a bit closer together than this. Maybe it's because there aren't really any really dangerous enemies here, that they're sort of... didn't want to... Who the... I've never seen them run away with a treasure chest. What the fuck? That was a Golden Rune 10 as well. Huh. I mean, that's what they're looking for, right? That was quite funny, though. The way he was running away with the thing. Ah, there it is. I saw it. That's the Site of Grace I was looking for. Yeah, it's probably spaced out a bit further apart because there really isn't that much in between. Though once again, this is pointing towards Volcano Manor, right? It's very, very interesting. Okay, that means that I'll quickly grab the item on the bridge and just teleport back here. Well, I mean, do I want to continue to the Windmill Village? Now that I'm here... I mean, to be honest, there really isn't a reason why I shouldn't, right? Okay, nothing else here, though. Road of Iniquity Side Path. Okay. Ah, now the procession started again. Now it looks correct. Yeah, something must have interfered with it. I don't know. Oh well, doesn't really matter, I have the item already, right? So... Can I jump up here? First windmill. that a golden one? Protection of the Earth Tree. Incantation? It is. 35 faith. Increases affinity damage negation for self and allies. A superior incantation of Earth Tree worship. Increased damage negation for all affinities except physical for both the caster and nearby allies. Hold to continue praying and delay activation. In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Earth Tree, but through countless victories and war, it became the embodiment of order. That is a very interesting description, right? So everything sort of naturally was against the Earth Tree. Yet in the end, it brought order. Through war. That doesn't necessarily seem very nice, does it? Not necessarily like something you would want to rule over. I mean, or be ruled by, rather. These windmills look really, really cool. Just like the image of them, right? I don't know, they just seem very peaceful. I know they probably aren't, but they do seem like that. Okay, so this goes out into these woods. Oh, hey. That also looks very beautiful. I wonder who placed that there. I guess these guys? Hello? Who are you, and what are you doing here? They also have flower crowns. I wonder why they decided to not only wear flower crowns, but also put flowers on their head as well. Poison rays. I halfway expected there to be something else, especially because the body was lying right in front of those flowers. Okay, so now I'm at these crossroads. I want to take the upward path first. Hopefully. Let's see. This is more or less where it came from, right? Right, I went to that scarab first, which is why these guys are still alive. Doesn't look like there's anything that I've missed over here, though. So let's try and approach this plateau from further down here. Are they doing some sort of harvest dance over there? That looks funny. I wonder what went wrong. Well, you kind of always wonder that, right, in Elden Ring. Who the fuck are you? Let's check out the bridge first. That is not an enemy. And you're not a ghost. Okay, so he's basically pointing towards the Earth Tree. Sorry, I didn't want to look at your ass. How very weird. Praise the Earth Tree. Grass. What's this guy's deal? I wonder if you might be able to interact with him somehow. At a certain point. Maybe this is a place you need to come back to after you've actually possibly dealt with the Erdtree to some capacity? How did I not hit him? The third guy just didn't care at all. No idea who you are, though. Why is this so extensive? These areas are quite big. Isn't that like a sorcerer? Yeah, he definitely wears sorcerer's robes. Looks like. Ooh. What? Are you kidding me? Why does it always have to be so weird in terms of... Hello? Heimer Glintstone Crown. And Battle Mage robes. Yeah, I've definitely encountered something similar at one point in the past. The Heimer stuff, right? We definitely heard about that at some point. One of the Glintstone Crowns bestowed upon Rai Lucaria scholars increases intelligence and strength to the detriment of FP. Scholars of the Heimer Conspectors sought the power to quell conflict, and to this end studied the sorceries of Cannon Fire and the Gavel. And then we have the Battle Mage robe somewhere. This one, Battle Mage robe. Worn by scholars of the Rai Lucaria Academy, tattered from being worn whenever war broke out and the Academy sealed its gates. Only Heimer scholars dared venture outside. Seclusion is no way to foster discovery. It is only a convenient form of escape. Wasn't there something... I seem to recall something along the lines of the Heimer scholars not really being okay with the fact that the Academy constantly sealed its gates. They argued that it should stay open. I think there was some kind of information about that somewhere. Take a look at this rat first. West Windmill Pasture. Oh, that's just the... I thought there was something special, but it's just the gravestone that I already saw from down below. Why are there so many rats here? That's a pretty cool sight. Especially with the light shafts shining through the mountain. Really makes you appreciate how jagged and crazy this volcano looks like, right? What a cool sight. And when you really think about it, right, the place where they put the castle is kind of crazy as well. To build a castle up there, right within a volcano. What's the deal with this windmill, though? Seems somewhat random. I didn't want to roll. Sometimes, I don't know, I feel like the recovery frames are really inconsistent. I mean, maybe they are, maybe because they're based on whatever attack hit you. Or something. I don't know, there's definitely something, giant rat ashes? Why? The thing that's the weirdest to me, I think, is that you can roll out after being hit by an attack way quicker than being able to attack again. And I think that's a sort of a weird approach to that, because you would assume that if your character can roll, you can also attack, right? But the amount of time that it takes for you to be able to do an R1 attack again after being hit is definitely noticeably longer than being able to dodge roll away. And also, obviously, well, the dodge roll does give you the iframes, which the attack doesn't. So maybe it doesn't actually happen quicker, but it just seems so because you don't get any iframes or something. It's just a general weird feeling that gets created by that. Okay, so this is just sort of West Windmill Pasture. It's a very random windmill. But yeah, I should maybe take a look at the rats. Giant rat ashes. Spirits that do not require FP to summon. Okay. The rat spirits appear at a distance from the summoner, swarming upon their victim to start the fight. Even as the spirits, these vermin seem to multiply endlessly. Enhancing these ashes can increase their numbers. Okay. It doesn't sound too bad, actually. If you have a build that doesn't really have FP at all, or very little, those could utilize the rats quite well. Though, as always, as long as you have like legendary ashes or the mimic tea or whatever, not really any point to using something else, right? Unfortunately. Oh, that guy saw me. I was wondering. Oh. Okay, let's take a look what kind of weird dance they're doing up here. Definitely very funny sounds, not gonna lie. East Windmill Pasture. So I wonder if they're just... Oh. Well, they're killing themselves, though. Or rather... I guess that's what they summoned? These flame dudes? Blue Festive Hood. Noble Sclav's Navy Hood. Twin Knight Swords. That's a bunch of stuff that you get here. Okay, why do I have so many daggers? Some sort of twin sword? Looked like a smaller sword. Man, it's getting quite difficult. Oh, this. It's a twin blade. Oh! Wait, these things exist here as well? An attractive twin blade of fine make that prizes the chivalric way can be wielded with a single hand, but its true strength is unlocked with dual-handed spinning attacks. Okay. And then I got the Blue Festive Hood. Hood worn by dancers at the festivities in Dominula, the village of windmills. Oh, okay, so that's what the village is called. Use of this hood, dyed in a stunning blue, is only permitted for the young maids who play the central role in the festival. And then I also got this, which is really, really beautiful. A hooded cloak of deep navy, worn by expatriated royalty, increases mind. Such cloaks were gifted to those who departed on missions to faraway lands from which they would never return. But what choice did they have, having seen the guidance of grace? What is that doing here specifically, though? And the noble's traveling garb. Traveling attire fashioned from metallic white silk thread, worn by expatriated royalty. So whoever wore the blue hood also wore this. A gift of such rare beauty, a royal wouldn't disgrace their illustrious heritage even if found dead, in a ditch in the middle of nowhere, while wearing such splendid raiment. Okay. It doesn't really explain who the person was that wore that blue hood together with a noble garb. I mean, considering the last one that we found that wore the hood that I'm currently wearing even, is the girl, what was her name? She's now in the Round Table Hold, but she was next to Stormlight Castle, right? And she does seem to be somewhat of an important NPC in a way. So that makes me think that, I don't know, there might be some significance to the hood being here? It's a bit hard to tell, honestly. Okay, that's these two windmills dealt with. There are these random dogs all over the place as well. Already been down there. I really, really wonder what this village is going to be about. Also, once again, that's an intriguing tree, isn't it? Really wonder why it exists. There are definitely a bunch of landmasses to the north as well. That's definitely not part of the map, obviously, but it's interesting that they seem to exist, right? Because I'm still wondering, I mean, technically the game definitely hasn't answered the question of whether or not the lands between are meant to be between other lands, or if they are maybe supposed to be sort of a land between the sort of the living and the dead world, for example. I always forget that they're doing that. Also, clearly these beasts attacked these guys, right? And I just came in and murdered everyone. Sorry guys, no rescue for you. Bunch of raw meat dumplings. Yet another strange thing, right? that you would just find these meat dumplings here. Because typically in other situations they seem to be connected to sort of cannibalism. Or at least, I mean, they were once, like in one particular instance, connected to cannibalism. Otherwise they can also possibly just be animal meat. I mean, they don't look very appetizing, obviously, but... That looks crazy, right? The volcano... It's really, really quite a crazy thing. Okay, so now I'm back at the crossroads. So... Oh, there is even a set of graves in front of the village. Guess that makes sense. Yeah, considering that this leads up to the capital as well, I think I'm going to take a look at the village and what's going on here, and then go down in this area, and then leave the rest for later. Check out this area, and maybe this from Brother Corin. I think this sort of small incline here might still be interesting as well. But after I've dealt with this sort of wood area and the minor earth tree, I think I'm going to go back here and then actually try to access the capital itself. See what this village is about. Dominula Windmill Village. I kind of like these flowers, right? They do look very, very peaceful and beautiful. Makes me wonder why they did that. Is it some sort of maybe old ritual or something that they still remember even though they are, you know, crazy? Okay, that's also interesting. So, I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? If you consider, I don't know, coming this way, then you either can take the Guidance of Grace towards the capital or towards Volcano Manor. What's going on with you? Eek, I hear a festive melody. No, no, don't skin me. My hide is filthy, I swear. Okay, I guess that tells us what they're doing at this festival, right? They're seemingly skinning people? Okay, before I enter the village, though, I'm going to take a very, very small break. I'll be right back. Okay, let's continue with the Windmill Village. No idea what kind of festivities they're doing here. I do wonder if we'll find some sort of boss here. Or if it's going to be... Well, I don't know. It seems to be like an actual village, right? So... I wonder how it's set up. I wonder if it's just going to be a bunch of NPCs. Why is... Oh. For a second there, I was confused why there was an item over there, but you can just run towards it. Celebrant's Skull. Well, that sounds like it's connected to their celebrations, definitely, right? Sorry. Celebrant's Skull. The amount of weapons is absolutely insane. Celebrant's Skull. Large bludgeon decorated with flowers and many colored fabrics. Ceremonial tool used by dancers during the festivities of Dominula Windmill Village. The striking end is a skull too large in size to be human. Grants trace amounts of runes on landing attacks. The That's an interesting side effect. What is it doing down here? Did they throw somebody that had that in hand down here, or what? Doesn't necessarily seem like it makes sense. Their cackling and laughing is really... Holy shit. Does remind me somewhat of... Wait, they're not even hostile towards me. It does remind me a lot of... What's it called? Chendrick Lane? The level in Bloodborne that also has witches in it. Because they also cackle weirdly. Okay, that is rather interesting to me, though, that they don't seem to be hostile just yet. I mean, maybe they're sort of inviting you in? Time for taking on all at once. That depends. I mean, if they don't attack me, I don't necessarily need to attack them. Okay, you guys do, though. Huh. Maybe I guess the other ones don't really have weapons, possibly? It seemed random that these two would attack me, but the others don't. I mean, I could just kill them. It's such a crazy sight, right? They're just standing here sort of awkwardly cackling and dancing, and some of them attack, some of them don't. You're not even quite sure what the village is all about. There seem to be windmills, but you don't really know why. I mean, well, at some point there clearly was a reason for the windmills, but, I mean, the village doesn't really look like it's properly using them anymore. What I find the most interesting is that they actually decorated these Malenia signs, right? Or not Malenia. They're a sign of fuck, I get my names confused. What's she called? The big baddie guy, or not baddie guy, but the queen that we're looking for, more or less. You know who I mean. The big one the whole game is about. Interestingly enough, well, what was that? Interestingly enough, I mean, in this particular case, nobody's nailed to these things, right? So in this case, they are, like, seemingly purely a symbol of, I don't know, worship / happiness, possibly? And not what they usually are. Symbol of torture and death. There's something here, doesn't necessarily look like it. Oh, there is something over there, so... How do I get onto that building? Oh, suddenly they turned... Their eyes suddenly turned red. for the first time. What the f... That dealt way more damage than I thought it would. What the fuck was that? Did she poison me with her blood? Or something? Okay, now I'm really intrigued as to what is going on here. Also, they suddenly turned, right? They were, like, celebrating, and suddenly their eyes turned red and they attacked. Which is also interesting to the, or also different to the ones that were sitting on the floor and then just sort of stood up and attacked. I wonder why the other ones didn't turn. I don't even know what she was doing. It looked like as if her eyes were sort of spewing forth her blood or something. And I got poisoned by that somehow. I expected it to be a completely different effect as well. I halfway expected it to be either, I don't know, madness, frenzy, whatever. Or something completely new. So... Okay, I need to drop down for that item. Okay, now we get the summoning pool and the resurrection statue. So clearly whatever's going on here might be more dangerous than the other singing ladies. But I mean, they're just singing, right? They're not turning, interestingly enough. They're standing up, but their eyes don't turn red for some reason. I like the visuals. One thing that Elden Ring is also expertly doing is sort of changing. Sometimes it's noticeable, right? Sometimes it's noticeable. So it's not always perfect, but it's also very, very difficult to pull off. But they're creating specific sort of global lighting conditions, global illuminations and stuff in certain areas. So here, I think they very, very purposefully have this moonlight shining through, right? Like it looks like this, the sky is this dark blue and the moonlight shining through. And I think it probably always looks somewhere around this, right? No matter the time of day. Depending on the time of day, the lighting might change slightly, but there's clearly some specific lighting setup specifically for this village, right? And they do that in a number of other places as well. Obviously, what a lot of open world games tend to do is have specific weather in certain places, and that obviously makes sense as well, right? I mean, that's how the real world works. But to have it so that it creates this very, very specific look and specific feel about this place within an open world without, you know, having the... Because typically, FromSoft's levels, I mean, were linear, right? And they were set up in a very, very specific way. So it was, well, they still needed to pull it off, obviously, but it was easy to have these kinds of settings work this way, right? So it's very, very impressive that they're able to pull it off in this particular fashion. Okay, I expect that to be some sort of final boss. Yes. A Godskin Apostle. Okay, so I was wondering about that because they were specifically talking about skinning. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. So I kind of expected there to be sort of a Godskin Apostle here, possibly, but in a way, I kind of also didn't necessarily expect that to be the case. I don't know, it's definitely quite the curious connection. So they're basically... Oh. Now he's probably... Yeah, now he's doing his long stuff again. That looks so weird. Oh, that hit him. So this dance that they're doing here is essentially connected to the Godskin Apostles. Godskin Peeler. Ugh. Scouring Black Flame. And we get another Site of Grace. Okay. That's something that I did not expect. Godskin Stitcher is the other one that we got. There it is, Godskin Peeler. Unique twin blade wielded by Godskin Apostles, characterized by its disturbing design. One end features a sickle for slicing attacks, while the other boasts a winding spike for boring into flesh. Wow. Much skill is required to wield this weapon due to its asymmetric nature. And it has the skill Black Flame Tornado. Spin armament overhead and then plunge it into the ground to summon a raging vortex of black flames. Hold to create an initial flame tornado while spinning the armament. And then I also got this, Scouring Black Flame. That's what he was casting, I think, right? Sweeps a wide area before the caster with Black Flame. The Black Flame could once slay gods, but when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the Black Flame was lost. Okay, cool. No idea what that really means. I mean, we've had a couple of references to that. Why, though? I mean, what is destined death? Why would the Black Flame be good against gods? Where did it come from? Why did Malekith seal it away? And what was its true power? Just some of the basic questions that come up when you read something like this, right? Okay, let's grab the Site of Grace up here. Praise the message and then try Grace. Is this one of these weird... Sometimes they spawn... I had one Site of Grace spawn at like a wrong location once. Ah, see? It's actually over here. Okay. Windmill Heights. Can I level up again? No. Where did I even sit down? Oh well. It's not like these enemies are particularly difficult. Okay, so that's Windmill Village dealt with, I guess. Let's take a look, but I mean, I think they're purposefully obscuring your view here, right? Somehow I see some weird shapes throughout the mist. It does feel like the map might expand towards this place at some point. It's just that we can see parts of it, right? So I think whatever might be beyond here, there could still be quite the big sort of divide between the current play area and whatever's coming up here. Maybe that's some sort of final area after the capital. It would make sense to a degree. I mean, first of all, there are a couple of questions that I think the capital itself won't necessarily answer for us, namely all that stuff about the Halic tree, which we don't really know, though I kind of suspected that it might be. But then again, it looks like we've completely basically looked at everything that Nokron and Oxtella had going for them, so that was sort of the location, because we also got some references to the Halic tree sort of being the exact opposite of the Earth tree, which I kind of interpreted as maybe it's sort of growing below the Earth tree in the opposite direction, right? Something like that. I don't know. I mean, this area might be connected to something completely different, but it might be that it is some sort of final area. In a way, it would make sense, because it feels like the capital itself and the Earth tree itself have been such a big goal for such a long time that just them just being the end of the game would almost feel a bit weird, to be completely honest. Then again, the game's had so much in it so far that I really don't know or wouldn't bet on anything at this point. So this is where I came from, though. What's the point of this last hut here, and the fact that there is another side of grace on top of the mountain at the end of the village? Is that it? Is it just, oh, you know, nothing to see here, just the end of the village? Huh. Well, I guess that's it then, huh? Doesn't look like there's any sort of additional secret here then. Can I just kill you guys? Does that do anything? Okay, that immediately turns the other ones hostile as well. So if you kill Festive Garb Altered. Oh. So if you kill something close to them, they'll just change their state and attack you. Ceremonial garb worn by dancers at the festivities in Dominula, the village of windmills, faintly bloodstained. Well, this doesn't really tell you much. Well, the fact that it is bloodstained at the hems, I think, does suggest that they potentially helped with skinning people, right? One thing that I am quite curious about is they're called Godskin apostles / nobles, right? So, suggesting that it's not just any skin, it's a very specific, rare skin, if you will. Potentially. Begs the question, who exactly do they skin and where did they get it from? I mean, this village is somewhat close to the capital. Maybe they're somehow involved with that as well? Windmill Village, Windmill Heights. Hey. This guy is literally called the Noble Gold Mask. Maybe I should go back to Brother Corin and tell him about that. You think I can tell him? That would be interesting. I didn't realize that that was a proper NPC. I mean, obviously it wasn't a ghost, but somehow I didn't connect that at all. Let's see if Corin is still here, and we can potentially talk to him about that.
Ah, you appear to... Well then.
I can. Tell the noble gold mask's whereabouts.
Do you sport with me? From your description, it can be no other than the gold mask himself. Of course, I knew he would be close by. Bless the Golden Order and its benevolent rays. And to you too, my sincerest thanks. May the Golden Order shine through you.
What are these guys doing? Did they literally just wait for me to finish the conversation? So I assume that he's gonna go over to him now, potentially? Before I take a look at that, though, I'm gonna go over here. Let's approach this place from this side. I think. Yeah. God, the color. I can't get over the fact how beautiful they've incorporated this gold, right? It's not even really gold. That's the thing that works so well, right? It's all these different shades of orange and yellow, yet together they look like they're all sort of golden, or shining golden at least, right? Such a beautiful sight. Okay, now on the map it looks as if there might be some sort of... Although, never mind, that might be actually down below now that I think about it. Yeah, approachable from this side. That's what it looks like. Couple more soldiers. Hey, there's the site of grace here. I wonder if the teleporter just puts you on the other side of the bridge. It's very possible, isn't it? There's another merchant here as well. Because they typically are sort of directed towards where they're teleporting you most of the time. Aww. Why is it getting foggy? Are you kidding me? Oh, that might be because, well, maybe the... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this will lead me over to Windmill Village. Village, right?
Oh dear. I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook. Lightning Pod, Rope Lightning Pod. I'm definitely taking that. Imp Shades and Unseen Assassins. Let's just grab these. They're probably not going to be very helpful, but you never know. Let's grab these as well. Tree Circled. The tree insignia emblazoned on the front depicts the Earth Tree and is designed beloved throughout the lands between. Red Crest Heater Shield. This one looks cool. Scorpion Kite Shield. Highly reputed for its solid build and reliability, emblazoned with the yellow scorpion, a warning of surprise attacks and sudden strikes. Okay. The Cross Tree Tower Shield. An iron great shield large enough to cover the entire body, emblazoned with an old interleaving tree. Great shields boast high damage negation and guard capacity, making enemy attacks easy to repel. Wonder what that tree is supposed to be.
I must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
You have a lot more to offer than a lot of your colleagues, to be honest. Hello.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, bless you. realms of gold. To the west, the serpent's sacrilege. Wherever the path leads, so shall you follow. Wherever the path leads, only more sorrow. 'Tis a curse. A curse. The curse of Queen Marika.
What do you mean by that? The guidance of grace essentially being the curse of Queen Marika? The fact that I'm constantly sort of involved in sorrowful activities, if you will, because I have the guidance of grace and know where it leads me, in a way. Okay, I think I am going to test out the teleporter and see if that might bring Corin over to the Noble Gold Mask. I'm going to try that first, and then I think I'm going to go back to this side of grace, go down the bridge this way, and then, you know, look at this. Look at these woods. Well, I was thinking about, does the teleporter actually reset the quest status, but if I reset the side of grace, that'll definitely be enough. And yeah, the fog is part of the woods. It's a bit unfortunate that it comes in even when you're not going down, but alright. That is definitely one thing that I actually think a lot of open world games still have to solve, is that typically these effects are sort of drawn around the player. Yeah, this is actually perfect. Yeah, typically these effects are sort of drawn around the player. Whereas obviously it would be more realistic if the fog was sort of just spread out throughout these woods, and you entering them would just naturally get you into the fog, the same way fog would work in the real world, right? I think that would be very, very resource intensive, sort of, to calculate the fog in the woods, even though the player's not in it, right? There are definitely ways to do that, but yeah, I think we're just not quite there yet.
We meet yet again. Thanks to you, I have become acquainted with the noble Gold Mask himself, and taken my place by his side, as you can see. Have no fear. I will still teach you incantations as before, though we must do so quietly, such that we not disturb the great master's cogitation.
What's the deal with him, though? This also seems... I mean, it's definitely a place where you can easily see the Erdtree, but certainly not the only place where that would be possible.
The master is always deep in contemplation, while I frantically attempt to record his wisdom, the movement of his finger. And though I am yet to comprehend even the daintiest morsel of his wisdom, I know that this is my life's calling. The Golden Order has bestowed me, talentless as I am, the great duty of documentarian.
Okay. Should I actually buy the Great Heal? Maybe that'll come in handy at some point. Discus of Light. One of the incantations of the Golden Order Fundamentalists produces a ring of light and fires it forwards. The ring of light returns to a position close to the caster before disappearing. This incantation can be cast repeatedly. A gift from the young Mikella to his father Radagon. Let's buy that. That sounds pretty awesome. Fortifications. Okay.
May the golden order shine through you. Further study of indeed, may the golden order.
Wonder if this quest will continue in some form or fashion. Okay, let's go back here and enter the woods, the misty woods. What are these two soldiers doing here, by the way? Were they here when the bridge collapsed and just stayed here, or what's their deal? Because I can't see them jumping down here, to be honest. Huh. Interesting camp. These woods do seem to be somewhat mysterious. Both in visual setup and whatever the hell is happening here. These weird sounds as well. Oh, hello. What the fuck are you? Ugh. Okay. They produce a lot of this mist. They're clearly, I don't know, not normal anymore. Okay, let's actually head below the bridge first and then go to the right and then kind of do it perimeter, I think, to make sure that I sort of cover everything here. I wonder what they're supposed to be about. Oh, hello. What is their deal? They look almost as if, I don't know, they're very sorrowful. Maybe like they retreated to these woods because they didn't really know what else to do after being deformed like that. There's a bunch of them down here. Like really, really many. Are they attacking the big dudes as well? At least they're somewhat easily killable. Hi, do you really want to engage with me? You see how I got rid of that other dude? The weirdest thing are their noises, right? And especially the fact that they can be heard so far away. I mean, they probably did that on purpose to make you think that they're constantly sort of very close to you. Especially with the mist in these woods going on as well. It sort of creates this constant feeling of anguish. And constantly thinking they're like very, very close to you and possibly attacking you. Absolutely no idea what that's supposed to mean, though. Oh. Ah! Okay, so that's what I need to find then, right? Wait, let's rate this. One of the seals I already saw. One of them was, I think, over here somewhere. So there are probably 3 seals that you have to find in order to make the magical tower visible. Considering that the seals are strewn all across these woods, makes me wonder whether or not the whatever kind of sorcerer lived there, if they are somehow responsible for the state of beings in here. What? The fuck? Wait, that way? Hey, there's a sign of grace. Oh, is that the path that I was going to take? What was up with that weird goblin thing, though? Or imp? That was one of the imps that you usually find in the catacombs, but it was a ghostly version of it, and it died. From something. It makes me wonder if the site of grace is even real, but it does appear to be so. Bower of Bounty. The light shafts are really beautiful. Okay, so that leads back through the bridge. How do I access the supposed hidden path? Something ahead. It's pointing in this direction, though. Try armament? Do you maybe have to kill that guy yourself? I mean, technically, judging by the map, the entrance should be somewhere over here. Let's just take a look at this path first. I mean, maybe there's some sort of other way. It's kind of interesting that this is leading back up, though, right? This is definitely going out of the woods again. Just sort of an additional platform that I hadn't really been to yet, though it doesn't necessarily seem like there's anything too special about this place. That's the church that I was already in. Huh. I guess this is just an additional access point to the woods, possibly. Doesn't really look like there's anything too special about this. Just really weird that there is this specific other path on the map, and it's right where this weird thing died as well. Maybe I just need to uncover something else beforehand. Or maybe I'm misinterpreting this completely and there's actually an entirely different way to access this section. I guess let's just go further left then. Towards the tower for the time being. I think I can kill the small thing. They're quicker than I thought. Well, that wasn't really worth it. For fuck's sake. Why does that interrupt you? What's up with their face as well? Not only do they have these weird tentacles, but they also have some sort of weird hole as a face. Like there are... I know this is gonna sound funny, but like the anus of a worm or something crazy like that. Well, that wasn't really worth it, the scarab, I mean. Slightly disappointed by that. Some of them are definitely pretty passive as well. Until you attack them, I guess. No clue what is supposed to have happened to them. Okay, that's one of the magic seals that I still need to deal with. So I guess there's probably a third one as well, right? I wonder what they are about. I guess they're meant to possibly protect the magic seals? Oh, I think they just automatically die once you touch the magic. Ah, that's why the other one suddenly died. I think it just fell right in that weird line between being spawned in, but then also dying because I had already dealt with a magic shield, right? That's probably what it was. Well, that makes a lot more sense now. This is the guy that I saw from up above. Oh, they're actually quite easy to defeat, I feel like. Keller's Lily. I probably should have restored my FP. Oh well. There is another seal over there, though. Maybe it's more than 3 in this particular case? I guess it was only 3. Are you kidding me? They're literally... Okay, what the fuck? The one time I find these things without any help, Oh, well, I guess I got help from a message, from a random message, but every other time I was looking all over the place for these weird creatures and whatnot that you have to find, and now they're just literally giving you a map? Well, that's kind of boring, isn't it? Also, why is one of them literally in front of the tower? Okay. I haven't read these, by the way, since I bought them. Some assassins cannot be seen with the naked eye. Seems the Erdtree sentries once carried torches that could cast light on these prowlers. Okay. Very, very interesting. So there is some sort of special torch that can make assassins visible? Nothing can touch the shades of imps in the hero's graveyard. Only Ross's light can give them form. No idea what that means either. Mirage Rise. I mean, it's the same tower as always, I think. Which, as always, is a little bit of a disappointment. Though I think it's the first time we actually see a dead person in it. Usually they were just empty. Unseen blade and unseen form. What are those? Suppose they're sorceries? Oh, there they are. Makes right-hand armament completely invisible. Okay. That must mainly be for PvP, right? To conceal what weapon you will attack with. One of the night sorceries of Selly, a town of sorcery, enchants armament held in right hand, making it completely invisible. The sorcery can be cast while in motion, used by Sellian assassins to present themselves as unarmed sorcerers. Okay, so this basically suggests, though, that this, whatever the sorcerer was, possibly also was a Sellian assassin that maybe had his hideaway here in this forest and enchanted the tower to not be able to be seen. Makes the caster semi-invisible. While on horseback, effect extends to cover the mount. The sorcery can be cast while in motion. The Sellian assassins considered every option that aided their dirty work. Semi-invisible. The hell does that mean? I mean, I guess... Yeah, I actually wonder how beneficial that would be in PvE. Depending on the place you're at, it's probably really, really beneficial in PvP, but... Okay. So if dealt with the tower, I guess the things left would be the ruins over here and the minor Erdtree and possibly this bridge section? Don't necessarily think there would be too many other secrets in here, to be completely honest. Because this already does seem to be somewhat extensive. Ooh, what the fuck? That almost killed me. Holy shit. That instantly gave me like half full of a gauge of the Black Death stuff. I can definitely still hear quite a lot of them. It's just yeah, I honestly don't think there's too much stuff in these woods. Going through these at night is somewhat distressing, though. Oh, well, distressing, maybe not the exact word, but certainly dark to the point where it's, you know, quite possible to just not see certain enemies. Okay. Nothing over here. That means I'm gonna go and try to deal with those guys over there. We're clearly surrounding some sort of item. That is so OP, right? The fact that you can basically, depending on like how you hit them, can just get rid of multiples of them really easy. Well, that wasn't really worth it. Guess I should just keep topping myself off since you get the flasks back typically anyways. There are quite a few of these guys around though, right? I mean, I wonder why they decided to put so many in here. Oh. Yeah, should not have done that. Also, why the fuck are they dropping a gold-tinged excrement? It's a lot quieter now. I think I might have actually killed everyone in this area. Okay. I am going to be pretty disappointed, though, if whatever's guarding the minor Erdtree will just insta-kill me or something, and then all of these guys come back to life. Not that that would be a big issue, but, you know, it could certainly be annoying. Okay, and there's a bunch more over here, though. I find it really, really curious that most of them don't really care about you at all. Whereas others do try to attack you back. Right? That's the Erdtree, I think. Well, that's not the Erdtree, that's one of these ruins. I think I kind of went into a little bit of a wrong direction. That is the Erdtree, though. That looks like a bigger version of them, almost. Okay. It might not be a normal tree spirit that's guarding this one. Another golden seed. Okay. That's the other part of the bridge. I don't actually remember. Did I look down this way? To see what was down here? I might have just looked at a couple of these creatures as well. There's a couple more of them back there. I think they might be standing around to another item or something. No, never mind. There's just a bunch of slugs. So, are the slugs connected to them as well? Are they some sort of pre-stage of these weed creatures? Possibly? A blood rose. Also interesting that this is just normal mud, apparently. It's no special toxic whatever thing. I definitely expected there to be a little more here, to be completely honest. There's the wind current over here. That's about it, seemingly. Because it looks so... I mean, obviously it's the sort of broken up place because of the bridge. But it looks like this almost crater-like thing on the map, right? Which I assume to have some sort of interesting item within it. That was not the case, however. Another normal one of these dudes. Well, I thought I timed that correctly. I still hear... That is crazy to me. I already killed so many of them, right? You can still hear them. I mean, obviously I haven't been to everywhere in this place, but... I really would have assumed that most of them would be dead by now. Well, I mean, I was thinking about how annoying or deadly would this place be without my somewhat OP magical beam. But then again, they're not that difficult to deal with. Obviously the by far most dangerous thing that they're doing is the fact that they're spewing the instant death mist stuff, right? So that was the tree that I went to earlier, right? Yes. So let's take a look at whatever weird creature guards this minor earth tree. Okay, I'm able to summon here. Wait. Woodfolk Ruins? Seriously? There you are. Oh, there's another one of those silvery trees that lead you to caves. Well, let's try and deal with this big thing first, right? There is a statue of Marika here somewhere, interestingly enough. It's interesting that they're seemingly giving you more cover and stuff than usual. There's a bunch of other things here as well. Worm face. Oh, oops. Wait, did it? Oh, well, that's unfortunate. My mimic just kept standing in the black death mist. Whoopsie. Crimson Spill, Crystal Tear, and Speckled Heart Tear. That is something that I did not anticipate. I mean, he was very, very weak to magic, though, apparently. But yeah, that was weird. These are the normal guardians, though, right? At least they appear to be. Yeah, my mimic just literally kept standing in the death mist and then died from those thorns. Huh. It's just, I'm slightly confused by the positioning that they had for the boss here. Usually they place these bigger guys in way more open areas, right? So I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, he was obviously sitting right in front of the tree, but having these ruins here does make for a very somewhat obscured arena. Okay. The Crimson Spill Crystal Tear temporarily boosts the max HP. Okay. And the other one is this one, right? Boosts resistance and heals status in mixed physic. Okay. There was another item back here as well. Somehow I expected these to be more special, to be honest, considering where you find them. They almost seem to be pretty basic stuff, if you will. Okay, that was the Erdtree, the Woodfolk Ruins. Just kind of want to make sure. I swear, if that weird crystal or silver branch thing is leading me to the thing that is literally marked on your map, well, hopefully it doesn't, but that would be pretty dumb. Those look to be red and blue ones, though. Where even are the rest of these guys? Oh, here they are. That is very annoying. Their range is pretty insane with the stuff that they're spewing. Honestly, I kind of want to go north first, now that I think about it. If this cave is sort of going to be the end of this whole expedition, if you will, then I think going north might be the better idea. And this one's easily visible from all directions, so it will not be exactly hard to find it again, I think. Can definitely still hear more of them. Do wonder how the slugs are connected to it, though. Do they all start out as slugs and then become these more powerful creatures, or are the slugs sort of a byproduct of them being here? That's kind of a disturbing sound, to be completely honest. Do you think it'll be worth it to check out these outer parts? I mean, I can just, to be honest, let's just do this. Very, very quickly take a look at them. This will just lead outside of the woods, right? So I don't necessarily think there's going to be too much interesting stuff here. Yeah, that's where I already was. Those are the two windmills, and I don't expect there to be anything too special over here. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so we've done this entire thing. We'll go back to these ruins then. I think I'm fairly close to clearing out this entire place. Well, that's also cool. I didn't even realize that this this tree is pretty close to the entrance to this entire area. So you can probably easily see it. I must have overlooked it. But I feel like that should be fairly easily visible from the outside. The place seems to be mostly empty, though. I mean, most of these ruins probably will be, I think. Oh, wait. Those were the first ones I was in. That explains why they were empty. These are the ones that I wanted to go to. I don't know if I want to summon, though. Isn't there just this one guy? The slugs produce rot, though, if I see that correctly, right? Or poison or something? No, they don't actually produce anything. Icon shield, what is that? It looks as if the slugs are only damaging you with whatever they're throwing at you. There's a whole bunch of you guys in here, though. Not really enough to really warrant summoning, but... Think it's worth it actually going all the way to the wall? Probably not, right? Not really. Okay, let's take a look at that shield. The symbol on it looks really, really awesome. Great shield painted with a divine scene, the recipients of a blessed tear from the Earth Tree, an item that looks back fondly on the Age of Plenty. The divine scene acts in and of itself as a sacred invocation, gradually restoring the carrier's HP. That, honestly, seems like a pretty good side effect of a shield, to gradually restore your HP. Cool. I mean, it's a pretty weighty shield, obviously, but the only problem is that it doesn't have 100% physical damage negation. I think they probably thought that that would have been OP, especially with a big shield like that. So you can probably still slowly wear down the wearer's HP. If they decided to use it. Well, that's two of them, it seems like. Yeah, double kill! Nice. It's a bit unfortunate that it's sometimes finicky to sort of aim this sorcery, right? Because you can't manually aim it, you have to rely on the game providing a good point for you, basically. Obviously, you can still look at what the game is doing and decide whether or not it's worth it to use it in those particular circumstances, but yeah, the fact that it can hit multiple targets like that is pretty awesome. Soft cotton. What is that doing here? An insane amount of these slugs here. So theoretically, I'd imagine these are the sort of major parts of these ruins. I don't think that I've missed anything. Pretty sure that I've been fairly thorough here. And it doesn't look as if there would be any kind of sort of secret entrances or something in this wall, in these walls. It's usually not the case. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on here then. Definitely a bunch more of these guys. Holy shit, I almost killed 3 of them. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, there has to be some sort of underground section here as well, right? And usually there is. Try defeating one by one. That's for amateurs. Just kill them all at once. Where's the problem? Yeah, okay, that's the entrance. Looks like there's only an item down there. Is there another one, or was that... I think that just might have been the sound of him dying. Okay. I am fairly confident in saying that I've pretty much cleared out these woods except for the one cave that's still on the map. Which now, I suspect, the weird silver tree thing is definitely leading towards. Wrath of Gold. What is that? 32 faith. Produces golden shockwave that knocks back foes. So it's the same as the Repellent, whatever the other one was called. Produces a golden shockwave that knocks back nearby foes. Charging increases the size of the shockwave. This incantation was discovered when the Elden Ring was shattered and was feared as a sign of the Earth Tree's wrath. Yeah, I mean, there might be use cases for it in PvE. Probably not, though. I mean, it might give you an edge in certain situations, depending on what other skills you have and other weapons and whatnot. You know, it might create really good openings for you or something. I mean, it's definitely not unusable by any means. But it's also a bit of an odd one, I would say. Okay, let's see. Where do you lead? It's gonna take ages, isn't it? Really not a fan of these things. I don't know why they thought that this was a good idea, especially since they're very, very rare. Like, most cases are not connected to something like this, so why do it with certain caves that in the past didn't even really seem that special? And then again, they also all seem to always be pretty obvious in terms of where they were. And this is just tedious, right? I mean, I probably didn't need to do it. I could have probably just cleared out the cave, and then afterwards, if the thing wasn't interactable anymore, I knew that that's where it would have led me to. But, I mean, really not sure why they thought this was a good idea. It's also so incredibly or it goes completely against what most of the rest of the game is doing, right? Rewarding your own exploration and stuff. And then sometimes they have these baffling decisions where they just put something into the game and you think, wait, what? Why? Why did they feel the need to do that? This is almost worse than a quest where you have to guide somebody else to their target, right? Your typical escort quests. Just as tedious. And yeah, the fact that the cave is literally on the map, right, makes this whole thing even more ridiculous. What seems to be a mine, though. Yeah. Thanks, bro. Okay. I'm 99% sure that I've cleared out everything here, except for the mine, obviously. I've also been up here. I've been here, so... And I've stopped here and here. So I'm pretty confident that I've been everywhere here, meaning that once I've cleared out the mine, I'm definitely going to go back here and finally enter the capital and unlock this map piece. And does it start with the exact same setup once again? It does. Fun, fun, fun. See, in this case they block the path though, so... I mean, clearly they sometimes do that. Wonder why they didn't do it in the other one. Yeah. In this case, all the paths are blocked, which makes it even worse that the platforms are still there, right? Just remove the platforms as well. Altus tunnel. Why? Oh. Oops. Didn't expect to be that powerful. Oh, that's an interesting chest. A rune arc. I think I've encountered a chest that looked like this before. I wish they would actually alter the look of the chests way, way more, right? That's always a thing. I mean, obviously you want to have a clear visual language communicated to your players of where the loot is, right? So you don't want your player to accidentally misloot, for example, because suddenly a chest like this contains the loot, right? That would be bad game design. But having said that, I do wish that they would alter... Oh no, never mind. I thought there was another one still living. I do wish that they would alter the look of treasure chests just slightly more. Especially since the sort of standard treasure chest that you find in most places looks way too ornate and special, right? Oh, this is awesome. This looks like this other cave in Caelid. Once again, only smithing stone 5s for some awkward reason. What the fuck is going on up there? You just see different things falling down? Well, hello. Who's casting? Well, now he fell down. No idea why they decided to only put smithing stones 5 in here as loot, though. And they probably have a million of these cracked crystals as well. Since these caves tend to really have a lot of them in them. Okay, so there's 2 paths. Does this lead anywhere else? It does, it looks like. Oh, hello. Bye-bye. Oh. I should stop casting multiple times. These enemies do seem to be very weak. I don't know. That is, yet again, a very strange thing, right? When you really consider, I mean, those worm enemies in the woods, they're not the most difficult thing to fight ever, but they're certainly quite dangerous, especially since there are multiple of them around, right? So I'm just really confused as to why they then give you a cave like this that is just very, very easy to deal with. Presents no challenge at all. That's, I don't know. Oh, hey, it's these crystal dudes again. So I'll probably be able to just open that up, right? Let's see. I wonder how strongly they will be affected by my magic blast. Oh, hello! Well, well, well. This cave is getting interesting after all. So the boss room is potentially the end to this cave then. I was actually quite interested because it was called the Altus Tunnel, right? Which does suggest that it leads to somewhere and isn't just a mine or cave or whatever. Let's maybe just deal with the boss enemies first, see what comes of it, and then try to deal with that big dude that does gravitational magic in the other cave. Unless I can't open this, though I think I should be able to. Let's see what you got. Okay, so you can knock them over, but they're still not cracked. Not gonna lie, these are somewhat annoying to fight. Got you. I mean, annoying to fight. I really like their gimmick. You know, the fact that you need to shatter them and then they're really easy to deal with. That is a pretty cool thing. Like, it's a pretty cool design. Some to some minus bell bearing. Okay, so this will just return me to the entrance. Obviously, I don't want to do that. I want to see where this cave leads. But yeah, I definitely like their concept. They're definitely one of the more unique enemies in terms of how to deal with them. In general, I do wish that the game would have way more enemies that required certain special tactics, right? At the end of the day, 99% of enemies basically come down to learn their moves and strike at the right moment, right? But where you strike or how you strike very, very rarely actually matters. Yes, obviously there are backstabs and there are like these critical attacks when things sort of fall down and their eye begins to glow yellow, stuff like that. But that's like a very obvious sort of thing, right? What I'm talking about more is actually what a thing that Horizon Zero Dawn, for example, if we take another open world game, does expertly, right? I mean, Horizon Zero Dawn has a lot of problems, right? It's definitely way too close to your typical Ubisoft shit, unfortunately. Even though they have a way stronger foundation, which makes it even more sort of... It's really a big shame that they couldn't let go of these, you know, mainstream open world designs, even though they had a much stronger foundation with their game than they had, than any Ubisoft game ever had, right? But the thing that Horizon actually sets itself apart from most other open world games is how well designed the gameplay is, how well it works, and how fun it is as well. And the fighting the big dinosaur robots, the thing that makes it so fun, well, first of all, is obviously the gameplay design itself, how snappy it is, how quickly you can change weapons, on all that neat stuff. But one thing that makes them really fun to fight as well is just how many different sort of approaches you can use to fight them, right? So you can either specifically target specific armor plates that they have, blast them off and then attack that weak point, or you can use elemental damage on their specific weak points, right? So fire damage on oil tanks, for example, or I think there's also like ice damage to freeze certain parts of their weapons. You can either go for their offensive weapons first, right? Especially with these sort of bigger tanks or these big sort of tank turret things that shoot rockets at you. You can take out their weapons first, basically, so that they can't really attack you anymore, or you can attack their weak points directly. Sometimes you can't even attack their weak points directly. You have to do something else first, right? You have to overheat them, and you can utilize fire damage to do so, and then they expose their weak points because they have to cool down. Obviously, it makes sense in that regard because they're, well, robots, right? And they're basically computers that need to cool down and all that kind of stuff, and you can exploit that. But the thing is, there's just so much stuff that you can do with them and how you can interact with them and different sort of elemental things that interact with each other. And it's also just really, really satisfying, right? The way that sort of focus UI interacts with sort of you being able to look at the weak points of the dinosaurs, but then also when you actually, for example, blast off their shield plates or something. I don't know, the whole design, the sound design, how it looks visually, all of that really comes together to create this really, really satisfying experience. And the reason why I'm talking about that is that I think that is definitely something that Elden Ring is lacking massively, especially with its bigger bosses. I was talking about that yesterday, I think, when I killed the Rykard's serpent thing, right, in Volcano Manor, where I thought that it would have been a much more interesting fight if the serpent would have had, different parts to it that you needed to attack first before then actually striking at the face or something, right? Or at its actual head. And I think a lot of enemies actually would benefit from that. And they're even sort of trying to do that. I mean, you can definitely target sort of trolls' legs, giants' legs, for example, right? So there are different spots that you can attack, but ultimately it never really amounts to much, right? It never really feels as if the game truly takes benefit of the fact that there are multiple different hitboxes and how they could theoretically interact, right? Yeah, I think it would be really, really cool to have, especially with bigger enemies, to have these neat interactions where you could actually specifically target different things of their body. And again, if we're taking inspiration from Horizon Zero Dawn, how cool would it be if you could specifically target certain body parts with specific elements as well, right? So the fire giants, for example, their feet are burning, right? I mean, their chest is as well, but their feet are as well. So think about how cool would it be if you could specifically freeze one of their legs and they would sort of start, well, instead of just falling down once you reach some sort of critical threshold, freezing both of their legs would cause them to fall over or something, right? That would be awesome. And I think it would really add a lot to the encounters. Because ultimately, well, a thing that Elden Ring is definitely guilty of is reusing a lot of their enemies. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, the basic gameplay is so good that it can definitely still hold up, right? It's not too much of a big deal that a lot of stuff gets repeated. That being said, though, I think that having these specific elemental interactions would have honestly made enemies a lot more interesting. I mean, Horizon, comparatively, is a much shorter game than Elden Ring, so it doesn't have to have that much content, but it still keeps, I think Horizon Zero Dawn has, 26 or somewhat odd different dinosaur creatures, right? For a somewhat big open world game, hearing 26 different enemy types doesn't seem to be too much, right? I mean, if you look at the number of bosses in Elden Ring and the number of unique bosses in Elden Ring, they do obviously repeat quite a lot, but that's due to the fact that how this game is ridiculously large, right? So in comparison, you still have a lot more unique enemies in this game compared to a game like Horizon. Now, again, Elden Ring takes way longer, right? Horizon doesn't nearly take as long to play through and get everything done, basically. So it doesn't need that many enemy types, but I would say that even though, you know, I encountered every single enemy type in Horizon, and I encountered them even multiple times, most of them, that is, I still think that the game could have had way more content, and I still wouldn't have gotten tired of fighting the dinosaurs. Especially because you have so many different options to approach it, right? So even if you, in one particular instance, you might, you know, go for the oil tanks first or something. The next instance, you do something completely different, right? I don't know. As I said, I do think that there is something to be learned from their enemy design, and especially from how awesome these different kinds of interactions are in Horizon. Would be cool if Elden Ring had a little bit more of that. Okay, let's see. Can I... You know what? Now that I look at it again, for some reason I didn't actually make this connection earlier, but I fought several of these guys. This one looks a lot more like a fly for some reason. I don't know if the other ones looked exactly like this. They, however, look exactly like that alien thing. The alien boss that I fought, right? Why did I never make that connection? They look exactly the same, basically. Just that these are hanging from the ceiling. That is really interesting. Okay, how are you supposed to deal with this? I guess you can somewhat sneak up on it. For the most part, it seems to be turned around, right? It looks around, though. So... Question being, can I kill it from here? Do I have enough resources, and is it close enough to do that? Because I'm... Did it actually see me? What the fuck did I just do? Well, I guess I pressed the wrong button. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate if it... Eight? Seriously? Is that because of the range? Okay. Well, this is clearly not going to work. Or maybe it's because it's magical bolts? I don't even know if there's a way to get over there. I mean, there has to be. Am I maybe missing a potential different part of the tunnel or something? Oh, hello. I mean, there has to be a way to get away from here. Why the fuck? Didn't you turn around? That's weird. I guess he sometimes just looks somewhere else or something? That is weird though, isn't it? Do you have to make sure to actually be out of sight of him, or what? I wonder if that top portion actually leads somewhere. Nope. Greatly raises maximum equipment load, okay. Well, clearly this is not the point to continue from. Either I'm missing a path that I've not discovered yet, or, since it's called a tunnel, there is an entirely different access point to the same place. I kind of feel like there has to be. Because judging by, I mean, you can see there is a tunnel sort of behind him, right? Leading up to that big root where he's hanging above. So... however you get there, I don't think that the entrance point would be in this cave. I mean, it really doesn't look like that's the case, right? Unless it's somewhere here in the beginning. No, I literally jumped down this this path, right? Oh well, whatever. I guess I can just mark that on my map as still having an enemy in it, right? I suspect that there's probably a place sort of up here or something that'll lead into the same mines and will give me access to the sky. Okay. Yeah. Let's look at that somewhere else. Now I will actually try to enter the capital. First goal, getting to the next map piece. Before I do that, though, I'm going to check out sort of the outer sections. Let's get rid of this guy first. What the... I wonder if he'll look for me. He does indeed. Must have been the wind. Or not. He can probably drop his great bow as well, right? I'd assume. Would make sense anyways. I did already talk to that ghost, so I guess since I'm already here. Oh! This is the way how you enter this section. Oh, well, never mind. Let's go check this out first then. Oh, hello. What do we have here? What is this a statue of? A mother embracing her child? Amber starlight? What the hell is that? Ingredient used in special draught. An ephemeral sliver that gives off a pale amber glow, what remains of a passing flash of starlight. If the stars command our fates, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of the gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special draught. Cannot be consumed by mere humans. What? Special draught? I get the feeling... I wonder if that is somehow connected to what kind of ending you get. For some reason, I got sort of an umbilical cord vibe off of that thing, right? I mean, the umbilical cords being the items in Bloodborne that you need to find in order to access the special ending. So you need to find these items that are strewn all over the place. They can be, I think a couple of them, there are 4 in total, and you need to consume 3 in order to unlock the special ending. And I think like 2 of them or something can just be found somewhere. I think one is in like a very secluded and hard to reach place or special to reach place, and another one is tied to an NPC quest line, I think, if I remember correctly. Makes me wonder. Special draught, amber starlight. If there's something equally interesting here, right? Where maybe you need to, I don't know, talk to somebody special and then give them this in order to create this draught. Yeah, you're not a very good lookout post. It's just, it's really, really strange to me. I keep finding, like, a whole range of really unique key items, right? But none of them are really ever mentioned, nor is it very clear where they lead to, or why they exist, or what. That was weird. Must have still had like 3 HP or something. Yeah. So, really quite curious about that. It's especially strange to me since with a lot of these key items, I don't know. You would kind of think that that they would somehow be, I don't really know, that they would somehow be very, very special. So it's just kind of strange to me that they're not really mentioned at all in a lot of ways. Was this actually the reason for the Mimic being here? Or, you know, for it to be possible to summon? Usually they don't let you summon for just a bear. I find it very interesting in general that they have these rather big side areas to this main road. And then suddenly just plant. Ooh. Didn't expect cave, yeah. I didn't either. Well, at least it was worth it to check out the side of the road, I guess, highway, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, this is somewhat far away from this, so I would be surprised if the two are connected. Would be pretty awesome, though. Perfuma Grotto. Ah, well, maybe not. At least judging by the name, they're definitely not. Um, 82,000. Can I level is the question. Probably. Isn't this 5,000 or something? What was it? 90,400, okay. 56, okay. So this is 90, then 5 more to make it, 88 rather, 89, 90, and then 400. Nice. Level up. So now I can go into intelligence again. I honestly didn't expect that 45 vigor would get me through so much, right? Obviously, the thing that you never really think about is the fact that your pure levels also always increase your base defensive power, right? Which could be clearly seen in Caelid when I fought that Black Angel thing in front of the Beastman's mana castle thing. That does make quite a big difference, right? Purely the level itself through the defensive power already makes quite a big difference in terms of how easily you can deal with enemies. But still somewhat, I honestly expected to have to level Vigor quite a bit more. I don't know. Should I just keep leveling intelligence? I mean, honestly, what else should I do, right? There is no real reason to level anything else at some point, but that's probably a thing for a possible New Game Plus. If I would do New Game Plus on this character, then I could probably go into a little bit more strength and dexterity, just purely to be able to basically wield everything. But up until that point, it probably just makes sense to further increase intelligence. I mean, that increases the strength of my sorceries, right? It increases the strength of my, well, the magic damage that I deal through my weapon, the magic blast that my sword is currently dealing. So, yeah. I mean, I do have to think about the fact that a little bit more endurance would also mean more stamina, not only more equipment load. But the fact that I'm also utilizing, what is it, Radagon's Seal or whatever, so I basically have 20 endurance, and especially since I'm using a sword, which doesn't really take that much endurance or stamina to begin with, to still have a lot of attacks back to back, right? Means that I don't really need to level that. So I guess I'm just going to continue leveling intelligence. I mean, maybe at some point, honestly, vigor still isn't completely out of the question, simply for the fact that just having more vigor will still make the game easier, right? Being able to be hit more means you die less. So maybe I could go for something like 45 intelligence for the moment, and then if I still want to level further, I might just alternate between vigor and intelligence to bring both of them to 50 or something. I am quite curious on the level that I will end on, though. You know, I'm 120 now. Expected to go to at least 140 until I end the game. Maybe even more, depending on whatever that additional sort of additional area might be. Does this mean that we're getting close to the Earth Tree and therefore these roots are all throughout these caves? I think it does, right? The fact that these roots are here, maybe that does mean that this cave and the other one are connected. Hello. Oh, wait. You can jump quite high. I'm gonna deal with the plan some other way, I think. This cave does seem to be somewhat extensive. Maybe this one is connected to the other one after all. And just because the sort of entrance part of it is connected to the perfumers doesn't necessarily mean that the rest is, right? I do find it really, really cool that they added the fact that there are all these roots here as well. Fuck's sake. I never quite know when they're doing their melee attack. Why is there living jar shots? Did he try to turn himself into a jar? Okay, so it looks as if that long path over there is the only way to continue. This one. Treasure chest. Let's just do this. Honestly, I can't be bothered with trying to do anything else. Once again, no idea when that actually happens. Oh, oops. I do find it cool, though, that It seems as if I'm finally dealing decent damage to these big flower things. Because for the longest time it took me like ages to kill them. With my normal weapon, that is. It finally seems as if they're somewhat easily killable. More living jar shots. Hey, another perfume bottle. What the hell are they doing with the jar shots, though? Aha! I knew it. Okay. So now I mean, oh, for fuck's sake. That's not what I wanted. $76. Well, still not that great, to be completely honest. This is gonna take a while. What the fuck? Maybe... Oh yeah. I should have just gone with the normal ones. The magic bolts seem to be quite bad. Dealing a headshot seems to be quite beneficial. Ah. It actually has way less HP than I thought it would. I mean, yeah, the problem was definitely that it was just too far away. From the other side. Huh. And that leads to the actual boss of this part of the cave. Very interesting to me. So the two caves, one is called a tunnel, but they're still not connected. They're technically a tunnel from one side to the other, but they're not traversable like a tunnel. It's quite interesting. Do I want to risk jumping up there? Is there even any reason to do that? Why does that platform up there exist? That doesn't lead anywhere, does it? Or am I just not seeing it? No, that's literally just a platform. What the hell? That's supposed to entice you to try to jump over there and ultimately be killed? Or what's the deal? It's quite an extensive entrance for a boss room. Makes me wonder if there's like a bigger cave behind this as well. What could be the boss here? Another flower, are you kidding me? Together with an omen killer this time? Oh, for fuck, I hate their range and how quickly they can be back. Point. Are you fucking kidding me? Stop attacking me, for fuck's sake. Thank you. Really? Ah, so close! Oh, my mimic just soloed the fucking plant. The hell? Oh, by the way, I wonder if you can lure this guy. I probably made this way too difficult for myself. I wonder if you can lure this guy to potentially incinerate the flower. That would be quite funny, wouldn't it? Well, this was somewhat of a disappointing boss fight. These omen killers are definitely weird. I think I probably made that way more difficult for myself than it needed to be completely honest. I think if you're more aggressive against these omen killers, they're actually not that much of a threat at all. It's just that if you get into a very defensive position and constantly are running away from them, then they become somewhat annoying. Yeah. Not a great fan of the fact that there was just this other plant in the room. At least in this particular case, it wasn't just a basic dual boss fight, but rather a plant that you can probably mostly ignore if you do this solo. With the additional fact that I wonder if you can actually sort of lure them together and incinerate the plant, if you do it correctly. That would be quite funny, wouldn't it? But, yeah. Also, I feel like I'm playing these a lot more passive than I need to play, because I sort of expect them to be much stronger than they actually turn out to be, which is really quite weird. I don't know. I looked at that boss fight and I thought, oh yeah, this is actually going to be a little bit difficult. But then my normal attacks were already dealing a lot of damage to that omen killer thing. So I didn't even really need to use any of my stronger attacks or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Bit of a strange situation, to be completely honest. It's very, very interesting. The connection here, I mean, clearly it's here. I didn't expect this cave to be as big as it is, right? When you really think about how far you travel through the cave. It's really quite interesting. Okay, that was the northern part. Let's take a few steps back and do the same and look at the southern part of the bridge. Or highway, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Also, the fact that I'm not even using the Great Room is kind of crazy to me, right? I do have quite a few more rune arcs, so maybe I should actually do that. I mean, the only thing that it does is technically speed things up a little bit as well. Right? Okay, let's actually engage with these guys. What is this? Looks very interesting. What are they doing here? Well, this looks very different from what it suggests that it is on the map, right? Oh. They seem to be mining something, but on a field? Instead of in a cave? It's so crazy to me that the Erdtree... Well, technically, I mean... If the Erdtree is somewhere over here, right? Technically, I'm not that much closer than I was when I was, let's say, here, for example. Right? It's not actually that much of a difference. Which is such an awesome design, because... It also means that you're really not getting closer, right? Which is such a... somewhat of a profound sort of difference, I guess? Because that means that it feels as if the tree is sort of eluding you, right? As if it's not really wanting you to get closer to it. Oh, hello. So these guys seem to be mining meteorites or something? I wonder if these are meteorite strikes that for some reason came down here. And then they... Yeah, it definitely looks like it, doesn't it? And so they brought these guys over here to mine them. It's really quite a large field, though. Or maybe, I may be misinterpreting this. Maybe they aren't meteorite strikes at all. But for some reason they just realized, oh, there is this material here that we need or want. Somewhat hard to tell, right, what this means. Once again, I'm sort of wishing we would get a little bit more information about the actual origins of this place, rather than just sort of the outcome, I guess. Ooh. He hit me in the air. Oh, for fuck's sake. How the fuck did that miss him? Are you kidding me? What the hell is going on? How delayed was his damn attack? And now I felt like I dodged that way too late and still dodged it. Definitely still here, somebody mining. Oh, over there. And something way bigger is going on over there as well. I mean, judging by the map, there seems to be some sort of crater here. I was wondering what that was. So maybe it is actually meteorite strikes. Or do you think that is some sort of, I don't know, something that remained after Radahn tried to attack the capital or something? I should probably take a look at whether or not there is another cave over there. I don't think so. Once again, you never know. Nope. Okay, completely normal cliffside. And other than that, it's just a large plateau, more or less. I mean, that's definitely a really big meteorite strike. I wonder if there's going to be another one of these Star Scourge beasts in here? What are they doing there? There's definitely something big in there, I feel like. Falling Star Beast. I was indeed correct. So I guess they were sort of trying to study it or something? How the hell did that not hit properly? Ooh, what the hell? That's a whole bunch of gravity stones. Stuff that you don't really need. Yeah, this seems to be strange, right? I mean, why would something like this specifically fall down at a location like this? It's almost as if it specifically avoided hitting anything important. Somewhat strange. And then, so these guys were standing here sort of in front of it to either keep it in check or to make sure that nobody else approached it or something. I wish there would be a bit more of a connection between these things. So, this has been the second one that we found, basically, right? I guess not counting Radahn's powers, but he isn't really... He became that, right? He wasn't really a Star Scourge thing from the beginning, I guess? So, what I mean by connection is just, I wish there was a bit more of a... What are these bloodstains about? No jumping ahead, yeah. No shit. I just wish there was a little bit more of a connection in terms of, I don't know, maybe some sort of special item that they dropped that maybe you need to get, I don't know, you need to find all of them for to then craft something out of that item or something like that, right? I mean, the other one at least dropped a weapon. This one dropped literally nothing, basically. Unless I didn't see everything since it dropped so many of these gravity stones. But... yeah. Oh, now they also stopped glowing purple. It's interesting. It's just a little bit underwhelming, right? It's a very, very cool enemy, and the setup is pretty cool as well, with all these meteors that have fallen down, and... I don't know, it seems to be very little payoff for what's actually going on, right? But what the... Oh, hello. Okay, calm down. Everyone gets their turn. It almost feels insane, right? Approaching this insanely large city with its defenses and, you know, a lot of soldiers placed here and whatnot, and I'm sort of this one single guy wreaking complete havoc on their defenses. Still feels a little bit surreal that I'm finally here. These giant statues as well. It is insane to me how big of a scale this capital and everything that's connected to it, right? I mean, the Grand Lift of Dectus already has the same feeling of this just insanely big statues and everything. Oh, I guess this other guy must have tried to attack me as well. I do see another one of those dudes with the big bow up there, though, so that might be a bit annoying to approach. Yeah, this just feels... I can't possibly be a threat to this city, right? Well, I guess technically the city doesn't fully exist anymore, right? Which is sort of what makes this entire thing possible in the first place. Since everything's sort of shattered and torn down and whatnot. Or in a state of, I don't know, disrepair. I still find it weird. Why is there a statue of Marika here as well? Did they, for some reason, think that that bear would be some sort of really difficult to overcome threat or whatever? Or he wasn't as difficult to deal with as I thought it would have been. Well, the other one is shooting at me, though. Why do I hear scarabs? Oh! Ah, that's how they defend... Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Well, that's one of them gone. Oh, God, I hate the timing on that. I rolled into his attack. Fucking hell. That didn't need to be that difficult. I made that way more difficult for myself. Why am I constantly still hearing scarabs? It's really tripping me up. Where the fuck are they? Oh, there you are. I think these have just been placed here, though, to make sure that you're constantly full on your healing and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't really quite fit to have the white scarabs here, I don't think. Yeah, the scale of this. But it's definitely been built by human-sized people, right? I mean, all the stairs and stuff seem to suggest that. So, I'm just not really, because I was thinking, maybe the scale is somehow connected to the fact that that the giants are also somewhat of a part of this, right? But, yeah, that being said, I don't know. Wait, this is an actual boss fight? Seriously. Oh, he takes a lot of damage, though. Does he not have the magical shield thing that the other one does? They're pretty easy to deal with, though. Funnily enough. I mean, obviously it's a lot easier having my Mimic basically tank one of them while I finish off the other one. But I don't know. I still expected a lot more resistance. What the hell? That was an awkward turn there. Didn't he attack my mimic? Seriously? Okay. If he's that annoying up close, I'm just gonna go for ranged. Earth Tree Great Shield and a Hero's Rune. So, one thing that's rather very interesting to me is you basically meet one of these tree sentinels at the very, very start of the game, right? Obviously, most people probably won't kill it right away, but it is curious that he is there from the beginning. And we also have this Knights Cavalry, right? Which are also sort of these black riders that appear during the night, what the name suggests. Now that I really think about it, I honestly expected there to be a lot more tree sentinels all throughout the lands. And I find it quite curious that there aren't, because they seem like a perfect enemy to just sort of place on open fields, right? I mean, in a way, it's obviously cool that they haven't been reused that much, but they feel... Oh, sorry. They feel like the much better choice to reuse, right? Compared to a lot of other enemies, maybe, that we've seen quite a lot of. So... Yet another very interesting choice. Okay, I got a shield. This one, that's what they're wielding, right? Their shield, basically. What is that scene that is depicted on it? It's a very, very awesome design. Weighty great shield forged of gold, carried by the Order of Tree Sentinels, heavily equipped knights, blessed by an old incantation of protection. The living rampart of the Earth Tree, the Tree Sentinels are the standard to which all defenders of the Earth Tree aspire. And it has the unique skill Golden Retaliation. Ready the shield to unleash its protective incantation. This will dispel sorceries and incantations, retaliating with golden power. I wonder how usable something like this would be in a fight against Renala, for example, right? In the second phase, where she constantly blasts you with magic. I wonder if this would be sort of an easy win card in that particular situation. What was the other part that they dropped, though? Completely glossed over that. Did they drop another weapon? When did I get this? Oh, that was from a Dragon Soldier. Oopsie. I sort of forget what the other thing was that they gave me. Oh, well, probably wasn't that important. Right, I still have this to turn in. Somber Smithing Stone 3 and 4, Crack Crystal. Completely unimportant to me. This was a very cool boss fight for the entrance of the city. And in this particular case, I would even say that it being a double boss fight actually worked and made a lot of sense. Especially with how cool it looks when they're both sort of slowly coming towards you down these staircases, right? Pretty cool imagery. Can't get over this. This door is insane. I wonder if at some point maybe they live together with the giants or something? And that's why it's all built so large? So it's both a product of men and giant? That would make some sense, wouldn't it? Because the door at least does have handles that are on like a size that you would assume giants would use. Still isn't the city proper, though. Although we are in the first ring of defense, I guess. The first giant wall. Oh, this looks cute. So this is a much bigger version of an Erdtree then. Or a small Erdtree. Sprout thing. Capital outskirts. Ah, that's a map behind, okay. So this will give me 2 golden seeds then? That's also quite funny somehow, right? So they increase the amount of golden seeds that you need in order to increase the charges of your flask, yet they also give you more golden seeds suddenly. Okay. Which did remind me, oh, I need 5 golden seeds? What the fuck? Okay. I do have a sacred tear, however, I think. Yes. I completely forgot about that. Okay. Not enough for a level up, though. Let's grab the map piece and look at this thing. Wonder how much this will uncover. Landale Royal Capital. We're finally here. Finally here. Bam! Wow. And, as I suspected, the Erdtree is actually part of the map. Though not as big as I thought it would be. So there is... What is going on here? There is definitely something going on. I feel like there's going to be, I don't know, some sort of event or something that'll take place. Maybe at the very end of the game? In this middle section? Maybe this is the actual arena of the final boss or something? This entire lake? The Erdtree on the map looks quite beautiful. Pretty much looks exactly like the thing IRL, or well, you know what I mean. Doesn't uncover anything beyond the city, though. But then again, I mean, maybe this reaches out further than I thought, sort of this way. I mean, this is quite close to the edge of the map, right? But then again, to the right, there is a lot of open space. But I suspect that's because of the flying, of these flying ruins being somewhere over here. Here we have somewhat of a bigger sort of gap. I'm just trying to judge, right? I mean, technically, the gap here on the left isn't that much bigger than this gap. So maybe it's just that something loops sort of back around this way at some point. Also, there is yet another minor Erdtree here. So these are the outskirts. This is the city proper. Oh, and this is the Divine Bridge. This is where I was originally sent to via the transporter chest. And there is another one of these Colosseum things here as well. Weird. Also, it seems as if the Erdtree is covering up part of the map, right? Or maybe it isn't. And isn't this another Divine Tower? How the hell are you supposed to get there? Maybe you can get teleported or something? Another finger reader chrome? Okay. Well, the thing is, now that I've uncovered this section of the map, it doesn't give me a chance to go back sort of to the outside and clear out this area. Shouldn't be too much trouble, to be honest. It actually makes sense. So I think I'm basically going to go south first, right? this might have a teleport or something connected to this Divine Tower, which technically this Divine Tower should be connected to the Great Rune that I have, right, from the Volcano Manor, which is interesting that it's sort of further away than you'd think it would be. But yeah, probably want to go this way first, actually. I don't know what this cave is about. There's definitely some sort of cave here. And this doesn't look too spectacular. No idea what that's about. And then this seems to be the entrance proper. Maybe? What is this, though, then? Isn't this water? So are you sort of supposed to travel along the outside wall? The city itself looks awesome, right? Looks like an actual city. I wonder what this access point is. I guess outer wall phantom tree. Wait, these smaller ones are called phantom trees? It's a peculiar name. Okay, so this is this path. I mean, I guess let's look around. Can't be doing more than that, right? I mean, this place is so big that I don't know. It feels like you're almost going through it too fast, but that's purely because the distances are so vast that you actually need to traverse them a little bit faster. Otherwise, you're sort of, you know, you're gonna take even longer. It is a bit weird, though, that they've specifically set up a small camp like this here. You would think that they wouldn't really be under threat of attack. And wouldn't necessarily have to set up something like this. What the... Why the hell did you just drop out of the sky? Are you kidding me? What's the implication of that? Why? Oh, what the hell am I stuck on again? Nice. Why does this thing fall out of the sky? Hey, it dropped another golden seed. Nice. But I only have 4 though, right? Wait, they're here? Where the hell are the golden seeds? Oh, by the way, I never read this one. Used to gain an abundance of runes. Grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between. Right, this was the other thing that I got from the tree sentinels, right? Completely forgot about it. There were once heroes who walked the battlefields, abundantly blessed by the Erdtree itself, who upon earning their honor simply died. Okay. Oh, there they are. Oh, never mind, I have 5. Huh. Well, this was weird. Why did this thing just fall out of the sky? What does that imply? Does that mean that the Erdtree is so corrupted that they can literally fall out of the sky? Sort of as if they're falling down from the Erdtree itself? Would that be the implication here? Giant Crusher. A hammer made from a boulder, used in the war against the Giants, one of the heftiest weapons in the entire lands between. After the Giants were quelled, man turned against man in violence. This weapon was all but forgotten. Man has grown feeble in comparison to his forebears. That is something that I also honestly forgot a bit about. So they fought the Giants first for some reason, but then started fighting amongst themselves for some other reason. Yeah, these are just mountains. I mean, they're portrayed on the map, but they're literally just sort of big cliff sides. So I don't think that they sort of magically suddenly change to be actual play area. I don't know. There might be another reason why they're included on the map, though. Or so specifically included on the map, rather. Holy grease. Okay, can definitely go down there. So I need to keep that in mind. God, the colors in here, the colors together with the sky. Such a unique color scheme as well. I don't know. I don't know any other game that utilizes sort of yellow, brown, gray, orange quite in this fashion. Wait, why are you guys here? Just to protect the Erdtree itself? Oh, wait, there are also the Greatjaws here, so... Is this meant to be similar to a minor Erdtree for some reason? Huh, these guys are sprouting though. It's definitely different, right? The ones that you encounter sort of in the open world, especially the ones in Caelid, I think, they just have like roots stuck on their backs. These ones have actual blossoms attached to it as well. Was this sort of some original, I don't know, sacred site to worship the Erdtree? It's just very interesting that all the pieces that a minor Erdtree usually have. Oh, there is an actual minor Erdtree here. Ah, that is so interesting. So, throughout most of the game, you've obviously seen the actual Erdtree, and then there are the minor Erdtrees, which are still pretty large trees. And then you see the, what's apparently called phantom trees, which are the very, very small ones, right? Which look like they're basically suggested to be potential new minor Erdtrees that have just started to grow, right? Let's actually go down here first. Which is a really, really cool sort of imagery, I think. That there are all these different variants of the Erdtree, right? You really get the feeling of, okay, you know, there is an actual sort of cycle of life between these things. maybe a cycle of life that is way, way, way beyond our comprehension in terms of years that it would take to grow an Earth tree like this. But certainly, you know, an actual cycle of life behind it. And it's actually really cool that they sort of kept these other variants to this, well, one of the endgame areas of the game. So now we get not only down there, right, what is sort of the, I guess, next evolution stage of a phantom tree is where it just slightly grew. Right now it's as big as maybe a normal tree would be. And here we can see, you know, what is the beginning of a minor Earth tree, where it actually grows into, you know, a bigger tree. Definitely giant-sized tree. Missionaries Cookbook 4. Holy Grease, Drawstring Holy Grease, Halic Bone Arrow. There's even other ones next to it. Oh, that's awesome. It's somewhat of a weird texture, isn't it? I mean, I guess the small ones are sort of pure glowing stuff, right? So now they're sort of growing into actual tree bark? Or something similar to that? Why are these weird centipedes next to it? That is slightly concerning. Golden Order Seal. Is it slightly corrupted, potentially? I'm sorry. Didn't want to strike at you. Just wanted to test. Is that actually a talisman? It is not. Is it another key item that I don't know where to use? It is not. What? Where the hell did they place it? Or is it a charm? Wait. Where are those again? Ah, it is. Boosts fundamentalist incantations. And at the same time seems to have normal incantation scaling as well. Awesome. A formless sacred seal depicting the ceremonial observation of order. Enhances Golden Order fundamentalist incantations. Fundamentalism is scholarship in all but name. Scales incantations using both intelligence and faith. Looks honestly pretty awesome, doesn't it? In a way, you know, it would probably make sense for me to use it, considering how I built my character. Doesn't really fit because of the fact that I am sort of going against the Earth Tree in a lot of ways. I can talk to Melina.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
Please do.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased.
Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
Outer Order. What does that mean? So, did Marika potentially... It almost sounded as if she was looking for a reason why they still struggled, or why they still... why they still struggled, I think, puts it quite well. That's what it sounds like, right? That she tried to understand why they still didn't just live in peace and harmony, even though they were even though they were very, very strong in their faith for the Earth Tree. And it sounded as if she was maybe looking into that more, right? She tried to understand their faith a lot more, tried to reason, or tried to make sense and reason out of it, and possibly also tried to understand why, despite them being very faithful, they still needed to suffer sometimes. So, I mean, that's a very sort of common theme, I would think, and possibly gives us a hint as to what happened, which might be that she sort of discovered, oh, well, maybe there isn't actually any reason to this Golden Order, right? Maybe it does follow some sort of logic, or it does allow you to live with this Golden Order. I mean, that's very, very similar to real religions, right? Where it's this weird thing of make-believe, but it does make sense in a way still too, right? I mean, the whole reason why religions started to exist in the first place is not because people wanted to make something up. It's because there was a fundamental reason as to why they wanted that or needed that, right? A lot of the basic ideas of religions mostly stem from the fact that they wanted to give order to their society, right? In a way, it was an early form of government. The problem is that people more and more started to create other forms of government and other way more reasonable and rational forms of life in a way, right? And so religion more and more became a sort of weird outlier of make-believe that it wasn't really intended to be in the first place, right? And maybe that's what they're sort of playing at here, is that they... I mean, even the name Golden Order pretty much implies it to be some form of government in a way, right? So following the Golden Order doesn't have to be something bad. It fundamentally probably just means, well, if there is order to the world, then most people can live in peace and harmony, right? That would be the basic idea of it. Yet, obviously, at the same time, people not only tend to struggle with that kind of idea, it might also mean that certain sort of outliers in a society need to be brought back into order to make sure that the whole thing functions. Yet that can create problems on sort of the edges of society, right? And, well, in this particular case, it seems as if Queen Marika, wanted to, for whatever reason, wanted to understand her own faith more. But maybe, I mean, this is just my speculation, but maybe she discovered, but trying to reason with it, that a lot of the things are sort of more, esoteric in nature doesn't really fit, but you know, at the end of the day, morals, right, are a a concept that we just sort of came up with, right? It's nothing that can really be rationalized. It's more of a feeling, right? I mean, the fact that, for example, you shouldn't kill people or beat people up, that is something that we know is correct, right? We know that because we know that, you know, getting killed or, you know, just randomly beating up people or whatever can lead to a lot of suffering and causes us harm and pain and all that kind of stuff, right? So by that, it follows that those things must be prohibited in order for a society to work. But it's not something that can really be rationalized, right? It's not something that we can, like physics, go out into the world and just measure, right? It is something that we fundamentally know that doesn't really have anything we can derive it from, right? And I don't know, it seems to me as if maybe Marika tried to reason with it too much, right? She maybe tried to actually derive these truths from somewhere without being able to accept that there are just some fundamental truths that need to be fulfilled in order for a world to work, right? And maybe over the course of her struggles, she then did something that went against the Golden Order, right? And whatever the greater will is that apparently stands behind it. In this world, it's not something intangible. It seems to be something like the two fingers, or, you know, something that actually physically exists in this world. So, yeah, kind of wondering what that might mean.
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Once again, I can just repeat myself. I think that this sort of interaction with Melina should basically happen at almost every side of Grace. Almost every side of Grace. Especially the important ones, right? So let's say, well, this one, clearly, but also this one. The one at the Plateau, at the lift, right? The one at Raya Lucaria. All the ones that are actually close to important places should have dialogue where Melina is either recalling echoes of Marika or somebody else, or just talking to you about what kind of place you're looking at, right? I wish there would be way, way more interactions like this in the world. Especially since Melina is such a heavily underutilized character. Honestly, I don't even really know why she's in the game. Right? What is her deal? At the start of the game, and sometimes throughout the game, Finger Maidens are made out to be these, I don't know, people that are somehow connected to the fundamental truth of the world. Yet Melina doesn't really play a part at all in our journey to get to the Earth Tree, right? Or to do anything, really. She's just, I don't know, I think she appears throughout the entire game, throughout my almost 200 play hours at this point. I think she appeared about 5 times, right? Like, how are you supposed to connect to a character that way? It doesn't help that she's cute. That just doesn't help, right? I don't know. I wish they would have, as I said, I wish they would have just had way, way more dialogue with her. I mean, I suspect there's maybe going to be something at the end of the game. I don't know. Honestly, it is an interesting thing where technically, I honestly think that Melina has just as much dialogue as maybe the doll in Bloodborne or the Maiden in Black in something like Demon Souls, right? In terms of pure dialogue, I think Melina isn't actually that different, but still she comes across as way less important because, well, most other NPCs are actually way more important and have way more interaction in the game, right? Why am I even chasing after it? I don't really know. Why did that not hit? Are you serious? I don't want to have to change anything. Let me just, you know what? Let's just do what I always do and just wait for it. How did you get stuck in the wall? What the hell? Prayerful Strike. Okay. I think there actually isn't anything more of interest over here, right? Nah, I don't think so. So let's go the other way and check out what kind of cave there is. I wonder if that's the way to access the Divine Tower, because... very difficult to see how else you would get there. Well, as I said, there might also be a teleporter somewhere, I don't know. It's also quite curious that there is a cave here in the first place. And it's also a cave that looks like a mine. It's even more curious. And it even does seem to be an actual mine, huh? At least the usual mining sounds are here. And why does it have invisible walls? Or, rather, visible wall. You know what I mean. What is this called? The Sealed Tunnel. Okay. The hell does that mean? They have green stuff on their back. What does that mean precisely? Another thing that I'm just beginning to really sort of wrap my head around is the fact that I'm sort of nonchalantly just wandering in here, and I don't really have much trouble at all with these enemies. Somehow I almost expected to have, I don't know, maybe a little bit more of a spike in difficulty once you reach this place. Not that I'm complaining, oh. Hi. Huh. That was sort of unexpected. So he would be here. Smithing stones minus bell bearing 2. Oh. Smithing stone 3, 4, explosive stone. What the fuck? They're completely useless. Honestly, I'm beginning to wonder if the game even has the more powerful smithing stones available in some sort of shop. Or if that's just not a thing in Elden Ring. That most of the things are just not available. You're dead? Okay. I mean, I know that... wait, do I know? How is that another FromSoft game? So in Bloodborne, you could yeah... Might have been that in Bloodborne as well, you were only able to buy up to +6. And everything beyond that you could only find, not buy. But even then, if you translate that to Elden Ring, that would mean that you'd at least be able to buy everything up until plus... Yeah, well, what would that mean? Probably plus 18 or something, right? Yeah. Which would be stone 6. I mean, I guess that would could still make sense. I don't know. I know I said so previously as well. I think that it's honestly a bit dumb that, you know, an open world game like Elden Ring doesn't let you buy... Oh, oopsie. Doesn't let you buy most of the stuff. I feel like that doesn't really make much sense, to be completely honest. Well, that was unfortunate. I probably shouldn't have tried that. Though, I wasn't really sure what else I should have done. Where's that small thing with the smoke bomb hiding, though? Oh, there you are. Whoa, that was... Did I ever sneak up on these guys? Holy shit! That's a pretty brutal kill. Hey, I got a pickaxe. Did I ever get that before? Pickaxe. Large pickaxe designed to crack thick bedrock. Tool of sturdy miners. Not originally designed as a weapon, but very adept at piercing armor. Little wretches. Do you think your armor harder than stone? Okay. Well, hopefully I'll be able to get my runes back, though. That would kind of suck if they were. Because they're probably... Yeah, as I thought. At least I have them back. I guess you might be able to jump onto that thing, huh? But shouldn't you also be able to get over there? I guess you have to jump from the elevator then? Because you can definitely not reach it from here. knows? At least with these Erdtree roots, now it makes sense that it would be somewhat different in terms of how the cave sort of continues. Also, these are sort of weird. I know I say weird a lot, don't I? But, I mean, what's the point of them even being here, to be honest? If they're that obvious, why make them these special walls in the first place, right? Well, hello. Do I possibly want to go here first? Oh, hello. Does that abductor version still work? Oh, hello. It does. It does indeed. Oh, are you fucking serious? Okay. What? Wait, did I not actually call my mimic? Oh, oh, let me actually... Oh, fuck. Are you fucking serious? Come over here, you dumb fuck. I need you. Alright, are you serious? Well, that was unfortunate. That was definitely not very elegant. Well, I mean, it's usually just smithing stones in those things, so it's not exactly important. My pride is slightly hurt by the fact that the small guy literally hit me down here. Their plan definitely succeeded. Very, very spectacularly. And then for the first time ever, this thing actually grabbed me. Twice even. That never happened before. I didn't even know that they could do that for the longest time, right? Until I realized why they were called abductor virgins. Well, I guess I can just go over here as well. That's a bit early, don't you think? How the hell did he even know that I was coming? Also, I just sort of remembered, I'm still, like, on the capital's outskirts. Honestly, I didn't expect there to be just some form of almost normal mine here. Oh, I need to fall down. Okay. Oh! I did not expect these guys to be here either. What are they doing down here? Ooh. Fucking hell. Wait, that didn't really... And a Grace Mimic? 5 even? Huh. Does seem to be the correct way. I still didn't really expect this worm to be behind it. What's the deal with these guys? Why are they here? What? Okay. Definitely underestimated their explosive radius. It's a rather strange cave, though. This is not a fake wall. Now I really want to see what the end boss of this cave is. Probably something completely unrelated. I don't know. As I said earlier, the fact that they have these Earth Tree roots running through this place, the closer you get to the actual Earth Tree, I mean, now I'm basically standing almost next to it, right? But, yeah, the fact that they have this in here is just a very cool detail. I don't know. Because I didn't really expect that to be the case, right? I expected these places to be... Ooh, this is... weird. I expected these places to be looking like all the other caves and whatnot, mines that you encounter. So yeah, it's pretty neat detail. Well, I mean, technically, having a mine like this, this close to the capital, it's not like it doesn't make sense, right? Obviously, if they found a place worth mining, then the fact that it's close to the capital doesn't really change anything about that, right? Obviously, why wouldn't you mine it? But it's still very curious that the developers decided to place it here, right? Okay, is this an actual boss room, or it is? Onyx Lord. Wait, one of these guys? Really? Well, that was underwhelming. Onyx Lord's Greatsword. Place looks very cool. Very, very underwhelming boss, though. What exactly is the point of that? These Onyx Lords, I don't know, they're really not that special at all. That's definitely not an enemy that I would have placed so close to the capital in a place like this. I don't know. Weird choice. Onyx Lord's Greatsword. It's a cool weapon, though. Greatsword forged from golden-hued meteoric ore. Oh, that's why they can use the gravitational magic as well. I didn't realize. That makes sense. The blade conceals gravity-manipulating magic, a weapon unique to the Onyx Lords, a race of ancients with skin of stone who were said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. Which is still something, especially with the guys that can conjure up those the bubbles, right? In Nokron and Oxtella, in the Eternal Cities. A lot of that does feel somewhat alien. So I wonder if not only their weapons, but only their being, if they themselves are somewhat alien. Unique skill, Onyx Lord's Repulsion. Thrust the armament into the ground to create a gravity well, in addition to dealing damage to the attack sends enemies flying away. Well, doesn't seem too unique in my opinion, but oh well. Where the fuck does this lead? Does it actually lead to the Divine Tower? Was I right about that? That looks like the entrance to one. It does. Wow. Okay, that is pretty awesome though, right? Especially since, yeah, it doesn't look like that would be the case on the map. So, I think they are somewhat trying to trick me here with the map, right? And with what's accessible and what's not. And these things still look impressive as fuck. Well, there's actually a Set of Grace here as well. Also, is that intentional? No music? Now I'm actually not quite sure. Did other Divine Tales maybe don't have any music attached to them as well? Oh, that texture looks weird. That looks really weird because it's so low resolution. It seems like they've just blown up stones, right? And inserted them here. That needed another pass. Oh, that's the well. You can see the well down there. I wish it wouldn't be quite as foggy most of the time, though. Because the game has the ability to render it, right? They don't need to hide it, so... I mean, I guess the fog is there for the atmosphere, but... Divine Tower of West Altus Gate. Oh no, Divine Tower of West Altus Gate, okay? Suggesting that there are multiple sets of grace here? I would have thought this would be yet another tower that just has an elevator all the way to the top. It is, right? Yeah, it doesn't look like you can access the lower portions. And now the music's coming in, okay. Usually, I think the other Divine Towers have the music outside the entrance as well. I wonder if maybe that's an oversight, that there's no music in front of this one? I don't know. Works fairly well though, so... happy accident, I guess. Okay. Well, that's... what? Why is there another one here? Gate? And then the tower itself. Oh yeah, I can mark this as complete as well. Also, why is it called a sealed tunnel? It wasn't sealed at all, was it? Oh, well, that might explain why there were so many fake walls in it. So if they call that a quote-unquote sealed tunnel, then I guess it is. Fair enough. Fair enough. Point taken. That does make sense. So I expect there to just be another two fingers thing here. There is. Okay. Looks a lot more impressive so close to the Earth Tree, not gonna lie. I still don't get what the two fingers are supposed to represent. They're not just roots from the Earth Tree though, right? I mean, the other roots that we now clearly see everywhere, in this mine in particular, look very different, right? But this looks wooden. So why are there other instances of these things being alive and bleeding? Unless I guess they could also have a red tree sap. Maybe it's not blood at all. Oh, that's a weird effect, isn't it? I never tried that before. Turns around with you. That looks a bit weird, but whatever. Guess there was no other way to do that. Rykard's Great Rune. Why is it always so lonely? Yeah, I don't get this either. Why do they exist? Why are they so... Were they alive at some point? If so, what were they doing? I mean, technically, if we assume that they were alive at some point, right? At least then these towers would have made sense to a degree, because they would have been sort of a place of worship. Maybe a place people would visit to receive instructions and advice from the Two Fingers. But then why are they dead now? And why are there Two Fingers in the Round Table Hold? And how was Ranni possibly able to transport them away from their divine tower in Liurnia to the cave beneath the plateau where she killed them? Rykard's Great Rune. Restores HP upon defeating enemies. I completely forgot what this does, by the way. Its blessing raises maximum HP, FP, and stamina. Okay, so you either... Which is a really, really strange effect, because they also just straight up could have given you more vigor, endurance, and all that neat stuff. Rykard was amongst the children of Renala and Radagon, who became demigods' stepchildren after Radagon's union with Queen Marika. But Rykard fed himself to the blasphemous serpent, Great Rune and all. These look... I wonder what their effects are supposed to represent, right? Because, I mean, I'm sort of comparing them to the symbol of the Elden Ring, basically on the front cover of the game, right? And there the Elden Ring seems to be complete, and it's just these golden rings, basically. But these are still somewhat corrupted, I feel like, to a degree, right? This still looks like the Scarlet Rot is sort of eating away at the rune. This still looks like it's been infected by the snake. It even looks as if the snake is still almost coiling around the rune. This one doesn't really have any sort of effect, but maybe a slight green tint, which might suggest some sort of poison. This one's the only one that still seems to be somewhat whole, right? I guess we're still missing one, though, right? Which, it's kind of the question. Is the last one here in the capital, or do we need to go to the Fire Giants for that, up on the mountain? Well, I guess that at least completes this Divine Tower, right? I do want to get to the end, though, now. I mean, I've been streaming for about 11 hours, and I feel like that's enough Elden Ring for today. And it feels like a very good stopping point. I've basically looked at this sort of swamp area. I've finally found the Divine Tower and activated Rykard's Great Rune, and basically looked at this entire area. So next time, I'm going to start traveling along this path, also taking a look at this. I don't expect there to be much here, but I still want to take a look at it, obviously. And then before I go to the capital proper, I will sort of go this way, back out, take a look at this area, and then travel this path back up, look at these ruins, and all the sort of neat stuff that I maybe haven't looked at here and at this plateau, because I haven't looked at that either. And after that whole thing, I will continue sort of this way, probably. I don't necessarily expect to be able to enter through this main gate for some reason. I don't know what is going on here exactly with the water and everything, so yeah, not entirely sure how that'll work, to be completely honest. But that's definitely the plan for the next time. At some point, I do have to deal with the rest of the stuff in Caelid, though. But that's really not that much anymore. And I suspect maybe we need to return to Caelid at some point anyways. I don't know. Before I go back to the round table, let's take a quick look here. Maybe activating the Great Rune actually did something to her. Nope. Still looks the exact same. I wonder what the fuck. What the hell was that item that Patches gave us? Should I have maybe waited for her to devour the head before showing it to her or something? Maybe... I have so many key items now. Well, then again, it's not that many at all, right? I mean, the Amber Starlight, I just found this thing. So this might actually be something that might be important in the capital somewhere. This one, I think I showed to 7, right? This is just still in my inventory. The Seedbed Curse? No idea. It does say 1 of 99, which makes me think that... this might be something completely different that I just haven't really grasped yet. Well, the Curse Mark of Death... I guess I might still be looking for the second one? I don't really know. The Black Knife Print. These two are connected to Ranni, right? And this somehow is connected to the Shaded Castle, though nothing really came of it. The Tonic of Forgetfulness, I got that in Volcano Manor. So, equally, no idea what to do with it. Serpent's Amnion, I found somewhere in Volcano Manor, right? I think. The Fingerprint Grape. This is still something that I'm really sort of confused about as well, because that is actually connected to a possible quest line with, what was her name? With Lightseeker Hayeda. But she doesn't take it. which leads me to believe that I might be missing a normal Shabriri grape from somewhere. But I honestly have no clue where I would get that from. So yeah, don't really know about that. I definitely have a feeling that I might have missed, I either completely missed a couple of quest lines or definitely didn't do them properly. But, I mean, that's a thing that can easily happen in FromSoft games typically. I mean, that's probably going to be one of the most interesting things is once I'm through with a game, I'm probably going to look at how most of the quest lines work, right? So that on a subsequent playthrough, I can try and go through the game with that in mind. Because I think if I'm doing a second playthrough of it at some point, the sheer amount of stuff that you can do, or rather the sheer amount of time that you need to invest to really fully complete the game, definitely means that you probably want to, look up how the quests work beforehand and not lock yourself out of anything. Though then again, there might be different outcomes to different quest lines anyways, right? I mean, there typically are, at least to a degree. So, you probably wouldn't, even if you know how they work, you probably still wouldn't be able to really get all of them done in one go. But still, I just find it really, really interesting, right? Once you're through these games and once you have discovered everything that you yourself were able to discover, it's always quite a pleasure of mine to look at, what did I miss and why did I miss it possibly? That is even that is even more interesting to me, right? Sometimes you take these very, very slight wrong turns and almost do it right, yet still don't see something of importance and miss out on an entire questline or something, even though you were almost there, right? That's quite fun to me to just sort of look back and see what I missed and why. Yeah. Is there something else I want to take a look at? I guess, honestly, this might be the time to finally talk to Gideon and possibly have changed dialogue with him. I don't think I will, but not giving up on the chance. Also, I can still I can turn in the bell bearings that I have. Not that it really.
To the capital,
okay.
Bell. To the two fingers will deny. You may be our best hope.
Still doesn't comment on that. Okay, so Lord of Stormvale, so yeah, I killed Godric, I killed Radahn, I killed Rykard, and I defeated Rennala. Morgoth is the one that's missing, right?
The grace given is Lord of Leyndell, the capital city. It lies at the foot of the Erd Tree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. But the two fingers forbid us from venturing there, until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring.
Morgoth the Grace Given. So I guess that would then be my next target, right? I guess, so wherever he is, even if I defeat him and get the 5th rune, I still need to activate it, right? The only remaining Divine Tower that I know of is probably this one. So I guess even though I possibly defeat Morgoth in the capital, I still wouldn't be able to actually become Elden Lord, right? And possibly access that giant door to the Earth Tree. So I think what's probably going to happen is that I will defeat Morgoth. Maybe there's going to be some sort of other cool effect, similar to what happened when I defeated Radahn with a meteor strike or something. And that'll give me access to whatever remains here, right? This mountaintop thing that leads to the fire giants or whatever. And then from here, I assume I'll be able to, well, possibly go to the floating ruins as well as this divine tower. Maybe they're even somehow connected, that you have to go to the floating ruins first to access this divine tower later or something. And once you get to it and actually activate the 5th great rune, then the game will probably end or give you the last boss or whatever. At least that's my assumption currently. Still not entirely sure about these suggested land masses over here. But then again, just because it has this outline doesn't mean that it's all play space, right? It might just be that I'm sort of... Because I was misplacing the Earth Tree as well, right? When I started the game, I thought the Earth Tree was sort of behind this whole thing, rather than in front and sort of standing in this middle lake. So maybe I'm misjudging where this sort of mountaintop was. Maybe it's actually more like this or something, rather than here. Maybe it's something that sort of loops back around like this. It is quite hard to tell when you don't have the map uncovered yet, right? And when there's only this fog and everything. Because, I don't know. I mean, looking at this entire place, like Limgrave, for example, seems to be somewhat smaller than this entire area. Yet, simply by how this is structured, I think that this area is a lot less dense on purpose, obviously, than, let's say, Volcano Manor, for example, right? So, much like sort of the swamp area in Liurnia, for example, there are definitely certain areas that are way less packed with stuff compared to other areas, and therefore also take less time to traverse, right? So yeah, you never really know how this works out, right? There might be entire sections of the rest of the map that are essentially... Well, empty sounds like they're bad, right? But more of a spectacle rather than, a dense map. So what I mean by that is that, when you really look at Limgrave or whatever, there are a lot of points of interest, right? A lot of stuff, a lot of enemies and ruins and whatever that you can find and interact with, right? And the same is true for Caelid and Liurnia and whatnot. But here, arguably, especially this section down here that leads from the Grand Lift of Dectus, even if you consider this entire thing, right? If you start somewhere here, this entire section is basically one giant sort of enormous street that is mostly visually impressive, but doesn't actually have that much in terms of loot or gameplay, right? There's still obviously enemies here and a boss fight like the 2 tree sentinels here, but it's mostly sort of a visually striking road that leads you towards your final goal. So, I mean, obviously this is a very dense and packed place, but whatever lies beyond it might also just be a very impressive vista or background to you ascending to godhood or whatever, right? I mean, that might even be the basic idea behind the whole thing, right? I can definitely picture that, right, as a theme of the final area, sort of this almost walk of triumph that you could do through a very impressive looking environment that ultimately leads to you becoming Elden Lord or something. I can definitely see them doing that. So, the amount of map that we're still missing might be very misleading. Okay, is there something else? Oh, I can level one more time. Definitely forgot about that. So that actually brings me to 40 intelligence. It's pretty perfect for the end of the stream, right? 45, 25, 15, 40, 30, 15. The only thing that I would need to increase are maybe these two, but I don't really want to. 121. Yeah, I definitely expect to end on, well, I wouldn't be surprised if I end on 140. I would be surprised if I end on anything higher than that, so 160, somewhere in that region. And I would also be very surprised if I end on 125 and the game ends a lot quicker than I thought. Yeah, at this point I expect, I don't know, 140 or something, which, considering the size of the game, isn't actually that high when you really think about it. Because on, like, when I did a full playthrough of Bloodborne, including the Chalice dungeons and the DLC, I also ended at around 140, I think, in terms of levels. So at least comparing it to Bloodborne, Bloodborne only took about half the time, right, to do everything. And I'm not even done with Elden Ring at this point, so... Also, at this point, I wonder if I'll actually hit 260 hours. Probably. I don't know if there will be much more beyond that. Which would be quite curious, because that would be the exact same time that I needed for Persona 5 Royal. Very strange that Fia just noped out and we haven't seen her since.
Greetings. Are you here for...
That's still the same. Yeah, okay.
You should keep your... I know you should...
Okay. I know I ended on a couple of other things most of the last times, but this time I think I'm going to end on the round table again. Maybe... well, that looks weird. Can you please go away, weird spirit? Let's end on the round table once again. Still somewhat of a calming sight, even though it's a very empty place at this point. And I still absolutely have no clue what to make of the round table hold. No idea what it's even supposed to be. I don't know why the game has the round table hold. There will probably be a solution to that at the end. I still have absolutely no clue what this is going to lead to. Yeah. But it was a very long day. I did a lot of stuff. Yeah, we're finally, almost in the capital proper. So hopefully next stream that'll happen. I don't know when the next Elden Ring stream will be. I was debating with I don't know if I want to play Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow. Obviously the new patch launches. The thing with 14 currently is that since my static disbanded, I kind of haven't really locked in. That always takes like a big, like my motivation to play 14 always takes a big blow after something like that, right? When your static disbands, because that's the thing that keeps you engaged, right? That keeps you logging in on most days of the week. And there is still a bunch of other stuff that I can do, obviously, again, with the new things that are launching with the patch tomorrow. Obviously, I would have quite a lot of things that I could do, but whether or not I will have the motivation, that's a completely different question, obviously. And, well, yeah, I Might play Elden Ring, I might play 14, or I might play something different. I definitely planned on maybe getting into 13 Sentinels or something like that. Sort of alongside Elden Ring, because I thought that maybe Elden Ring would, especially doing these long streams of it, sometimes I definitely feel the lows of the game where it's sort of not really progressing, but I am getting to what feels like the end of the game, potentially. So I also don't want to delay that too much, right? Now that I've gotten back into it. So, yeah. But I'm not quite sure. Maybe I'll also do just 2 different streams tomorrow or something. I don't really know, but either way, I hope you'll be there for it. It's been a ton of fun. I've done a ton of stuff. It was a long day, though, and I'm looking forward to the next one. The next one's probably going to be the most interesting, though then again, you never really know, right? Because the capital might take a while. I don't know. It looks like a pretty dense place, and depending on how difficult it is, yeah, it might actually take a while and not be completable in just about 5 hours or something. Okay, I've talked a bunch. This is it. I hope you had a ton of fun. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. And hopefully I'll see you on the next one. Until then, bye-bye.